Chapter 679. After walking out of the cave, Han Shuo saw Aekli recovering the divine energy in his body. Aekli appeared to be in a much better condition than a few days ago. However, it would take more than a few days for him to make a full recovery. Aekli woke up as soon as Han Shuo walked over. He opened his eyes and looked at Han Shuo. After adjusting his posture and stretching his neck, he stood up and asked, "What's wrong? How are you feeling? Are you feeling better?" Han Shuo asked. "I won't be fully recovered without a few years of recuperation. Of course, if we find the divine essence mine, it will be a different story." Aekli sighed helplessly and forced a smile. "Don't worry. As long as the divine essence mine is in this mountain range, we will definitely find it," Han Shuo said confidently. "Even I don't have that much confidence." "Where did you get that confidence from?" Aekli smilingly asked Han Shuo. "I found a good friend. With his help, as long as the divine essence mine is really in the mountain range, don't worry, we will get it." Han Shuo was very confident. With Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie by his side, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that he no longer needed Aekli. As long as he was sure of the direction, the divine essence mine would be in his hands. "What? You found another friend? Where did you find a friend in this continent?" Aekli was astonished. He looked all around vigilantly and appeared very worried. "Why did you make such a decision without my consent? Do you know what those divine essence mines mean? If that friend of yours has any ulterior motives, we will all be finished. You are too preposterous." Aekli was obviously very angry. "Don't worry, he won't interfere. Furthermore, we'll split the spoils according to our original agreement. His share will come from me. You don't have to worry about harming your own interests." The Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie wouldn't ask for anything from Han Shuo, so his share wouldn't change. "It's not a matter of how much we split the profits. This friend of yours is likely to ruin our plans. Where is he?" Aekli was very anxious. He was very angry at Han Shuo for making the decision without authorization. "Come out." Han Shuo smiled faintly and stamped the ground beneath his feet. The Earth Elite Zombie poked its head out from the depths of the earth. He cultivates in the elemental energy of earth." Aekli cried out in surprise again. He pointed at Han Shuo and exclaimed, "You are crazy. How could you trust such a person? I thought that since he cultivates the three elements of death, destruction and darkness, there would still be a possibility of cooperation. However, it's obvious that he's a cultivator of the element of earth. Why were you so muddle-headed?" After absorbing more than half of the Primordius Dragon's divine soul and divine energy, Earth Elite Zombie's body began to emit distinct elemental energy of earth. Han Shuo and his soul were connected. After carefully sensing for a moment, he discovered that Earth Elite Zombie's own divine soul was taking shape. The Earth Soul Orb had also fused with his soul. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before Earth Elite Zombie could completely replace the Primordius Dragon and become another god of Earth. Aekli displayed obvious hostility towards Earth Elite Zombie. The 5 Elite Zombies, who only obeyed Han Shuo's orders, had very sensitive senses. They immediately turned hostile towards Aekli and transmitted to Han Shuo, "Father, he wants to kill me. Should we attack?" "Don't worry, there won't be any problems soon," replied Han Shuo after comforting Earth Elite Zombie. Soon after, he put on a solemn face and said to Aekli, "You and I will stay here peacefully. I will take care of everything. After you see the divine essence mine, we will decide how to split the profits. I dare to let my friend out in front of you because I am not afraid that you will do something foolish. Don't worry, I will make you understand that my decision is correct. He's just a god cultivating in the elemental energy of earth. Do you really think that he can take care of everything by himself? You must understand that everyone in the mountain range serves the 3 overgods of calamity. Once those alien races discover that an outsider has infiltrated the mountain range, and that he doesn't cultivate in the energy of death, destruction or darkness, they will immediately kill him without mercy. Do you think that he can evade the detection of those alien races?" Aekli looked at Han Shuo as though he was looking at an idiot and angrily said, "I used to think that you were very shrewd. Why have you suddenly become so foolish at this time? I know what you are worried about. But don't worry, if I wasn't completely confident, I wouldn't do it. You, on the other hand, don't need to do anything. All you need to do is to wait here like me and wait for the divine essence mine that belongs to us to arrive. Han Shuo did not argue with Akeley. After finishing those words, he smilingly instructed Earth Elite Zombie, "Go. You, how dare you speak ill of my father? If not for my father's order, I will kill you." Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Earth Elite Zombie, who had always communicated with Han Shuo through his consciousness, glared at Akeley ferociously and threatened him. Han Shuo was stunned when he heard Earth Elite Zombie's words. He had never imagined that there would be a day when Earth Elite Zombie could actually speak, much less in such a threatening tone. Akeley was also dumbfounded. He looked at Earth Elite Zombie dumbfoundedly and his face was filled with astonishment. After a long while, he sized up Han Shuo in an extremely strange manner and probed. He's your son? That's right, this is my son. Han Shuo replied apathetically. He stopped communicating with Akeley through the soul and instructed Earth Elite Zombie, "Don't say such angry words. Go." "Understood, father." Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, Earth Elite Zombie put on a simple and honest smile and shot a glare at Akeley. His body sank deep into the ground and reunited with Metal Elite Zombie. Together, they made their way towards the Demon Mountain. He can actually speak. He can speak through his mouth and not communicate through the soul. This is too. Han Shuo was at a loss. He was constantly mumbling to himself in his mind. He was stunned by Earth Elite Zombie's words. The few of them are a new kind of life form. Although they are different from humans, it is undeniable that they possess advanced intelligence. If they continue to grow at this rate, their future will be immeasurable. Cauldron Spirit transmitted through Han Shuo's consciousness. Yes, they have indeed become a new kind of life form. I can feel it. Those black lines on Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie were demonic formations formed using the energy of demon generals to conceal their presence. Cauldron Spirit very confidently told Han Shuo that with the demonic formations deployed on Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie, no one in this mountain range would be able to detect their presence. Han Shuo trusted Cauldron Spirit. Therefore, he allowed Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie to act alone. With the duo's innate divine abilities and the mighty demonic weapon, Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuo didn't feel the slightest bit of difficulty when excavating the divine essence mine. "It's done. Let's go up the Demon Mountain." Han Shuo immediately transmitted to Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie after receiving Cauldron Spirit's confirmation. Chapter 680. The exterior of the Demon Mountain depicted a malevolent demon towering into the clouds. According to the description on Akeley's scroll, it was the exact location of the Divine Essence Mine. As long as the Divine Essence Mine was in the Demon Mountain, Han Shuo believed that Metal Elite Zombie would be able to locate it and extract it. After obtaining Han Shuo's permission, Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie started moving again. This time with Metal Elite Zombie leading the way. The hard rocks above their heads suddenly became as soft as sand. It didn't pose any obstruction to the two of them at all, allowing them to gradually ascend into the Demon Mountain. As soon as Metal Elite Zombie's body entered the Demon Mountain, his body immediately overflowed with dazzling golden light. The golden light was like fine threads that could penetrate through anything. It was hidden in the hard rocks of the Demon Mountain and started to extend in all directions. With the help of the mystical demons, Han Shuo discovered that Metal Elite Zombie suddenly stopped after the fine golden threads flew out from his body. It was as though he was using the golden threads in his body to sense everything around him, just like how Han Shuo used his consciousness to sense the presence of living beings around him. Very soon Metal Elite Zombie transmitted, "Father, there are many different kinds of ores in this mountain. Which one are you looking for?" After praising Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shuo immediately started describing to Metal Elite Zombie, "Those ores contain energy similar to that of little water and little fire. Try to sense it and see if you can find it." Divine Essence Mine was a very special kind of ore. It contained all kinds of divine energy. However, this kind of ore could sever the probing of the soul. Even mighty gods would not be able to sense anything from the Divine Essence Mine. But for Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shuo believed that it shouldn't be a problem. As long as it was an ore, he could sense the energy contained within it. Father, I don't sense any ores with energy similar to that of little water and little fire. There isn't a single piece of that kind of ore in this mountain. Metal Elite Zombie pondered for a moment, seemingly trying to ascertain the situation within the Demon Mountain. None. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He wondered if he was looking for the wrong place, or if it had already been mined by someone else. There really isn't any. The Metal Elite Zombie replied. After hesitating for a moment, he opened his mouth again. However, there are some ores that have the same kind of energy as Little 2 and some that have the same kind of energy as you, Father. As for the others, I don't know what they are. Han Shuo was stunned, and then he came to a sudden understanding. His expression shook as he said hurriedly, "It's the same. Gather all those ores and bring them to me." Although there were no water or fire element divine essence mines, it didn't mean that there were no divine essence mines of other energies. After hearing Metal Elite Zombie's words, Han Shuo immediately realized that he had failed to fully comprehend Metal Elite Zombie's meaning. It seemed that Akeley's judgment was correct. There was indeed a divine essence mine in the Demon Mountain that no one could detect. Yes, Father. Metal Elite Zombie replied cheerfully. With the help of the mystical demons, Han Shuo discovered that Metal Elite Zombie was like a pangolin that possessed an even more powerful divine ability. He ran unhindered through the Demon Mountain, unhindered by the hard rocks. In his hand was a large sack that Han Shuo had prepared for him. He was constantly stuffing ores of various colors into it. Earth Elite Zombie stayed in the cave that Metal Elite Zombie had dug for him, and waited patiently for Metal Elite Zombie to finish his work. Akeley, it won't be long before we get what we want. Han Shuo was in a great mood. He smilingly said to Akeley, who had been sizing him up strangely, "Brian, do you really think a god who cultivates in the element of earth can take care of everything for us in Demon Mountain? Are you kidding me?" Akeley put on a bitter smile. He obviously did not believe Han Shuo's words. If a god cultivating in the energy of earth could use their energy to locate divine essence mines, there would no longer be any divine essence mines on Elysium. Although it was also Akeley's first time coming to Elysium, he knew the mysteries of divine essence mines. It was absolutely not something that a god cultivating in the energy of earth could find. Therefore, he was very skeptical of Han Shuo's words. "In a while, you will know if this son of mine will achieve our objective." Of course, it was impossible for Earth Elite Zombie to accomplish this task by himself. But with Metal Elite Zombie's help, it would be a different story. Akeley, of course, was unaware of this fact. "Then I shall wait and see." Akeley shook his head. He felt that it was absurd. "Master, something's not right." Cauldron Spirit suddenly transmitted to Han Shuo. It seemed rather astonished. "What's going on?" Han Shuo, who was conversing with Akeley, noticed that Metal Elite Zombie seemed to have settled everything and wasn't too concerned about the situation in the Demon Mountain. Han Shuo hastily shifted his attention back to the Demon Mountain, and used his mystical demons to observe every movement on the Demon Mountain. There are some pitch-black holes in the mountain. When Little Gold was traversing through the mountain, he inevitably passed through some of them. Did you notice that there are some scattered spider webs in those holes? There are some small spiders on the webs. Although they are very small, they have human faces and seem to possess intelligence. They seem to be observing Little Gold's movements. After hearing Cauldron Spirit's explanation, Han Shuo ordered Metal Elite Zombie to suddenly stop in one of the holes. Using the mystical demons on Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shuo discovered that there was indeed a broken spider web inside the hole. On the soft spider silk, there were a dozen or so thumb-sized spiders. After careful observation, Han Shuo discovered that those thumb-sized spiders indeed had miniature human faces. Only their eyeballs, which were as small as dots, were moving around and observing Metal Elite Zombie vigilantly. Han Shuo was somewhat astonished. The situation was exactly as Cauldron Spirit described. Those little spiders were indeed observing Metal Elite Zombie. Continue to collect the ores inside. Once you have collected all of them, immediately return. Do not linger. Han Shuo gave another order to Metal Elite Zombie. Meanwhile, his mind was pondering over the oddities. "Understood, Father," Metal Elite Zombie replied. He continued traversing through the Demon Mountain, searching for divine essences from every corner. Those divine essences were scattered all over the demon mountain. Sometimes there would be a long distance between two divine essences. Metal Elite Zombie had only collected about 100 divine essences. After such a long time of searching, that was already 90% of the divine essences in the demon mountain. Han Shuo was rather puzzled. He couldn't understand why there would be so many little spiders in the demon mountain. Those little spiders looked very strange and gave Han Shuo a strange sense of familiarity. This made him even more puzzled. Something's not right. Call little gold back. Cauldron Spirit suddenly shouted in Han Shuo's consciousness. A powerful life form is awakening in the demon mountain. He was in a special state of hibernation just a moment ago. Even I did not sense it. He is extremely dangerous. We need to evacuate at once. Han Shuo turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to give the order to Metal Elite Zombie, through the mystical demons on Metal Elite Zombie's body, he knew why Cauldron Spirit was so nervous. In the middle of the demon peak, there was a very spacious cave that took up a quarter of the mountain. A huge spider web was in the cave, and on top of it was a huge spider that was 30 meters long. Each of its sharp spider claws was 10 meters long. The spider had the face of a beautiful female human. Her long eyelashes were gently fluttering, as if she was waking up from a beautiful dream. Beneath her was a relatively large black divine essence mine. She seemed to have been absorbing the divine energy of darkness from the mine all this time. That was why there was no sign of life. As her eyelashes fluttered, an extremely terrifying energy of darkness gradually spread out from her body. Even though he was so far away from the mountain range, Han Shuo could still feel the terrifying pressure. At this moment, Metal Elite Zombie's eyes were fixed on the divine essence mine that contained the divine energy of darkness. He was preparing to collect it for Han Shuo, and seemed to be unaware that he was facing a terrifying creature that was awakening. Come back. Come back right now. Han Shuo commanded Metal Elite Zombie as though he had lost his mind. Perhaps because he was too astonished, he couldn't help but open his mouth and shout while communicating with his consciousness. Brian, what's wrong? Akeley cried out in alarm after being startled by Han Shuo. Father, there's still one last piece. I'll leave after I take it. Metal Elite Zombie was very conscientious and wanted to do everything for Han Shuo. Forget about that goddamn divine essence mine. Come back right now. Come back right now. Han Shuo bellowed. Akeley was so frightened that he took another step back. Brian, have you gone mad? Have you forgotten our purpose? Akeley immediately took a step forward after recovering from his shock. He seemed to feel that there was something wrong with Han Shuo's state and wanted to help him recover. Get lost. Before Akeley could get close, Han Shuo kicked out and sent Akeley flying. He crashed into the wall behind him. What are you doing? Akeley was enraged. He stood up while enduring the excruciating pain and loudly berated Han Shuo. Are you trying to hog it all for yourself? Han Shuo couldn't be bothered with Akeley and placed all his attention on Metal Elite Zombie. After hearing Han Shuo's command, Metal Elite Zombie realized that Han Shuo was in a hurry. He took one last glance at the black divine essence mine beneath the enormous human-faced spider and immediately retreated back the way he came. Just as Metal Elite Zombie retreated, that enormous human-faced spider finally awakened from her deep slumber. The terrifying energy of darkness emanated from her body and penetrated into the demon mountain through the spider silk beneath her, spreading out in all directions. Audacious to the extreme. How dare you steal from me, Rose? The human-faced spider's shrill voice spread far and wide and reverberated across half of the mountain range. Metal Elite Zombie, who had yet to walk out of the demon mountain, suddenly shrieked when the darkness divine energy penetrated into the mountain range. Tell him to come back at all costs. I will sacrifice a few demon generals to protect him. Cauldron Spirit hastily transmitted. Rose, Spider Goddess Rose. It's actually her. Why am I so unlucky? It was at this moment that Han Shuo heard the human-faced spider's furious shriek. Chapter 681. Spider Goddess Rose was the object of worship for the dark elves of the underground world on Profound Continent. She was also the master of Adele who died in Han Shuo's hands. Back on Profound Continent, Han Shuo had communicated with Rose through an altar using Adele as a medium. At that time, as they were separated by an unknown number of material planes, Han Shuo had no idea how powerful Rose was. It was only now that he truly felt Rose's wrath that Han Shuo realized that Spider Goddess Rose possessed high god strength. Han Shuo's consciousness might be able to see through a mid-god, but he was powerless against a high god like Rose. One thing for sure was that a high god wasn't someone that Han Shuo could handle at present. He had to leave this area at once, lest the spider goddess sensed his presence. Master, tell Little Metal and Little Earth to run as deep as they can into the ground. Cauldron Spirit reminded in Han Shuo's consciousness. Han Shuo was unusually concerned about the 5 elite zombies and Little Skull. Perhaps it was because they were all new life forms. Han Shuo had an instinctive affinity and fondness for the 5 elite zombies. Han Shuo suddenly came to his senses and hastily transmitted his thoughts to Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie. Metal Elite Zombie was blasted by the darkness divine energy and fell towards the bottom of the demon mountain. 2 plumes of black smoke rose from his body. As the master of Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuo immediately knew that the 2 demon generals that occupied Metal Elite Zombie's body had been annihilated by the 2 plumes of black smoke. Metal Elite Zombie, who was dizzy and disoriented, subconsciously flew towards the ground according to Han Shuo's instructions. It was as though those solid rocks had turned into invisible air and posed no obstruction to him. Damned lowly creature, you can't escape! Spider Goddess Rose was still shrieking. Her voice was extremely ear-piercing. What happened? After being kicked away by Han Shuo, Akeley had just reprimanded Han Shuo a little when he heard the terrifying howl coming from the direction of the mountain range's demon peak. He immediately understood that the situation might be different from what he had imagined and hastily asked, "We have provoked a high god. We have to leave immediately. Otherwise, once she discovers our existence, we won't be able to escape." Han Shuo furrowed his brows and suddenly landed beside Akeley. He grabbed the back of Akeley's neck and flew outside without a care for anything else. At this moment, Akeley had forgotten all his previous complaints about Han Shuo. He couldn't care less about how Han Shuo grabbed him. He asked in panic, "What's going on? Why is there a high god inside?" "Then it's your turn." Han Shuo roared furiously at Akeley. "If anything happens to my son, don't even think about getting those divine essences. You will be buried with him." Akeley remained silent after hearing Han Shuo's roar. It was only at this moment that he realized why Han Shuo suddenly flew into a rage. Before coming over, Akeley had solemnly vowed that those divine essences were ownerless. It was for this reason that Han Shuo was so at ease when he sent Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie to collect the divine essences. Now that a high god had suddenly appeared, Akeley had to bear a lot of responsibility. Therefore, Akeley had no choice but to endure Han Shuo's roar. "Master, you must leave this place as soon as possible. Little Gold and Little Earth are protected by the demonic formations formed by my demon generals. Once they go underground, that spider goddess won't be able to sense their location. But you, without the protection of any demonic formations, will be in trouble if she discovers you." "I understand." Han Shuo did not waste any more words with Akeley, nor did he continue to hide anything. He circulated the demonic yuan in his body, and with that, his speed suddenly increased 5-fold. Carrying Akeley, Han Shuo turned into a streak of faint light and shadow as he rapidly flew towards the City of Shadows. Akeley, who was being carried by Han Shuo, could distinctly sense the sudden increase in Han Shuo's speed. He was overwhelmed with shock and hastily raised his head to look at Han Shuo. He discovered that Han Shuo had an irritated face and did not seem to be in any particular condition. He also couldn't figure out why Han Shuo's speed would suddenly increase by several times. As long as the mystical demons were not completely vaporized, Han Shuo would be able to know the situation of Metal and Earth Elite Zombie. As Spider Goddess Rose's darkness divine energy penetrated into the depths of the Demon Mountain, all the little spiders in the Demon Mountain suddenly went berserk. The Demon Mountain also split open. Those little spiders seemed to know the location of Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie. They swarmed towards Metal Elite Zombie. Another 2 demon generals were vaporized. Metal Elite Zombie's body kept producing clanking noises. His body was becoming more and more unstable. However, the trajectory of his descent towards Earth Elite Zombie did not change. Although Metal Elite Zombie's body, which was formed from absorbing the yuan energy of metal in the place of extreme metal, was not as flexible and tough as Han Shua's demonic body, it was in no way inferior. Among the 5 elite zombies, Metal Elite Zombie had the strongest defensive ability. He had a body that was impervious to both fire and water. When Spider Goddess attacks landed on every corner of the Demon Mountain, the terrifying energies were weakened by 100-fold. When they landed on Metal Elite Zombie's body, they were absorbed and digested by the demon generals. When the attacks finally landed on Metal Elite Zombie's body, they merely produced clanking noises but failed to shatter Metal Elite Zombie's body. After the 4 demon generals were annihilated, Metal Elite Zombie staggered back to the bottom of the Demon Mountain where Earth Elite Zombie was. Earth Elite Zombie had been waiting for a long time under Han Shua's command. The moment Metal Elite Zombie appeared, he immediately grabbed hold of Metal Elite Zombie and dragged him deeper into the ground without a care for anything else. Hundreds and thousands of little spiders swarmed over like a swarm of locusts. They swarmed towards Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie from the crevices in the rocks. These human-faced little spiders, having received orders from the Spider Goddess, suddenly turned violent. The energies in their bodies seemed to have been stimulated all of a sudden. It was very troublesome. They spat out dark threads that were sticky and slimy, entangling the descending Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie. The dark threads were enhanced by the energy of darkness that was omnipresent in the Demon Mountain. They were fast and ruthless, causing Earth Elite Zombie to be somewhat flustered. Earth Elite Zombie, with Metal Elite Zombie in hand, rapidly plunged into the ground from the bottom of the Demon Mountain. He turned his back to the countless little spiders, blocking a wave of the sticky threads they spat out. When those sticky threads hit Earth Elite Zombie's body, the speed at which he was descending was suddenly hindered. With several hundred little spiders pulling at him, Earth Elite Zombie was unable to move a single step. "I'm going to eat you all bit by bit, you damned lowly lifeforms." Spider Goddess Rose was still at the center of the Demon Mountain. When those little spider threads stuck to Earth Elite Zombie's back, she shrieked and moved her body towards Earth Elite Zombie. "What should I do?" Han Shua's rapidly dashing body suddenly came to a halt in midair. His face was filled with irritation, as though he would go crazy at any moment. "Keep running. I will make sure nothing happens to him," Cauldron Spirit replied. In the next moment, Han Shua discovered that black smoke was also rising from Earth Elite Zombie's back. A demon general was ignited. The threads spat out by those little spiders were suddenly snapped. The immobilized Earth Elite Zombie twisted his body and abruptly plunged deep into the ground. The hole behind him rapidly closed up, blocking the second wave of the little spiders. Earth Elite Zombie was no longer obstructed after diving deep into the ground. Following Han Shua's instructions, he and Metal Elite Zombie drilled deep into the ground. Very soon they were 1,000 meters underground. Damn it! They actually escaped. They actually escaped. Spider Goddess Rose flew into a rage. The entire Demon Mountain started shaking. "I have just discovered a divine essence mine not too long ago, and yet those lowly lifeforms have taken advantage of it. This is unforgivable. All of them deserve to die." The demon peak shook violently amidst the rumbling sounds, and a huge cave suddenly appeared in the center of the peak. A few sharp spider claws that looked like long and narrow blades tore open the cave, and the huge body of Spider Goddess Lolth walked out of the demon peak. As soon as she walked out of the Demon Mountain, Spider Goddess Rose immediately leaped and chased after Han Shua. Her speed was so fast that Han Shua was greatly astonished. "Oh no, I've been discovered." Han Shua's mind was thrown into disarray. He started wondering if he should abandon Akeley and use the demonic blood disassembly again to avoid this calamity. "Don't move, Master. Calm your mind. Use the mystical demons to observe the situation on the Demon Mountain again." Cauldron Spirit hastily transmitted and stopped Han Shua from acting strangely. After listening to Cauldron Spirit's warning, Han Shua took a few deep breaths and rapidly adjusted his mind, allowing his mind to be as tranquil as an ancient well. After calming down, Han Shua used the mystical demon's Cauldron Spirit, placed on another towering mountain peak, to discover that Spider Goddess Lolth had not moved from the opening on the Demon Mountain. Instead, dark phantoms were flying out from her body and spreading in all directions. "She hasn't moved at all," Nor is she chasing after us. She is merely using the phantom to search for a target. We don't need to worry about her. Just run. Those phantoms won't be able to catch up to you. Only if the phantoms discover us and move for real will she be able to catch up to us. Cauldron Spirit explained to Han Shuo. With Cauldron Spirit's reminder, Han Shuo, whose mind was as tranquil as still water, adjusted himself to his peak state. He no longer paid any attention to the few dark phantoms flying behind him and rushed towards the City of Shadows at full speed. After flying for half a day, Han Shuo and Aekli stopped near a mountain village. Based on Aekli's understanding of Elysium, those alien races were bound by the three calamities and would absolutely not dare to attack human villages. At this moment, Han Shuo was certain that he had escaped from the spider goddess. Han Shuo did not enter the mountain village but stopped below a nearby river. Disregarding Aekli's puzzlement, Han Shuo focused on recovering his strength. When it was late at night, Han Shuo suddenly opened his eyes. Wearing a gloomy face, he said to Aekli, who was still restless, "Let's divide the loot. The previous agreement is cancelled. I will redistribute the loot." As soon as Han Shuo finished those words, Earth Elite Zombie drilled out from under his feet. Thud! Earth Elite Zombie threw a sack of Divine Essence ores on the ground and said to Han Shuo, "Father, don't worry. Little gold is fine." Han Shuo's face became a little better after hearing those words. Chapter 682. Aekli was dumbstruck and speechless for a long time as he stared at the divine essences scattered all over the ground. Earth Elite Zombie poured a sack of divine essences on the ground and stood beside Han Shuo, glaring at Aekli with hostility. It was as though he would rush out and tear Aekli to shreds at a single command from Han Shuo. After learning from Earth Elite Zombie that Metal Elite Zombie was fine, Han Shuo heaved a sigh of relief. He squatted down and sorted the divine essences, saying, 9 divine essences of earth, 32 divine essences of wind, 12 divine essences of death, 28 divine essences of lightning, 16 divine essences of destruction, 5 divine essences of light, and 4 divine essences of life. A total of 106 divine essences. It's really divine essences. You actually did it. Aekli cried out in surprise after a long while. His face was wild with joy. A total of 106 divine essences. My son and I will take 70% and you will take 30. You can only take 30 pieces. You can take 10 pieces of destruction divine essences and I will give you 10 pieces of wind and lightning divine essences, making a total of 30 pieces. That's it. Han Shuo raised his head and asked Aekli, "Do you have any objections?" Aekli understood that Han Shuo and his son had contributed the most in obtaining the divine essences. Other than pointing out an address, he had done almost nothing else and had to trouble Han Shuo to save him. He was already very lucky to be able to take 30% of the divine essences. Under the current circumstances, even if Han Shuo were to take all the divine essences for himself, Aekli wouldn't be able to do anything about it. I have no objections to this method of distribution, but since you don't cultivate in the energy of destruction, why don't you give me all 16 of the divine essences of destruction, and I won't take any of the remaining wind and lightning divine essences. Aekli hesitated for a moment and proposed a new distribution method to Han Shuo. No, I also need a few pieces of destruction divine essences. I have a use for them. Han Shuo firmly refused. He said to Aekli, "Take 10 divine essences of wind and 10 divine essences of lightning. You can exchange them for enough crystal coins to establish a foothold on Elysium. You can also use these 2 divine essences to exchange for divine essences of destruction. In short, you can't take all of them. What do you want the destruction divine gems for?" Aekli forced a smile. He did not understand why Han Shuo was so insistent on hogging a portion of the destruction divine gems. Apart from cultivating the elemental energy of death, I also cultivate the laws of destruction. So, I also need a destruction divine crystal. Han Shuo calmly used the power of his avatar of destruction, using his main body as a medium to release a destruction domain of divinity. Once the domain of divinity of destruction appeared, Aekli was immediately startled. He cried out in alarm again. "You are actually cultivating in 2 elements at the same time? If that's the case, you won't be able to reach the pinnacle of either element. You are too foolish. Han Shua's three souls coexisted but were independent. Therefore, he did not have to worry about Akeley at all. Han Shua merely smiled and shook his head, saying, "You don't have to worry about that. I know what I'm doing." As he spoke, Han Shua took the initiative to divide out the divine essences that Akeley deserved from the pile. Han Shua was rather generous as he did not pick out small pieces of divine essences for Akeley. 10 pieces of destruction divine essences, 10 pieces of wind divine essences, and 10 pieces of lightning divine essences were categorized by Han Shua into a single category and placed in front of Akeley. "This is what you deserve." With these 10 pieces of destruction divine essences, I believe that you will at least be able to reach late-stage low god of destruction. I hope that one day you will be able to avenge your master. Han Shua said in a deep voice as he looked at Akeley. Akeley put on a bitter smile and put away the 30 pieces of divine essences. He sighed and said, what a pity that there aren't 106 pieces of destruction divine essences. There are only 10 pieces of destruction divine essences. It's not enough for me to make a significant breakthrough. Be content. Divine essences are the safest way to increase your divine energy. 10 pieces of destruction divine essences are very precious treasures even on Elysium. Take good care of them and find a safe place to absorb the energy inside. Han Shua reminded. Where are you going? Akeley knew that the two were about to part ways after hearing those words from Han Shua. He had spent some time with Han Shua and felt that Han Shua wasn't a bad person. Therefore, he asked Han Shua this question. If it were anyone else, they would have killed him right away and kept all the divine essences for themselves. Although Han Shua was a little overbearing, Akeley felt that Han Shua was at least not a hypocrite. He was a trustworthy friend. I will go to the City of Shadows. But it's hard to say if I will stay there in the future. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Han Shua had some appreciation for Akeley. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid 50 blue crystal coins for Han Shua's divine tablet. Take care. I will find a place in a nearby village to recuperate. After I have recovered my strength and absorbed the divine energy in the destruction divine essences, I might come to the City of Shadows to look for you. Akeley said smilingly. No problem. Here are 5 purple crystal coins, you can keep them. Don't recklessly sell divine essences when you aren't confident. It's too dangerous. Han Shua was worried that Akeley might not have enough crystal coins to sell the divine essences of wind and lightning, which might attract the attention of greedy people and lead to his death. Many thanks. I know what I'm doing and I won't cause any trouble. Even if I want to sell divine essences, I will go to the dominions of space and destiny. I won't run the risk of being killed, Akeley assured Han Shua smilingly. He knew what Han Shua was worried about. I'm relieved to hear that. Goodbye. Han Shua comforted Akeley and pointed him to a secluded area before waving goodbye to Akeley. After traveling a few miles away from Akeley, Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie stopped in front of Han Shua. Han Shua communicated with Metal Elite Zombie for a while. After confirming that Metal Elite Zombie was safe and sound, Han Shua prepared to send the two back to the Netherworld. Father, this world is more suitable for us to cultivate, Earth Elite Zombie suddenly said. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment and asked, what do you mean? The elements in this world are denser than anywhere else. It is suitable for any advanced life form to live in. But in the Netherworld, only the element of death is the densest. The other elemental energies are inferior to Father's original world. The 5 of us will not be able to make the fastest progress in the Netherworld, Earth Elite Zombie explained to Han Shua. After listening to his explanation, Han Shua pondered in silence. After a while he said, apart from Little Gold, the 4 of you are on the verge of becoming gods. Before you truly become gods, stay in the Netherworld. After you have formed your divine soul, we will discuss this matter in detail. Understood. Earth Elite Zombie nodded obediently. Then, he looked at Han Shua pleadingly and said, Father, you must keep those Earth Element divine essences for me. When I have formed my divine soul and body, I will be able to absorb them. Don't worry, I will keep them for you. Han Shua laughed involuntarily. He thought to himself, these little fellas are getting greedier and greedier. However, Han Shua came here to keep the Earth Element divine essences for Earth Elite Zombie. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only given Akeley the wind and lightning element divine essences. You must keep them for me. I will soon be able to completely comprehend that old dragon's divine soul. Earth Elite Zombie reminded Han Shuo again, as though he was afraid that Han Shuo would lose the earth element divine essences. I know. I will definitely keep them for you. Han Shuo smilingly promised before sending Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie back to the Netherworld. After Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie left, Han Shuo flew towards the City of Shadows according to the directions given by the villagers. On the way, Han Shuo was rather worried. According to Earth Elite Zombie, the 5 Elite Zombies were more suited to grow on Elysium. However, 4 of the 5 Elite Zombies cultivated in the elemental energy of Earth, Life, Fire, and Water. These elemental energies were in conflict with the Calamity Dominions that Han Shuo belonged to. If they were to stay with Han Shuo, it would only be a matter of time before they attracted trouble. However, Han Shuo didn't feel at ease letting them cultivate in the dominions of the 4 over-gods. After all, this was Elysium. There were all kinds of powerful gods. Han Shuo was worried about their safety. With that in mind, Han Shuo really didn't know what to do. After all, he had chosen to side with the 3 overgods of calamity. If people were to discover that he was too close to Earth Elite Zombie, and would Elite Zombie who cultivated in the energy of life and Earth, it would put him in grave danger. He might even be treated as a traitor by the Calamity Church. Forget it, I'll stop thinking about it. I'll figure it out when the time comes. Han Shuo didn't want to think too much about it. After all, he had chosen to side with the 3 overgods of calamity. The Darkness Dominion was many times larger than Profound Continent. As one of the 5 major cities of the Darkness Dominion, the City of Shadows was famous throughout the Darkness Dominion. Although it was called the City of Shadows, it actually included dozens of smaller cities and fortresses. Perhaps any one of those fortresses was even larger than the Lancelot Empire. When Han Shuo finally arrived at the domain of the City of Shadows, he discovered that there was still a long way to go before he could actually enter the city. There were many small villages on the outskirts of the city. Silhouettes of people could be seen in those villages. Han Shuo could sense a multitude of life auras. After passing through 13 small villages, Han Shuo finally arrived at a fortress on the outskirts of the City of Shadows. Before he arrived at the fortress, Han Shuo saw 6 boundary towers that towered into the clouds. The tops of those boundary towers were flickering with dark radiance. They released waves of powerful boundaries in the shape of hexagrams that constantly spread from the fortress to the surroundings. Without a divine tablet or crystal coins, it was impossible to enter such a fortress. At the center of the boundary towers of the fortress, there were some divine guards whose faces Han Shuo couldn't see through the darkness. They were coldly observing every passerby walking towards the fortress. Han Shuo mingled with other gods cultivating in the energy of darkness, death, and destruction as he made his way to the fortress. After observing for a moment, Han Shuo discovered that there were other gods cultivating in other energies such as space, earth, and fire. It appeared that the dominion of darkness didn't forbid the entry of gods of other energies, just like what the outside world had said. After carefully observing and listening, Han Shuo learned that other than gods cultivating in the energy of light and life, gods of other elemental energies could enter the dominion. That was because the 3 overgods of calamity were the absolute opposites of the overgods of light and life. Chapter 683. At the entrance of the fort, Han Shuo handed over his divine tablet and 50 blue crystal coins. That person took Han Shuo's divine tablet and placed it inside a pentagram divine weapon. He nodded and returned the divine tablet to Han Shuo, indicating that he could enter the fort. The divine tablet was the pass to travel on Elysium. Without the divine tablet, one would not be able to enter the fort. Other than the divine tablet, one would also need 50 blue crystal coins. Otherwise, one would not be able to enter the fort. Han Shuo observed for a moment and discovered that there was an endless stream of people entering the fort. The weakest among them were demigods. The majority of them were base gods and low gods. Mid-gods were a rare sight, and high gods of higher levels were nowhere to be seen. Han Shuo followed those people into the fort. When he arrived at the entrance, he took a closer look and realized that he was in Fort Verka. The first thing Han Shuo saw after entering Fort Verka was a row of divine guards wearing dark armor. Each and every one of them was vigilantly sizing up the newcomers. They were maintaining order in Fort Verka so as to prevent any conflict from happening at the entrance which would affect the smooth flow of the fort. After listening attentively for a while, Han Shuo gradually understood that Fort Verka was managed by the House of Croton. The House of Croton was in charge of the fort's security and tax collection, as well as maintaining order in the fort. Donna had once told Han Shuo that there were many family clans on Elysium. All kinds of forces could be found in every corner of the continent. Those family clans, big and small, controlled a lot of territory on Elysium for the 12 overgods. They swore loyalty and devotion to their overgods. Some ancient family clans possessed enormous strength and might even control one or several cities. There were also some family clans that were relatively weak and could only control a few forts or towns. For example, the House of Croton that controlled Fort Verka could only be considered as a third-rate family clan. But when Han Shuo entered Fort Verka, he discovered that the fort was at least 5 times larger than Brettel City. However, it only had a population of a little over 1,000 people. Demigods and base gods made up the majority of the population. There were less than 300 true gods and only a dozen or so mid-gods. Han Shuo was in no hurry to leave Fort Verka. He strolled along the streets and alleys of the fort to experience the true difference between Elysium and Profound Continent. Perhaps because there were no experts in Fort Verka that could pose a threat to him, Han Shuo boldly ordered Cauldron Spirit to release a few demon generals to fly around Fort Verka. Soon he learned the situation in Fort Verka. The situation in Fort Verka wasn't too different from some cities on Profound Continent. The fort was managed by the House of Croton. All residents were bound by the house and had to pay taxes every year. Correspondingly, the Croton clan would ensure their safety and allow them to cultivate in peace. After roaming around the fort with his mystical demons, Han Shuo discovered that the only difference was that everyone's main goal was to improve themselves through cultivation. Surveying every corner of Fort Verka, Han Shuo discovered that there were many shops of various sizes selling all kinds of low-grade divine weapons, as well as some rare materials used to refine divine weapons. There were also some divine scrolls that recorded some basic knowledge about the energy of various energies. There were also many divine tempering fields where gods could exchange cultivation insights and spar, under the protection of the large-scale defensive boundaries, in the divine tempering fields in hopes of making breakthroughs. When Han Shuo discovered that divine scrolls of various energies were being sold, he was immediately tempted. He immediately headed for the largest divine scroll shop. Ever since he parted ways with Akeley, Han Shuo's 2 avatars had been absorbing divine essences of death and destruction inside the cauldron of myriad demon. The divine essence of death had devoured a portion of that god hunter's divine energy. After absorbing 2 more pieces of divine essence of death, Han Shuo had advanced to late-stage low-god realm in one fell swoop. This avatar of Han Shuo's had previously fused with the divine soul of a mid-god and obtained all of that mid-god's cultivation insights. With this advantage, when the divine energy in Han Shuo's body accumulated to a certain level, he could easily advance to late-stage low-god realm. Recently, that avatar of Han Shuo's had temporarily stopped absorbing divine essences. Instead, he continued to comprehend the essence of the energy of death, and took the opportunity to try out some new offensive techniques that he had mastered. As for his avatar of destruction, it was rather troublesome for Han Shuo. After absorbing the energy of the 2 pieces of divine essence of destruction, Han Shuo felt that the divine energy in his body had reached a critical point. Under such circumstances, Han Shuo had to gain a deeper understanding of the energy of destruction. Otherwise, no matter how many divine essences he absorbed, he wouldn't be able to advance to late stage. Unlike the one that cultivated in the energy of death, this avatar of Han Shuo's had no divine soul to comprehend. After becoming a god, every breakthrough to the next realm was a long and arduous process. It seemed that Han Shuo wouldn't be able to advance any further from his current realm, just by relying on the 9th realm Mysticaline Harvester, and the Edict of Destruction that he learned from peeping. During this period of time, Han Shuo had been worrying about this matter. When he arrived at Fort Verka and learned that divine scrolls were on sale, he was immediately tempted. He wanted to see if he could comprehend anything from those divine scrolls. After walking into the divine scroll store, Han Shuo looked around and discovered that there were many scrolls on display. Most of them were suitable for demigods and base gods. There were dozens of scrolls describing the process of advancing from base god to low god. If any of the divine scrolls here were to end up on Profound Continent, Han Shuo believed that they would become the target of every magus and swordsman on Profound Continent. However, the prices of the divine scrolls were clearly marked. Seem very common. There were countless gods on Elysium. Some new gods who had just arrived from other continents would write down their experiences of becoming a god into scrolls and sell them to base gods and demigods who had yet to ascend to godhood in exchange for some crystal coins. Therefore, such scrolls were plentiful on Elysium. Every person's steps and experiences of becoming a god were different. In addition, those who had memorized their experiences might not tell others about them. Therefore, those scrolls might not necessarily be of use. From mid-god onward, one would not have to worry about making a living on Elysium. Even if a mid-god with nothing came to Elysium, there would be envoys sent by major family clans to recruit them. They wouldn't have to worry about crystal coins at all. It was precisely because of this that the cultivation experiences of mid-gods were almost unpurchasable. Those mid-gods who lived a carefree life would not be willing to waste their energy to earn a small amount of crystal coins. High gods were almost all powerhouses of a region. Therefore, it was even more impossible for them to do so. Other than their own descendants, they would never share their cultivation experiences with anyone else, not even their friends. Han Shuo did not know if these cultivation experiences would really be useful to him. Therefore, he wanted to test it out first. When he arrived at the section where the energy of destruction was categorized, Han Shuo lowered his head to look at the scrolls below the boundary. He discovered that the prices ranged from 3 to 10 purple crystal coins. "Can I take a look first?" Then, he raised his head and asked a sweet-looking young lady who cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness. She only possessed base god strength. "I'm sorry, but divine scrolls are different from other products. The content recorded inside might only be a few sentences. If you take a look and memorize it without buying it, we will be at a disadvantage," the young lady explained in a refined and courteous manner with a professional smile on her face. "All right then. Give me the 3 purple crystal coins scroll." Han Shuo took out 3 purple crystal coins and handed them to the young lady with a smile. "No problem." The young lady took out a dark blue divine stone and shone it at the scroll. The divine scroll priced at 3 purple crystal coins flew out from the boundary and attached itself to the divine stone in her hand. "Here you go. Please keep it." The young lady was in a good mood. She handed the scroll to Han Shuo. Han Shuo opened the scroll, flipped through a few pages, and started reading it in front of the young lady. A few minutes later, Han Shuo was greatly disappointed. The scroll contained the insights of a low god, who had just stepped into the elemental energy of destruction. That person's strength was probably weaker than Han Shuo's. The scroll contained no substantial content and was of no help to Han Shuo at all. 3 purple crystal coins were wasted just like that. "Do you need any other scrolls? I believe the divine scroll priced at 10 purple crystal coins would be more suitable for you. Do you need it?" the young lady asked Han Shuo with a beaming smile. "Let me have a look." Han Shuo had obtained more than 100 purple crystal coins from killing Kaiser and Erickson. He didn't particularly care about a few purple crystal coins. As he spoke, he took out another 10 purple crystal coins and handed them to the young lady. "All right." The young lady smiled sweetly. After accepting Han Shuo's purple crystal coins, she handed the divine scroll priced at 10 purple crystal coins to Han Shuo and smilingly said, "The price is different, and so are the levels. Perhaps this one has what you need." "I hope so," Han Shuo casually replied. He then unfolded the divine scroll and started reading it again. "Huh," Han Shuo softly exclaimed. This divine scroll similarly didn't contain any insights. However, it recorded a method of attack called the Orb of Destruction. It was a method to rapidly condense the divine energy in one's body into a sphere and revolve it within the domain of divinity, in accordance with the Edict of Destruction. The scroll described in detail the method to condense the Orb of Destruction. Chapter 684. Oh! Han Shuo looked at the shop assistant with interest, unable to guess what she meant. He asked with a smile, "How did you know I would be interested? You have enough crystal coins and care so much about the power of destruction. I believe you wouldn't mind spending a large sum of money to buy a scroll that you really need. I can guarantee you that my scroll is more useful than anything here." The young girl was unhurried as she said with a smile, "How much are you selling your scroll for? I'll say this first, if it's not worth that price, I'll ask for a refund." Han Shuo said as he stared at her after thinking for a moment, "No problem. If you don't think it's worth it, I'm willing to return the crystal coins to you." The young girl was full of confidence. She looked left and right to ensure that no one was paying attention to her before carefully taking out a yellow divine scroll. This scroll looked like it had been repeatedly flipped through. 40 purple crystal coins, not one less. The young girl waved the scroll in front of Han Shuo and said with a stern expression, "Here, 40 purple crystal coins, here you go." Han Shuo took out 40 purple crystal coins and handed them to her, thinking that the price of this scroll was really high. 40 purple crystal coins could be exchanged for a lot of things. It wasn't a small amount. "I'll give you the scroll. You won't be disappointed, I promise." The young girl handed the yellowed scroll to Han Shuo, full of confidence. Han Shuo didn't know where the young girl's confidence came from. He opened the scroll and quickly memorized the contents on it. The yellow divine scroll was suddenly burned to ashes. "There's no way I can return it now." The young girl hurriedly argued when she saw Han Shuo burn the divine scroll to ashes. "Those 40 purple crystal coins belong to you," Han Shuo said in a deep voice as he looked deeply at the young girl. "Do you still want to look at other things?" The young girl smiled lightly and pointed to the other scrolls below the barrier. "No need." Han Shuo shook his head and pondered for a moment before asking again, "How did you get the scroll you sold me?" "I'm sorry, I can't tell you about that." The young girl put on a vigilant face and reminded Han Shuo, "You don't need to know where it came from. I don't know what's written on it, so there's no point asking me." Han Shuo nodded and sized her up a few more times before saying, "Goodbye." The scroll that the young girl sold recorded the method to devour the energy of a god of destruction. Han Shuo didn't understand why she would sell it. The method to devour the energy of a god of the same element was very easy even without guidance. However, it wasn't easy to grasp the method of devouring the 4 great edictal forces. Every element was different, and if one didn't know anything about it, they wouldn't be able to devour even if a god of the same element was placed in front of them. Only the god hunters knew how to devour the 4 edictal forces. They were the targets of persecution across Elysium. Most people had no chance of learning it. What surprised Han Shuo was that the divine scroll in the girl's hand actually recorded the detailed usage of the devouring power of destruction. Therefore, Han Shuo only glanced at it once before immediately burning it to ashes. After all, this kind of thing was clearly forbidden. Han Shuo wasn't sure if the girl knew the contents of the scroll. She cultivated the power of darkness, and her strength was too low. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have been able to understand what was written on the scroll. However, when she sold the scroll to Han Shuo, she was very confident. It was as if she knew the contents of the scroll. This made Han Shuo very confused. With such doubts in mind, Han Shuo left the scroll shop, but left a mystical demon there to observe the situation. In order to recruit more gods cultivating in the Edict of Destruction, Ramon adopted the method of devouring power, waiting for some of them to succumb to the temptation and throw themselves into the arms of the god hunters. This was the first time Han Shuo had heard of the God Hunter Alliance. Donna had never mentioned it to him before. The god hunters could be said to be the public enemy of Elysium. Any overgod in their dominions would go all out to eliminate this group of lunatics. If they were to make even the slightest mistake in a major city, they would face a devastating attack. Every city had a sufficient number of divine guards and powerful leaders. Those god hunters wouldn't dare to recruit new blood so recklessly in major cities. Only in strongholds like Wuxia, where the defenses weren't as tight, would they be able to easily escape even if they were exposed. They wouldn't be caught and killed on the spot. Ramon was one of them. Han Shuo didn't know how high his position in the God Hunter Alliance was. In addition to the fact that Ramon cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness, Han Shuo wasn't too interested in him. Although the God Hunter Alliance was extremely vicious, They had never harmed Han Shuo in any way. Therefore, after learning the ins and outs of the matter, Han Shuo didn't pay too much attention to them and didn't intend to get involved in their business. Han Shuo silently recalled the mystical demon that had crossed Ramon's barrier of darkness. Instead of immediately setting off for the City of Shadows, Han Shuo found a gymnasium and stayed there for the time being. He wanted to study how to condense and attack the Orb of Destruction. As long as one paid enough crystal coins, one could use any of the many training fields in Fort Verka. Han Shuo used 3 purple crystal coins to rent a training field that covered an area of 1,000 square meters and was equipped with an isolation boundary. The lease was for half a year. According to the method of condensing the Orb of Destruction written on the scroll, Han Shuo used 2 months to successfully compress the divine energy in his body and form an orb that emitted intense energy of destruction. The orb was only the size of a palm and was pitch black in color. There seemed to be liquid divine energy flowing within it. After successfully condensing the Orb of Destruction, 1/5 of the divine energy in Han Shuo's body was extracted and concentrated on the Edict of Destruction. Han Shuo tried to manipulate the Orb of Destruction according to the trajectory of the Edict of Destruction recorded on the scroll, but couldn't get the hang of it. He knew that the person who made the scroll had deliberately distorted some of the details, so that people wouldn't be able to unleash the full might of the Orb of Destruction. Han Shuo's consciousness was powerful and he was very patient. He believed that as long as he kept experimenting with the Orb of Destruction using the marvelous power of his consciousness, he would be able to find the most appropriate way to use it. On this day, as Han Shuo was still experimenting with new ways to manipulate the Orb of Destruction in the gymnasium, a jingle suddenly sounded in front of the gymnasium. Han Shuo immediately sent his avatar of destruction into the cauldron of myriad demon. Puzzled, he went to the gymnasium and asked Zoya, "Didn't I say that no one is allowed to disturb me?" "My apologies, there are a few lords who wish to see you," said Zoya helplessly. He was in charge of this gymnasium. According to the rules, as long as the user paid the required fee, they shouldn't disturb the user. "You're Brian. You cultivate in the energy of destruction, right?" asked a graceful young woman with long red hair that cascaded down her back. She took a deep look at Han Shuo before asking, "That's right. What can I do for you?" asked Han Shuo puzzledly. He could tell that this woman also cultivated in the energy of destruction and was a late-stage low god. Her realm was slightly higher than that of Han Shuo's avatar. Recently, many cultivators of the Edict of Destruction in Fort Verka had their divine energy devoured and died. Those people must have died in the hands of cultivators of the Edict of Destruction. I have been ordered to investigate any suspicious individuals. Come with me, she explained briefly before she turned around and walked towards the exit. The divine guards behind her gestured for Han Shuo to follow them. Chapter 685. After hearing those words, Han Shuo could roughly guess what was going on. The scrolls that Ramon had secretly distributed must have taken effect. Someone must have failed to resist the temptation and attempted to devour another cultivator of the Edict of Destruction. Han Shuo did not take a single step out of the gymnasium, nor did he release his mystical demons to spy on the situation in Fort Verka. He had no idea what the situation was like. However, judging from how the House of Croton had mobilized such a large force to interrogate any cultivator of the Edict of Destruction, the situation should be very bad. After pondering silently for a moment, Han Shuo became rather curious as to how they were going to interrogate him. Therefore, he followed the woman and left the gymnasium. After exiting the gymnasium, Han Shuo immediately discovered that there were a few other cultivators of the Edict of Destruction waiting outside. They were not wearing the special armor of divine guards, and were likely to be interrogated just like Han Shuo. "Come with me. We just want to figure out the situation. We won't take up too much of your time." After bringing Han Shuo to the gymnasium, the woman with long fiery red hair pondered for a moment before she spoke. "Miss Eunice, what's the situation? Recently, mournful and strange howls have been frequently heard in Fort Verka at night. Could it be that the god hunters have invaded in large numbers?" a burly man asked worriedly as he looked at the red-haired woman. The red-haired woman named Eunice swept her gaze across the few low gods of destruction, including Han Shuo. She said in a cold and indifferent manner, "This is Fort Verka under the protection of our House of Croton. Would the god hunters dare to be impudent in broad daylight? Humph, but what is certain is that there are indeed god hunters inside the fort. They might even be some of you. If we don't interrogate them properly and they cause a few more incidents, the people will indeed be in a state of panic." Han Shuo sneered in his mind. Having heard Ramon's conversation, Han Shuo knew that Ramon did not attach any importance to the House of Croton at all. That was why he was acting in Fort Verka. Eunice should be a member of the House of Croton. It appeared that she did not know how difficult the opponent they were about to face would be. Miss Eunice is right. The god hunters wouldn't dare to come out in broad daylight. Another person said with righteous indignation, "Those damnable god hunters deserve to be punished. If I, Lacey, were to encounter those god hunters, I will definitely teach them a lesson. It's good enough that you're still alive. Don't talk big in front of me." Among those who died, one of them was a late-stage low god. With your strength of a mid-stage low god, you are nothing but their prey. Eunice mocked him with disdain. The man laughed awkwardly and did not refute. He seemed to be afraid of Eunice. "What?" The burly man who first asked the question cried out in surprise. "Even a late-stage low god has been killed? That's right. That's why all of you must be careful. Don't be arrogant and think that you can handle it. If you encounter anyone suspicious, you should immediately shout for help. The Divine Guards have been patrolling the area recently. They will arrive very soon." After saying those words, Eunice added, "But before that, I want to make sure that all of you are innocent. If you happen to be a god hunter, I will kill you with my own hands no matter who you are." Those who knew of Eunice's identity and strength became as quiet as cicadas in winter after hearing those words. They seemed to be very afraid of this red-haired woman. "Miss Eunice, the interrogation is done. We can go now," a divine guard beside her suddenly said to Eunice while fiddling with a miniature compass on his left wrist. "Everyone follow me. If anyone dares to leave halfway, I will treat him as a god hunter and kill him on the spot. Take care." Eunice waved her hand and led the party towards the center of Fort Verka. The party, including Han Shuo, silently followed behind Eunice. Soon enough, Eunice led Han Shuo and the party to the largest gymnasium in Fort Verka. This gymnasium was managed by the House of Croton. It occupied a vast area and was fully equipped with all kinds of facilities. Eunice led Han Shuo and the party to the gymnasium. Han Shuo discovered that there were more than 70 people in the gymnasium. Most of them cultivated in the energy of destruction. Those who did not were divine guards of the House of Croton. "Uncle, how is it?" Eunice walked straight to a tall and skinny middle-aged man with a full beard. "I didn't discover any problems." "How strange," Barnett shook his head. His eyes were looking back and forth at Han Shuo and the others as he spoke. "Let's test them," Eunice sighed helplessly. Eunice helplessly let out a soft sigh. She turned to Han Shuo and the others and shouted, one by one according to the sequence. "This will test whether the divine energy in your body is pure or not. As long as there are no impurities in your divine energy, you may leave." To devour the divine energy of others, there was a process of fusing it with one's own divine energy. Before the process was complete, the divine energy in one's body would contain impurities. Han Shuo was well aware of this. Han Shuo looked at the miniature energy tower on Barnett's platform and sensed it for a moment. He immediately realized that the miniature energy tower could absorb divine energy and had the function of directly projecting the divine energy into the tower. One by one, the party placed their hands on the energy tower and injected a strand of divine energy into it. Once divine energy entered the tower, the energy tower would radiate a faint white light. This meant that the divine energy that was injected into the tower was pure and without any impurities. The first few didn't have any problems and the energy tower reacted normally. When it was Han Shuo's turn, Han Shuo calmly put a smile on his face as he placed his hand on the energy tower and infused a thread of divine energy into it. However, the energy tower that had been radiating a faint white light suddenly flickered for a moment. The white light gradually turned gray. Han Shuo was stunned. Before he could explain, Barnett and Eunice shouted in unison, "God hunters!" The two exclamations were extremely ear-piercing in the quiet gymnasium. The gazes of everyone in the gymnasium immediately gathered on Han Shuo. After Barnett and Eunice shouted, they surrounded Han Shuo as if they had a tacit understanding. Some of the Fort Verka divine guards also rapidly gathered around them. Han Shuo suddenly found himself unable to move an inch. What's going on? Didn't you say that the avatar of destruction has been cleansed of all impurities? Han Shuo hastily transmitted to the cauldron spirit, in an attempt to figure out what was going on. 2 seconds later, the cauldron spirit replied, that avatar's body is indeed free of impurities. However, that avatar is refined from the demon's layer edge, and the demon's layer edge is infused with your blood essence. This is something that cannot be changed. That must be the reason why the rock is glowing. Han Shuo immediately understood what was going on after hearing the cauldron spirit's explanation. The avatar was indeed refined from the demon's layer edge. According to the cauldron spirit, the blood essence of demonic arts cultivators is extremely special. It was only natural that the energy tower would detect the impurities in Han Shuo's divine energy. This was something that Han Shuo did not expect. That was why he boldly injected his divine energy into the rock. Little did he expect that such a huge mishap would occur. After communicating with the cauldron spirit, Han Shuo discovered that he had fallen into a tight encirclement. Barnett and Eunice wore gloomy faces as they stared at Han Shuo. Barnett asked in a cold and sinister voice, "How many accomplices do you have? As long as you cooperate with us, we will let you die a little more comfortably." Misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Han Shuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at the divine guard surrounding him and explained with a bitter smile. The evidence is conclusive. This is definitely not a misunderstanding. Eunice coldly shouted and continued, over the past few months, a total of 13 destruction energy cultivators have died in Fort Verka. All of them were killed by someone who devoured their divine energy. How dare you say that this is a misunderstanding? Kill him. Those damned god hunters. Miss Eunice, kill him in the cruelest way possible. My wife was killed by them. I want revenge. My younger brother was also killed by them. Everyone in the gymnasium was glaring at Han Shuo in rage. Some of them had relatives and friends who were killed by the divine energy. They charged at Han Shuo with all their might. If it weren't for the Fort Verka divine guards holding them back, they would have fought to the death with Han Shuo. Han Shuo could sense the fury of those people. He finally realized why the god hunters had been operating in secret all this time and did not dare to operate in major cities. Han Shuo understood that if he couldn't explain the matter clearly, he might not be able to walk out of the gymnasium alive. Even if he escaped using demonic disassembly, he would not be able to establish a foothold on Elysium with his divine tablet. It's a misunderstanding. It really is a misunderstanding. Han Shuo explained in a bitter smile. Youngster, you still dare to quibble at this point? Don't tell me you want me to kill you and dig out all the secrets in your soul. Barnett sneered sinisterly. He was a mid-god cultivating in the energy of death, and he had his own way of doing things. I really am not a god hunter, replied Han Shuo in a bitter smile. Then how do you explain the anomaly in the energy towers? Asked Eunice impatiently. She was ready to attack at any moment. I cultivate in 2 energies. There are 2 types of divine energies in my body. That is why this anomaly occurred. Han Shuo hastily explained. He immediately deployed the divine energy of his avatar of death and formed a domain of divinity around him. Then, his divine energy changed and the domain of divinity changed from the energy of death to the energy of destruction. Huh! The crowd exclaimed in surprise. They started sizing up Han Shuo with strange gazes. Barnett waved his hand and gestured for the divine guards to step back. I didn't expect that there would be an idiot like you who cultivates in 2 energies at the same time. You will only achieve nothing by doing that. Worse still, the 2 energies will clash and you will die, said Eunice to Han Shuo as though she was looking at an idiot. Then she turned to Barnett and asked, Uncle, such an idiot can't be a god hunter, right? Definitely not. Barnett nodded in agreement. He then turned to Han Shuo and said, all right, you may leave now. Han Shuo put on a bitter smile. Just as he was about to return to his room and continue cultivating the orb of destruction, he suddenly discovered that Rahman had brought a few people to the gymnasium. Those people, just like Han Shuo, had obtained the special scrolls from that shop. Chapter 686. Rahman was the most frightening god-hunter leader that Han Shuo knew of in Fort Verka. For such a character to suddenly appear in a gymnasium specially designed to test god-hunters, there was definitely something fishy going on. Han Shuo retreated from the energy tower in front of Barnet. He was in no hurry to leave but carefully observed Rahman and the others' actions. He wanted to know what these true god-hunters were up to by coming here. At present, there were 87 people gathered in the largest gymnasium. Other than 21 divine guards from the House of Croton, the rest were cultivators of the Edict of Destruction. Only half of those who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction had passed the test. Those who passed the test were not in a hurry to leave, but were observing the situation in the energy tower in front of Barnet. As cultivators of the Edict of Destruction, they were not in a hurry to leave because the god-hunters roaming around Fort Verka had become a threat to their lives. They wanted the House of Croton to figure out the situation and capture those god-hunters. After all, as long as the god-hunters were not captured, they, as cultivators of the Edict of Destruction, would become the targets of those god-hunters. The feeling of being treated as prey was not a good feeling for anyone. It could be said that basically all the low gods of destruction in Fort Verka had gathered in this gymnasium. Han Shuo was certain that there were god-hunters among them. The reason why the energy tower could not detect them was because they had completely fused the divine energy they had absorbed with themselves. Han Shuo carefully observed the crowd and discovered that the eyes of the dozen or so low gods of destruction who were originally in the gymnasium started to flicker when they saw Rahman and the others. They secretly communicated with Rahman and the others with their eyes, as though they were preparing for something. Han Shuo immediately realized that something was about to happen in this gymnasium. He was in even more of a hurry to leave. Rahman, why are you here? You cultivate in the energy of darkness. There won't be any problems. Barnet recognized Rahman and shouted at the approaching Rahman. Haha, I brought my friend here to take the test. I'm just cooperating with you, replied Rahman with a warm smile. He did not look as cold and sinister as he did back in the shop. It seemed that this man was very good at disguising himself. Thank you. Barnet expressed his gratitude and instructed the divine guards in front of him, make way. Let Rahman and his friends come first. Rahman was a mid-god, but no matter where one was, powerful people would always enjoy special privileges. There were only so many mid-gods in Fort Verka. As a member of the House of Croton, it was normal for Barnet to be familiar with Rahman. Rahman led a few people who cultivated in the energy of destruction through the crowd, and arrived in front of Barnet. Like Han Shuo, those who had seen the scroll that Rahman had deliberately distributed but did not rebuke him on the spot, had all infused their divine energy into the energy tower. The energy tower then emitted white light as usual, indicating that they were fine. But Han Shuo was almost certain that the people who came with Rahman were the culprits of the murders in Fort Verka. The fact that the energy towers didn't emit white light could only mean that they had fused with the divine powers. There's no problem. I believe Rahman is your friend. He wouldn't do something so suicidal. Barnet nodded. He seemed to be very familiar with Rahman. Of course. Rahman laughed heartily. However, his eyes were roving all over Eunice's body. He smilingly said, Miss Eunice, you have been working hard these past few days. Those matters must have troubled you, haven't they? There was a trace of lecherous glint in his eyes as he looked at Eunice. Some of the people who couldn't figure out what was going on cursed. Barnet, who was testing at the energy tower, suddenly had a huge change in expression. He cried out in alarm, Who is it? This is Fort Verka under the City of Shadows. Who dares to be so presumptuous here? Barnet could sense that the aura of destruction that suddenly erupted in the gymnasium was not something he could withstand. Uncle, the intruder is very terrifying. I have never felt such terrifying energy of destruction. Eunice, who was relatively calm, softly shouted to Barnet. She was on high alert as though she was facing a formidable enemy. The dark golden sphere floating above the gymnasium continued to release the aura of destruction. It formed a domain of divinity that enveloped the entire gymnasium. When the crowd discovered that the intruder was the dark golden sphere floating above their heads, they raised their heads to look at it. Suddenly, ink-black spheres of light flew out from the dark golden sphere and flew toward the boundary above the gymnasium. Those ink-black spheres of light attached themselves to the boundary above the gymnasium and started moving at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the spheres of light passed, they would leave behind trails of electricity that changed the structure of the boundary above the gymnasium. The aura of destruction in the gymnasium grew denser and denser. Han Shuo was greatly astonished. His eyes were glistening as he stared at the boundary. He did not dare to relax for even a moment. The energy of destruction contained in the ink-black spheres of light that flew out from the dark golden sphere was too obvious and too concentrated. Han Shuo, who had been secretly cultivating the orb of destruction for some time, could immediately tell that those ink-black spheres of light were orbs of destruction. The orbs of destruction were constantly flying above the boundary, leaving behind trails of black electricity that changed the structure of the boundary. This caused Han Shuo to be even more puzzled. The scrolls that Han Shuo used to cultivate the orb of destruction came from Ramon's scroll shop. This made Han Shuo even more puzzled. "Who are you? Show yourself," Barnett shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice was extremely penetrating. It appeared that he was trying to attract the attention of the divine guards outside the gymnasium. "It's useless. No one will be able to hear anything that happens here. Even if you shout yourself hoarse, your voice won't be able to penetrate the barrier." Ramon suddenly walked back the way he came, a sinister smile on his face. He had a calm expression on his face. "It's you," Eunice cried out in surprise. Her pretty face was ice cold as she asked, "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in our Fort Verka?" "Miss Eunice, you will soon know who I am. When I have you under my crotch and toy with you, I will slowly tell you everything." Ramon no longer concealed his lustful thoughts towards Eunice. He started laughing in an unbridled manner. "Shameless!" Eunice clenched her teeth and shouted angrily in response to Ramon's lustful gaze and impudent words. "Ramon, do you know what the consequences of making an enemy of the House of Croton will be?" Barnett took a deep breath to steady his anger that was about to explode at any moment. He stared at Ramon and asked in a calm manner. Ramon nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders, chuckled sinisterly. "Do you really think that a puny House of Croton is worthy of our attention? Poor Barnett, you think too highly of the House of Croton." As Ramon spoke, more than 20 people who cultivated in the energy of destruction walked out from the crowd one after another. They stood beside Ramon and made their stand clear. "God hunters. They are all God hunters." Eunice suddenly came to a realization. She pointed at the 20 or so people and shouted. She was so angry that her body was trembling. The divine guards of the House of Croton and Eunice immediately followed behind him. "It's not up to you to decide whether or not you will join us in our evil deeds." Ramon put on a mocking smile. He pointed at the god hunters behind him who also cultivated in the Edict of Destruction and said, "In the past, they didn't know how to use the energy of destruction to devour others. That was why they were content with the status quo. But look, after I told them the method, didn't they become the same kind of people as us? Barnett, you've never tasted that wonderful feeling, that's why you're saying that. If you've used the power of death to devour someone, you'll know that it's the most memorable feeling. Do you want to try it? I want to know what it feels like to kill you." Barnett was not swayed by Ramon's words. He resolutely walked towards Ramon. "Barnett, don't be so impulsive. Don't you want to know what I am trying to do?" Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Ramon resorted to another method, to pique Barnett's curiosity. Clearly, Ramon's method was effective. Barnett stopped, stared at Ramon and asked, "What are you trying to do?" "You will know very soon." Ramon proudly pointed at the boundary that enveloped them and shouted to the crowd, "The boundary is shrinking. If you don't want to die, gather at the center. I will bring you to a place where you can escape the fate of being bombarded by the energy of destruction on the boundary." Upon hearing those words, the crowd raised their heads and looked at the sky. Sure enough, they discovered that it was just as Ramon said. The boundary that looked like an enormous cover that completely sealed off the gymnasium was shrinking bit by bit as the orbs of destruction rolled down. Thin and long electric sparks were leaping on the surface of the boundary, forming waves of energy of destruction. The dark golden sphere that had been hovering motionlessly above their heads had stopped spewing orbs of destruction. It was like an eye coldly looking down at the crowd, giving off a terrifying pressure. By now Han Shuo, who was hiding among the crowd, was almost certain that the dark golden sphere was an extremely powerful divine weapon, and its owner was absolutely a terrifying high god cultivating in the energy of destruction. Only a divine weapon in the hands of a high god could produce such a terrifying effect. There were approximately 300 orbs of destruction drifting out from the dark golden sphere. All of them attached themselves to the boundary and revolved. Based on what Han Shuo knew about the scroll, he believed that the owner of the dark golden sphere was the person who produced the scroll and mastered the orbs of destruction. It was precisely with this understanding that Han Shuo, who could use the Earth Elite Zombie to leave from the depths of the Earth, didn't take advantage of the chaos to escape. Instead, he boldly mingled in the crowd and watched the development of the situation without batting an eyelid. The boundary outside the gymnasium was still shrinking. Rahman, who was standing at the center of the gymnasium, had erected another bidirectional spacetime portal. The bidirectional spacetime portal was a special divine weapon used for short-distance teleportation. It was manufactured by mighty gods cultivating in the Edict of Space and was extremely precious. By utilizing the bidirectional spacetime portal, two people who owned two portals could freely travel back and forth to meet each other. The original creator of the bidirectional spacetime portal was to make it convenient for a couple in a foreign land to meet each other. That couple did not cultivate in the same energy. One cultivated in a secret location in the north of Elysium that was rich in elemental energy, while the other cultivated in the south of Elysium that was rich in elemental energy. If the couple wished to meet each other, they would have to travel across more than half of Elysium. That was how the bidirectional spacetime portal came into being. Although the bidirectional spacetime portal could not be used for interplanar teleportation, it could be carried around and was very convenient. As the materials needed to construct the bidirectional spacetime portal were rather precious and could only be manufactured by high gods cultivating in the Edict of Space, the bidirectional spacetime portal was exceedingly precious and ordinary people could not possibly own one. Rahman was just a mid-god of darkness. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to own such a precious bidirectional spacetime portal. As soon as Rahman erected the bidirectional spacetime portal, Han Shuo immediately realized that it must have belonged to the owner of the dark golden sphere. While Han Shuo was pondering, Rahman laughed loudly and pointed at the opened portal. He smilingly said, "Go in if you don't want to die. Barnett, if you want to know what's going on, you have to go in too. I don't mind telling you that the boundary around here was created by a high god divine weapon. If you don't go in, you will die." "Humph, I'll go in and see what you're up to." Barnett coldly groaned and strode into the portal. However, he seemed to have lost some of his confidence. Han Shuo knew that he had no other choice. "Little beauty, you go first. I'll be with you shortly," said Rahman with a big smile when it was Eunice's turn. Pooh! Eunice could not restrain the disgust in her heart. She spat on Rahman's face to make her stand clear. But when Eunice spat on Rahman's face, she panicked. By then, her uncle Barnett had already entered the portal. Most of the people who stayed behind were on Rahman's side. She was afraid that Rahman would take drastic action. To the crowd's surprise, Rahman did not immediately flip out. Instead, he reached out his index finger to touch the spittle on his cheek. Then, he put the spittle into his mouth and began sucking on it right in front of Eunice's face. He looked extremely obscene. Disgusting. Eunice was in a panic. She no longer dared to look at Rahman. She entered the bidirectional spacetime portal in an extremely sorry state. Her heart was filled with humiliation and unwillingness. Ha ha ha. Rahman laughed maniacally and was extremely pleased with himself. It was only after Eunice disappeared into the portal that his attitude turned cold. He grinned hideously and mumbled to himself, "Eunice, you can't escape from the palm of my hand. When the time comes, I'll let you know what it means to beg for death." The barrier around the gymnasium shrank tighter and tighter. Those panic-stricken people entered the portal one after another. Soon it was Han Shua's turn to enter. Huh. Ramon stared blankly at Han Shua for a moment. Then, he suddenly asked in a puzzled tone, I know you. You've read the contents of the scroll, but you didn't show any extreme reaction. This means that you've also thought of using the devouring method written on the scroll. But why didn't you stand with us? And why didn't you do anything special after that? Han Shua had long known that Ramon was using a special device to clearly see everything that happened inside the shop. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to tell that those people were disloyal and would gradually become his people. Han Shua was not surprised at all by Ramon's words. He smiled and said, That's right. I've also read the contents of the scroll and I'm really interested in it. It's just that I've been delayed by some matters and haven't found a target yet. Hee. Haha, kindred spirits. I'm sure you'll have a target once you enter. Ramon grinned sinisterly at Han Shua's words and patted Han Shua's shoulder. He must have regarded Han Shua as one of his kind. I hope so too. Han Shua replied cheerfully and hastily walked toward the portal. However, he was cursing in his heart. Damn it! Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Chapter 687. When Han Shua stepped into the portal and walked out, he discovered that he had arrived in a valley. The valley was shrouded in lingering clouds and was surrounded by cliffs. On the cliffs there were many bottomless caves leading to who knows where. The ground beneath his feet was very hard because it was mixed with rock fragments. Those who had entered the portal earlier were also pacing around the valley. Eunice and Barnett were together and were whispering to each other. They were probably trying to come up with a suitable solution for their current predicament. Han Shua unfolded his consciousness, and just as he was about to probe the surroundings, he immediately sensed the presence of a boundary deep in the clouds above his head. The boundary, which emanated an obvious aura of destruction, was surprisingly able to detect the probing of Han Shua's consciousness. The clouds and mist in the area where Han Shua's consciousness was roaming suddenly started to churn. Han Shua was alarmed and immediately withdrew his consciousness. He did not know if his consciousness could penetrate the boundary, but when he saw that the boundary could detect his consciousness, he did not dare to continue taking the risk lest the owner of the place retaliated. Behind Han Shua, those god hunters who had obviously fallen into depravity walked out of the portal one after another. As soon as they walked out of the portal, their eyes became more and more excited. They looked at Han Shua and the others with ferocious gazes as though they were looking at their prey. Ramon was the last to walk out of the dimensional gate. He was probably the last to collect the dimensional gate and the dark golden orb that contained the orb of destruction, so that the Croton family of Fort Verka would not be able to find any traces of their disappearance. After walking out of the portal, Ramon immediately searched for traces of Eunice. When he saw Eunice, he couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. No one knew what was going through his mind. His face was filled with obscenity. Welcome to one of the strongholds of our God Hunter Alliance. Here, I would like to introduce to you our leader who cultivates in the Edict of Destruction, Lord Bravst. Ramon raised his voice and shouted towards an enormous cave at the side of the valley. Ramon, it's been hard on you. Suddenly, a voice came from inside the cave. It is my honor to serve Lord Bravst. Ramon dared not claim credit for himself. He raised his voice and said, I have brought nearly all those who cultivate in the Edict of Destruction from Fort Verka with me. Do you have any other instructions, my lord? Very good. Come in and take what you deserve. Hand over the 2 divine tools I gave you. Bravst shouted from inside the cave. He was nowhere to be seen. Ramon was overjoyed. He put away the other spatial door behind him and leaped into the cave. Although Han Shua couldn't see Bravst's face or sense his aura, he was certain that Bravst was a formidable high god. Han Shua was certain that Bravst was the master of the dark golden sphere. This was because a mid-god definitely couldn't create so many orbs of destruction. Moreover, every orb of destruction contained such powerful destruction divine energy. Very soon Ramon returned. He seemed to have gotten what he wanted and appeared to be even more excited. Lord Bravst said that as long as you cultivators of the energy of destruction devour the divine energy of one of the people around you, you will be considered one of us, and you will be allowed to leave this valley alive. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Ramon stood at the entrance of the cave and announced, Upon hearing those words, Tanai Mountain and the others' faces jolted. They vigilantly distanced themselves from the people around them, fearing that someone might suddenly attack them. Han Shuo had long anticipated that this would be the outcome. That Bravst had gone through so much trouble to have Ramon gather all those who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, here for no other reason than to kill them all. According to what Ramon had said in the shop, the number of god hunters cultivating in the Edict of Destruction was the least. Bravst must have been short on manpower, and that was why he had instructed Han Shuo, a cultivator of the Edict of Darkness, to carry out this task. From this, it could be seen that Bravst was severely lacking in manpower. Han Shuo, who had once devoured that old woman with the energy of death, had personally experienced that feeling. He knew that anyone who took that step would find it very difficult to resist the terrifying desire that would constantly surge in their heart. In the end, they would join the God Hunter faction and become one of them. After all, not many people were like Han Shuo, who had been struggling with their willpower ever since they started cultivating demonic arts. They were not Han Shuo and could not resist that terrifying temptation. Bravst was well aware of that, and that was why he had given the order. He also believed that once someone had a taste of that feeling, they would find it hard to give up, and would eventually become a god hunter and serve him. Ramon's words undoubtedly set off a huge wave of commotion among the people in the valley. After Ramon's words faded, a huge scroll suddenly descended from the cloudy sky. The scroll recorded the detailed method of using the power of destruction to engulf those of the same attribute. In the valley, those who had yet to become god hunters had never visited Ramon's scroll shop before. Almost none of them knew how to use the energy of destruction to devour those of the same energy. When the enormous scroll descended, many of them were bewildered. After observing for a moment, Han Shuo discovered that under the threat of death and the temptation of growing stronger, a portion of them had begun to memorize the contents of the scroll. The method of devouring one's own kind wasn't difficult. With the correct guidance, almost anyone could master it. Those who had their eyes on the scroll, and were silently memorizing the method would definitely become the god hunter's kin in the future. Those who remained firm in their stand were constantly gnawing away at their willpower, and gradually began to waver. If it weren't for the threat of death, at least a large portion of those present would have disregarded the contents of the scroll. After all, god hunters were the public enemy of the entire Elysium, and were despised by everyone. But under the threat of death, if they resisted, it would mean that they would disappear forever. They had to think carefully. I will be watching your every move. Don't worry, I will help you subdue those who dare to take action, even if your opponent is stronger than you. I know that you have always loathed god hunters and will never be one of us. Since you are going to die, why don't you give me a chance to live? A skinny young man with a scar on his face sheepishly took out an exquisite crossbow and aimed it at Han Shuo. The divine energy of destruction in his body flowed into the crossbow. Lager, it's actually you. I once saved your life and now you are the one who ambushed me. Only, who was shot by the arrow, stared at his assailant in disbelief. His eyes were wide open and it was obvious that he was extremely furious. Yes, I have always been grateful to you. That's why I asked you to save me again. I think you will be glad to do so. Goodbye only. I will remember the 2 times you saved my life. The skinny youth called Lager shot out 3 small arrows in quick succession. Each arrow was imbued with the power of destruction. Only, who had already been hit by Lager's sneak attack, was obviously not very agile anymore. At such a close distance and with Lager's full strength, he could only dodge 2 of the 3 small arrows in the end. Another arrow pierced his chest. At the same time, Lager suddenly charged at Only, who had been shot by 2 arrows. He took the opportunity to punch Only twice. Violent energy surged into Only's body and knocked him to the ground. Everyone, he's mine. Do as you please, but don't fight with me for him. Lager, who had his hands pressed against Only's back, raised his head and grinned at the crowd. His smile was very bright, but it sent a chill down everyone's spine. A person who could attack his savior so decisively and viciously, without the slightest bit of remorse, was definitely insane. It was no wonder that he was the first to attack Only. This kind of person was usually the most feared. Under his bright smile, the crowd subconsciously took a few steps back, as though to express their attitude. Damn it, there's actually such a person. Even those who had become god hunters started to feel disgusted by his actions and started cursing. God hunters couldn't help but feel tempted by the act of devouring. Other than involuntarily attacking cultivators of the same element, they weren't much different from ordinary cultivators. They had their own emotions and they had their own circle of friends. Therefore, they also found it unbearable to see such an insane person. The space around Lager automatically parted to create a larger space. He started devouring his savior, Onli, as though there was no one else around him. Amidst Onli's wails and howls, that gentle smiling Lager seemed to become more and more malevolent in the eyes of the crowd. Give me half of it so that I don't have to hunt for more prey. Suddenly an untimely chuckle sounded from a corner. The crowd was shocked to hear those words. They thought, who could be so bold as to provoke Lager? With this in mind, everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Under the crowd's gazes, Han Shua leisurely strolled out. Chapter 688. The crossbow in Lager's hand was decorated with exquisite patterns. The two ends of the crossbow were inlaid with 2 gems, one red and one blue. When he filled the crossbow to the brim, the hands that held the bow and the arrows emitted a black ray of light. The red and blue gems seemed to be able to amplify his divine energy, causing the aura of destruction on the crossbow to become denser and denser. Whoosh! 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 Another 3 arrows were shot consecutively. After the arrows left the bowstring, they turned into 3 slender black snakes that charged at Han Shua with bared fangs and brandished claws. Although Han Shua's body could not display demonic arts, his sensitive consciousness was still very useful. Although the trajectories of the 3 arrows were tricky, they could not evade the detection of Han Shua's consciousness. As soon as the 3 arrows were shot, Han Shua's posture changed. He suddenly flew close to the ground, narrowly dodging the 3 arrows that pierced through his head, and closed in on Lager. Lager chuckled. He did not seem to be afraid of Han Shua's approach. Seeing that the 3 arrows failed to hit Han Shua, he quickly put away the crossbow. With a flick of his left hand, a double-edged battle-axe appeared in his hand. The battle-axe reeked of blood and was dark red in color. It was obviously not an ordinary weapon. Both of them cultivated in the energy of destruction and were at the same realm. Lager did not unleash his domain of divinity. Instead, he gripped the double-edged battle-axe with both hands and laughed heartily. He infused his divine energy into the battle-axe and swung it at Han Shua's head. If this attack were to hit, Han Shua's head would inevitably split open. Han Shua narrowed his eyes and increased his speed as he swooped down on Lager. His avatar transformed into the Demon Slayer Edge. He infused the energy of destruction into the Demon Slayer Edge and blasted it at Lager. That avatar of his that cultivated in the energy of destruction was originally transformed from the Demon Slayer Edge. All the destruction divine energy and aura of destruction were in the Demon Slayer Edge. Therefore, Han Shua's avatar could still borrow the destruction divine energy from the Demon Slayer Edge. Han Shua stealthily channeled a few wisps of demonic yuan into the Demon Slayer Edge, keeping it hidden and waiting for the moment of contact with Lager to explode. This way, Han Shua believed that no one would know that he had tampered with the Demon Slayer Edge. He believed that even Lager himself would have a hard time finding out that the demonic yuan was mixed within the energy of destruction. Courting death. Lager sneered in his heart. He gripped his double-edged battle-axe tightly with both hands and infused it with the divine power of destruction. Suddenly, a scarlet light shot out of the axe. In an instant, a destructive aura erupted from Lager. On the other hand, Han Shua's face was calm. The Demon Slayer Edge in his hand didn't reveal its sharpness. Only the faint aura of destruction was emitted, allowing everyone to understand that he had indeed condensed his energy. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing reverberated through the entire valley. Waves of destruction spread out from the point where the two of them clashed, slowly dissipating into the surroundings. The huge scroll hanging in the sky suddenly swayed slightly, and the clouds above also slowly floated up. With this strike, Han Shua secretly mixed his demonic yuan with the destruction divine energy, and used the Demon Slayer edge as a medium to surge towards Lager's double-edged battle axe. The strength of the two was originally about the same. After Han Shuo secretly added his demonic yuan, it was obvious that Lager was no match for him. Han Shuo's right hand that was holding the Demon Slayer edge only felt a little numb, while Lager was continuously pushed back by a strong force. His steps were also unsteady. Without giving Lager a chance to regroup, Han Shuo finally closed in on Lager. The Demon Slayer edge in his hand stabbed out hundreds of times in an instant. All of them were aimed at Lager's head, chest, abdomen and heart. Lager, who had no choice but to retreat, struggled to brandish his double-edged battle axe, resisting Han Shuo's torrential attacks with great difficulty. The double-edged battle axe was known for its weight and great power. However, it was obviously lacking in agility. Lager's double-edged battle axe could bring out the best in each other's strengths. However, the battle axe didn't seem suitable when it came to defending. Under the torrential barrage of sword rays from Han Shuo, streaks of destructive energy rained down on Lager like black raindrops. Lager struggled to defend and was in great pain. Sounds of flesh being pierced came from Lager's body. Soon blood flowed down from his abdomen, wrists, and other parts of his body. With this, he was on the verge of defeat and could only defend. Why was his first attack so powerful? Lager was somewhat panicked. As the victim, Lager knew that the reason he was in such a situation was because a strong force from the double-edged battle axe had rushed into his body during his first attack. This caused his divine energy to become chaotic, and he was unable to organize an effective divine energy attack. It seems that I don't need to use Amway anymore. You alone are enough. Han Shuo suddenly stared at Lager and said softly. His expression was frighteningly calm. Lager, who was flustered, could feel more and more wounds on his body. The more he tried to resist and move his arms and legs, the faster his blood flowed out. Gradually, he began to feel slightly dizzy. He was referring to the excessive blood loss. At this moment, he heard Han Shuo's sudden shout. That voice carried a strange power that seemed to reverberate in Lager's divine soul, causing him to become even more frightened. The Demon Slayer edge in his hand glowed with a dark light. Han Shuo had captured Lager's mind and was prepared to take his life with one strike. Suddenly, the huge scroll moved on its own and coincidentally landed between Han Shuo and Lager, blocking Han Shuo's fatal attack on Lager. Han Shuo swung his Demon Slayer edge, but only managed to pierce the huge scroll that recorded the method to devour destructive energy. A powerful boundary surged out from the scroll like soft cotton. Han Shuo's Demon Slayer edge was affected by the boundary, and could not deal a fatal blow to the panicking Lager. We'll all be on the same side in the future. There's no need for the two of you to continue fighting to the death. Brov's deep voice suddenly sounded from within the dark cave. As soon as his voice faded, the huge scroll swayed and rose into the sky again. Lager, who was behind the scroll, took the opportunity to retreat far away from Han Shuo. He looked at Han Shuo with a face full of smiles, bowed, and asked, "Friend, what's your name? Thank you for letting me win today." Han Shuo could sense the unforgettable hatred behind Lager's smile, but he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. He shrugged and replied with a smile, "It's an insult to me that a bastard who would kill my savior knows my name." Han Shuo had lost all interest in feigning civility when faced with this kind of scheming, shameless, and ruthless person. Lager did not fly into a rage after being called a bastard in front of so many people. He only laughed dryly and remained silent. Han Shuo was greatly disappointed that Lager did not lose his reason and charge at him. Knowing that Brovst was here, if Lager did not take the initiative to attack him, Han Shuo would not have a reasonable excuse to kill him. "I'll give you an hour to prove your determination. Do not waste this opportunity." Brovst's voice suddenly sounded from within the dark cave. As soon as those words were spoken, the eyes of those who had just watched a good show began to flicker. Han Shuo secretly observed some of the people around him as he walked towards Onli, who was lying on the ground. Han Shuo saw that Onli was on the verge of death. By the time Han Shuo was about to place his hand on Onli's body, Onli's life force had been completely exhausted and he was completely dead. The remaining divine energy in Onli's body had been completely exhausted. Naturally, Han Shuo could not devour the divine energy in Onli's body. Onli was already dead. Even if Han Shuo did not absorb his divine soul into Cauldron Spirit, it would still gradually dissipate from this world. When Han Shuo placed his hand on Onli's body, he absorbed Onli's divine soul into Cauldron Spirit with the help of Cauldron Spirit, so that Cauldron Spirit could refine Onli into a demon general. Ah! A shrill howl sounded from afar. Han Shuo turned his head and looked in the direction of the howl, as though he was absorbing the divine energy in Onli's body. In just a short while, the entire valley began to show its cruelest side. In an instant, everyone seemed to have gone mad. They attacked those around them without any regard for their own lives. Those who had secretly practiced the devouring method on the scroll wanted to kill at least one person to prove their determination. As for Eunice and the others who were unwilling to be part of the evil deeds, they had no choice but to desperately resist in order to survive. Han Shuo sighed inwardly. He knew that there were indeed not many who could remain unmoved under the threat of death and the temptation of rapidly increasing their strength. It was within Han Shuo's expectations that those people would use the law of survival of the fittest to the extreme in Tanai. With Bravst, the leader of the God Hunter Alliance, present, there was no way for Han Shuo to stop the cruel competition before him. All he could do was watch from the sidelines and protect himself. Fortunately, Han Shuo had just attacked Lager, the most troublesome person to deal with. He had proven his strength and ruthlessness to the crowd. Therefore, at this moment when Han Shuo and Lager, who were playing with the crossbow in Tanai's hand, no one came to provoke them. The two of them were the most relaxed and leisurely among the many people in the valley. Mournful and miserable howls continuously reverberated throughout the valley. Han Shuo crouched behind Onli, maintaining the same posture he pretended to be while secretly observing the bloody slaughter that was taking place. The people in the valley who were originally unwilling to join in the evil were gradually showing signs of going crazy in the face of the enemies who were trying to devour them. Some of them who were lightly injured actually cast their gazes at the huge scroll that was still hanging in the void, while they were desperately trying to avoid it. In the entire valley, there were less than 10 people who remained unmoved. Eunice, who had cultivated to the late-stage low-god realm, was one of them. Her uncle Barnett, on the other hand, seemed to have been enraged by the attacks of several divine guards of the House of Croton who cultivated in the energy of death. He might go berserk at any moment. Chaos. Tanai had descended into chaos. Everyone seemed to have gone mad. In the end, some of those who wished to become god hunters even started killing each other. They had lost all rationality. Bravst, who was silently observing the situation from within the cave, had no choice but to repeatedly use the enormous scroll to separate those who were fighting each other to prevent the god hunters from killing each other. This was to prevent him from running out of people to use. Lord Bravst, can you bestow Miss Eunice to me? She won't be one of us anyway. When I'm done playing with her, I will hand her over to your subordinates. I don't care if they want to play with her or kill her. Suddenly, Ardman, who had been smilingly observing the changes in the valley with his hands clasped behind his back, bowed and asked for Bravst's instructions. You have done me a great favor this time. Since you are interested in that woman, go ahead and do it. Bravst did not hesitate at all and quickly agreed to Ardman's request. He had been observing every movement in the valley and knew that Eunice wouldn't be of any use to him. For a person who was going to die sooner or later, letting Ardman play with her before her death was no different from making use of trash. Bravst wanted Ardman to work for him more in the future. Thank you, Lord Bravst. Ardman happily thanked Bravst and excitedly rushed towards Eunice. There was an irrepressible, obscene look on his face. Ardman was a mid-god cultivating in the energy of darkness. Almost no one in Tanai Mountain could threaten him. In addition to that, he was Bravst's representative. Those who wished to become god hunters to survive automatically made way for him, allowing him to reach Eunice unimpeded. At this moment, Eunice, who was constantly being forced to retreat by the frenzied crowd, had long lost her lofty and aloof demeanor. Her hair was disheveled and her face was covered with dust. She appeared rather miserable. When she heard Ardman's request and saw him walking towards her, Eunice's heart was filled with despair. She secretly made up her mind to injure Ardman when he got close to her. How dare you? On the other side, Barnett, who was on the verge of losing his mind, roared furiously when he saw Adelman coming to grab Eunice with a lascivious smile on his face. Rays of death rays shot out in all directions, heading straight for Adelman. The domain of divinity of death unfolded, and the people surrounding him were blasted away by a huge blooming bone flower. "Lord Brovst, please help me." Ardman's expression did not change. He raised his voice and pleaded. The enormous scroll that had been hovering in midair once again descended. This time it did not merely stop Han Shuo from killing Lager. Instead, it directly bombarded Barnett. A terrifying energy of destruction suddenly exploded from the scroll. Barnett fell to the ground without making a sound. His body started twitching violently. "Miss Eunice, who can save you now? Hee. You are the only one I have taken a liking to after coming to Fort Verka for so long. It is a pity that you have been so cold to me that I have been thinking about you day and night. Finally, today I can taste your wonderful body. Are you looking forward to it too?" Haha. Ardman laughed heartily as he pounced at Eunice. His body turned into one shadow after another, making it impossible to tell which was the real Ardman. Eunice, who originally wanted to give Ardman a good beating before she died, suddenly realized that she had no way to do so. She couldn't help but feel sad. She thought to herself that she might as well end her own life to avoid being humiliated by such a disgusting person. Chapter 689. The battle in the valley had reached its most intense state. Of the several dozen people who came from Fort Verka, nearly a third of them had perished in a short period of time. Those who were still alive and kicking were those who had made up their minds to become god hunters. Those who did not go to see the scroll in the sky were bitterly trying to fend off the pursuers. It was only a matter of time before they were killed. Han Shuo maintained the posture of devouring Amway, and coldly observed those who had gone mad. He carefully mobilized Cauldron Spirit's energy, and prepared to absorb the divine souls of Tanai's deceased divine souls into the cauldron of Myriad Demon. When everything was in place, Han Shuo became somewhat hesitant. It was true that most of Tanai's divine souls had gone mad. Under such circumstances, it would be very difficult for Han Shuo to detect Han Shuo's actions. However, Brovst, who had been hiding in the depths of the cave, must have been secretly observing every movement in the valley. As a high god, if Han Shuo were to attempt to absorb the divine souls that had yet to dissipate into the world, Brovst would very likely notice it. It was precisely because of this concern that Han Shuo could not make up his mind. The feeling of seeing dozens of divine souls in front of Han Shuo's eyes, but being unable to do anything to them made Han Shuo want to die. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo decided to take the risk. He thought that as long as he personally participated in the process and carefully used Cauldron Spirit to absorb the divine souls, he should be able to avoid detection. As long as he could absorb all the divine souls in the valley, even if Brovst were to discover Han Shuo's actions, Han Shuo would still be able to escape using blood disassembly. After making up his mind, Han Shuo no longer hesitated. He slowly released Amway and got ready to take action. "Haha, Miss Eunice, today, I will let you enjoy yourself to the peak of your excitement." It was at this moment that Ramon let out a hearty laugh. He transformed into shadows and shot towards Eunice. Eunice's face was filled with grief, indignation, and humiliation. When she saw that Ramon had transformed into shadows and was about to end her own life, she became disheartened. Just at this moment, a pitch-black darkness descended from the sky. Terrifying darkness energy descended from the sky and instantly enveloped the clouds above the valley. As creaking sounds rang out, the destruction boundary above was torn apart. A curtain of darkness suddenly shrouded the entire valley, and a cold voice came down from the sky, "Brovst, come out and die." As the power of darkness, absolute darkness, enveloped the valley was filled with thick, ink-black smoke. Aside from a few cultivators of the power of darkness, no one else in the valley could see what was happening around them. Eunice, who was ready to die, suddenly heard the loud shout coming from the top of the valley and sensed the terrifying energy coming from above. She immediately knew that a powerful enemy of Brovst's had suddenly arrived. Eunice's will to live became unprecedentedly strong. Taking advantage of Ramon's moment of shock, she hastily ran far away. Han Shuo, who was in the valley, was one of the few people who could clearly see his surroundings. He discovered that as soon as the loud shout sounded from above the valley, a valiant-looking dark silhouette suddenly burst out of the cave from which Brovst's voice came. The dark silhouette shot towards the cloud-shrouded sky. A series of thunderous roars suddenly came from the sky. The entire valley seemed to tremble as large chunks of rocks fell from the surrounding cliffs. The momentum of those rocks was astonishing. When they tumbled down, they also contained the divine energy of destruction and darkness. Several people who were careless and were hit by the rocks all vomited blood and fell to the ground in exhaustion. The explosions in the sky above his head grew louder and louder. Han Shua's consciousness could sense that two terrifying existences were engaged in an intense battle. The shockwaves from their battle shot into the surrounding rock walls, causing huge boulders to crash down. Some low gods with weaker strength were severely injured and unable to withstand the impact. At this moment, those who were previously filled with despair started to retaliate. Their will to live supported them tenaciously. Those who were determined to become god hunters because their lives were threatened, when they discovered that they might be able to survive even if they did not devour others, started to waver in their determination and became hesitant. Unfortunately, the greatest obstacle came from the absolute darkness. When the entire valley was shrouded in darkness, almost no one could see their surroundings clearly. In a situation where it was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers, everyone tried their best to avoid the crowd. However, when someone sensed that someone was approaching them, they would attack recklessly in order to protect themselves. With that, those who were supposed to stop fighting due to the descent of divine soldiers did not stop. Instead, they fought even more ferociously. In the pitch-black valley, those who couldn't see their surroundings were all fighting fiercely. Han Shua was like a fish swimming through the crowd. The cauldron of myriad demon in Han Shua's hand glowed faintly with green light. Han Shua seized the opportunity to collect the divine souls that had yet to dissipate from the world. 13, 14, 15. Wonderful. These souls are all excellent. They can all be refined into demon generals. I can make up for the demon generals I lost last time. Cauldron spirit cheered excitedly in Han Shua's consciousness. Han Shua didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy for those who were madly fighting each other. He wished that they could all die in the valley so that he could absorb their divine souls. Very soon Han Shua had collected all 43 divine souls in the valley into the cauldron of myriad demon. It was at this moment that Han Shua took another look at the valley. He discovered that the darkness had unknowingly receded, and those who had gone mad had gradually regained their sanity. Han Shua looked around and suddenly discovered that Raman had disappeared without him noticing. Lager, whom Han Shua wanted to kill, had also disappeared without a trace when Han Shua collected the divine souls. Eunice arrived next to Barnett's corpse. Her face was pale and her divine soul had been collected by Han Shua. She had a mournful look on her face. Barnett was killed by Brovst's scroll in order to protect her from harm. He died because of her. Barnett was also her uncle. It was only natural that she would be so grieved. The rumbling above their heads gradually faded away. It appeared that the battle between the two terrifying high gods was no longer confined to the valley. The boundary above the valley had been destroyed by the intruders. The god hunters who had been eyeing the valley covetously had seized the opportunity to flee. With the terrifying threat that was Brovst gone, Tanai and the others were safe for the time being. As soon as the darkness dissipated, a few more silhouettes whooshed away. Those people had come together with Han Shua. However, as they couldn't resist the temptation, they had cultivated the energy of devouring other destroyers and had succeeded in devouring them. Once they devoured someone, they would be branded as a god hunter, and from then on, they would become the public enemy of the entire continent. It was a wise decision to flee in panic. Han Shua did not choose to leave. However, he soon discovered that the dozen or so survivors in the valley were glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. By now, all the god hunters and those who had just become god hunters had vanished from the valley. With that, Han Shua, who had attempted to devour a god hunter, immediately became the common enemy of the survivors. If Han Shua hadn't displayed great strength, perhaps those people wouldn't have been able to resist the temptation to kill Han Shua. They wouldn't just glare at him. Eunice, who was softly crying in grief beside Barnett, suddenly stood up. She stared at Han Shuo with her ice-cold eyes and said in a cold voice, "You are also a god hunter and a participant in the massacre in the valley. I will use you as an offering to my uncle." The reason why others wouldn't attack Han Shuo recklessly was because they were apprehensive of Han Shuo's terrifying strength. However, Eunice's mastery of the energy of destruction was slightly higher than Han Shuo's. Therefore, she naturally wouldn't fear Han Shuo. In addition to the fact that she urgently needed to vent the hatred in her heart, Han Shuo became her ideal target. Before Han Shuo could explain, Eunice had already transformed her grief and indignation into the energy of destruction. The helplessness and despair she felt when she faced Ramon earlier were swept away. Rays of destruction shot out from her tender palms and formed a giant net that enveloped Han Shuo. Han Shuo cursed in his mind and hastily retreated. As he retreated, he shouted, "It's a misunderstanding. It's also a misunderstanding." Eunice didn't say a word but glared fiercely at Han Shuo. She had seen Han Shuo attack only with her own eyes and naturally wouldn't believe that it was a misunderstanding. She thought that Han Shuo was quibbling and stared fixedly at Han Shuo. Han Shuo wasn't afraid of Eunice, but he needed to prove his innocence in front of others, especially since Eunice had seen his divine tablet. Once Han Shuo's identity as a god hunter was confirmed, it would be extremely difficult for him to clear his name in the future. Eunice pursued Han Shuo relentlessly. Han Shuo's body was infused with demonic yuan, and he was extremely agile. Eunice couldn't really catch up to Han Shuo. By the time I got to Only's side, he was already dead. Although I put my hand on his body, it was only for show. I really didn't do anything to him. I just couldn't stand Lager's actions and deliberately came out to target him. I had no intention of attacking Only. If I had really done that, why would I still dare to stay when all the god hunters had taken the opportunity to leave? Stupid woman, can you please use your brain? Han Shuo explained non-stop as he evaded Eunice's pursuit. After hearing Han Shuo's explanation, the survivors revealed puzzled expressions. Two of them who were closest to Only's body took the opportunity to examine it. They discovered that other than a small arrow stuck in Only's back, there were no other wounds on his body. It really didn't seem like he had been devoured by Han Shuo. Generally speaking, only extremely powerful god hunters who frequently devoured others would be able to devour just by touching their bodies. Most novice god hunters or those with low strength would have to use their hands to pierce through the other party's body to devour. The hole left by Lager on Only's chest was very obvious. However, there were no other wounds on his back. From this aspect, it could be seen that Han Shuo's words were not false. "Miss Eunice, you have got the wrong person. He is telling the truth. He really didn't kill Only." One of the god hunters suddenly cried out after examining Only's wound. Eunice, who'd been relentlessly chasing after Han Shuo, finally stopped when she heard his words. Eunice, who had nowhere to vent the grief and indignation in her heart, glared fiercely at Han Shuo and snorted coldly. Han Shuo cursed inwardly. He thought to himself, "You've got the wrong person. At least apologize. Not only did you not apologize, but you also treat me with such hatred. You must be crazy. You are such a strange person. Even if you didn't kill Only, you must have had the intention to do so. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stayed by his side for so long." Eunice said indignantly as she glowered at Han Shuo. "Crazy woman, I can't be bothered to talk to you. You don't even know what's going on. You only know how to cause trouble." Han Shuo replied impatiently. What did you say?" Eunice's eyes were red as she shouted at Han Shuo. Barnett's tragic death had affected Eunice's mind. It was as though she had eaten gunpowder. Han Shuo waved his hand and didn't want to say anything more to her. A group of 8 suddenly descended from the lingering clouds. These people were all wearing black divine armor, and all of them possessed mid-god strength. "Lord Erebus has gone to pursue Bravst. Are you all alright?" A young man with short green hair surveyed the valley and asked. "Lord Erebus?" "It's Lord Erebus, one of the 7 divine guard chiefs of the City of Shadows. No wonder Bravst had to retreat." When the survivors heard Erebus's name, they all exclaimed in surprise and heaved a sigh of relief. "I am from the Croton family of Fort Verka. May I know where this place is?" Eunice asked respectfully. Although she was fuming with anger towards Han Shuo, Her imposing manner was noticeably toned down when facing these divine guards from the City of Shadows. Beautiful lady, this is the Shikoro mountain range. It is very far from Fort Verka. The green-haired young man explained to Eunice with a gentle smile. His gaze when he looked at Eunice was filled with obvious male interest. It's the Shikoro mountain range. Those god hunters are quite bold to set up a stronghold in the Shikoro mountain range. The Shikoro mountain range is very close to the City of Shadows. Someone exclaimed. Don't worry, the situation here has been stabilized. Many of the god hunters that escaped have been killed. You are all safe now. The green-haired youth said with a smile. After a pause, he waved his hand and said to the people behind him, check the valley and see if there are any fish that escape the net. Also, collect the things on the bodies of the dead and make them our spoils of war. As soon as he finished those words, the few divine guards immediately got to work. They shuttled back and forth between the various caves and the center of the valley. After a long while, the green-haired young man furiously shouted, who is so shameless as to take away all the valuables of the deceased? Was it you? It wasn't us. Lord Erebus had just deployed his domain of divinity, and the entire place was pitch black. It must have been done by someone who cultivates in the energy of darkness. We don't cultivate in the energy of darkness. It can't be us. The survivors of Tanai Mountain hastily explained with faces full of grievances. In their hearts, they were cursing those who profited from the dead. Han Shua bunched his brows. The corners of his mouth curved into an obscure, complacent smile as he cursed the survivors. Chapter 690. Erebus, one of the 7 divine guard chiefs of the City of Shadows, had repelled Bravst, one of the god hunter leaders. Han Shua did not even get to see the two before the crisis was resolved. The survivors in the valley rejoiced inwardly when they learned from the green-haired young man that Erebus had arrived. Those mid-god divine guards left the valley when they discovered that there were no god hunters in the valley, and that they could not reap any spoils of war. Han Shua and his party did not stay in the valley for long and dispersed. After flying out of the valley, Han Shua hovered high in the sky and gazed into the distance. He discovered that the Shikoro mountain range was filled with undulating mountains and rivers. He could not see the end of the mountain range. Han Shua spread out his consciousness and sensed the presence of many life forms in the Shikoro mountain range. Through the vision of the demon generals inside the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shua discovered that there were all kinds of oddly shaped creatures in the Shikoro mountain range. They were the magical beasts and peculiar races of Elysium. There was a giant lion the size of a hill, 100-meter-long serpent with a sharp black horn on its head, and a giant eagle that was constantly spitting out blazing flames as it fought the serpent that was circling on the ground. After observing for a while, Han Shua discovered that the magical beasts on Elysium, perhaps influenced by the superior elemental environment, were extremely terrifying. Not only were they enormous in size, but they also seemed to know how to use the elemental energy between heaven and earth. Those magical beasts that were born with innate gifts of life had an enormous aura of life that was even more terrifying than some low gods. As he gazed into the distance, Han Shua discovered that there were many round pits extending from the valley to the north. Those pits seemed to have been formed not too long ago, as some of them were still growing in size. A few small mountains were still rumbling and swaying, and from time to time large chunks of rocks would roll down. From what he saw, Han Shua immediately realized that these pits were caused by the battle between Erebus, one of the 7 divine guard chiefs of the City of Shadows, and Bravst. Han Shua slowly walked along the tracks left behind by the two. He would constantly look around along the way, trying to guess the true strength of the two from the traces left behind by the battle. Along the way, Han Shua could see the wreckage of the two's battle everywhere. Many small hills had collapsed. Some giant trees that needed 10 people to wrap their arms around had been uprooted, and the earth had been torn apart into gorges. These scenes gave Han Shua a vague estimate of the two's strength. When Han Shua walked to a collapsed mountain peak, he discovered that there were no longer any traces of the battle. It looked like the two had fought to this mountain peak. They'd either flown into the air, or one of them had fled. That was why there were no more traces of the battle. From the green-haired young man, Han Shuo learned that the Shikoro mountain range wasn't far from the City of Shadows. According to them, Han Shuo had traveled all the way north from the collapsed mountain peak, and it took him 3 days to walk out of the Shikoro mountain range. Even with Han Shuo's speed, it took him 3 days to walk out of the Shikoro mountain range. One could only imagine how vast the mountain range was. During the 3 days, Han Shuo saw even more bizarre magical beasts. Some of the magical beasts were so powerful that Han Shuo did not dare to provoke them, and could only stay far away from them. Based on Han Shuo's understanding of the classification of magical beasts, those powerful magical beasts were far beyond the 5th rank. They might have reached the 8th or even the 9th rank. Other than some bizarre magical beasts, Han Shuo also discovered some treasures of heaven and earth that contained abundant spiritual energy such as emerald grass, fire fruit, and blue heartstone. These treasures of heaven and earth contained extremely dense yuan energy. Some could even be directly consumed to increase Han Shuo's demonic yuan. There were also some that could be refined into pills with special uses. Most of the people on Elysium did not understand the uses of these treasures of heaven and earth. Therefore Han Shuo of course did not hold back. He collected everything he saw along the way. By the time Han Shuo walked out of the Shikoro mountain range, he could sense that the demonic yuan in his body had increased by quite a bit. After exiting the Shikoro mountain range, Han Shuo did not waste any more time. He spent another half a month traversing through dozens of villages and fortresses before finally arriving at the City of Shadows, one of the 7 major cities of the Darkness Dominion. Standing in front of the City of Shadows' black stone gates that seemed to pierce through the clouds, Han Shuo felt a strange sense of insignificance. As he raised his head to look at the towering black stone door, Han Shuo could sense a majestic and imposing aura. Even though it was early in the morning, there was an endless stream of people entering the city just like Han Shuo. Unlike Fort Verka, the majority of those who entered the City of Shadows were low gods and mid gods. There were even 1 or 2 high gods who walked into the City of Shadows in the center of the masses. On the other hand, those who were only base gods and demigods were rarely seen. Even if there were 1 or 2, they were all underage children. It was only after standing before the City of Shadows that Han Shuo realized that the people on Elysium were abnormally powerful due to the rich elemental energies and cultivation techniques. On Profound Continent, a group of base gods and demigods would be hegemons of a region or the masterminds of a nation. But in the City of Shadows on Elysium, even underage children possessed such divine strength. The difference in strength between the two was obvious. After observing for a while, Han Shuo walked into the City of Shadows. After paying his divine tablet in 1 purple crystal coin, Han Shuo entered the City of Shadows. The first thing Han Shuo saw after entering the city were densely packed boundary towers and magical towers. Those boundary towers and magical towers stood behind the city gates and were covered with sparkling energy stones. They seemed to be providing an endless supply of energy to every corner of the City of Shadows, supporting the luxurious lifestyle in the city. "Hello, may I know how to get to the House of Lavers?" Han Shuo asked a divine guard at the city gates in a courteous manner with a smile on his face. The House of Lavers. As soon as the divine guard heard that Han Shuo was asking about the House of Lavers, the disdainful expression on his face became much more restrained. After carefully sizing up Han Shuo, he pointed to the southwest of the City of Shadows and said, "The House of Lavers is one of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows. You should be able to reach it in about half a day's journey from here. When you reach that area, just say that you are looking for the House of Lavers, and anyone will be able to show you the way." "Thank you." Han Shuo thanked the divine guard smilingly and headed southwest. The City of Shadows was tens of times larger than Fort Verka. The buildings here were so tall that they reached the clouds. Walking in the City of Shadows gave Han Shuo the misconception that he had not left the Shikoro mountain range. Han Shuo knew why those mighty experts liked to live in buildings that reached the clouds. According to Han Shuo's senses, the elemental energy would be denser at higher places. Although it was only a little, it was enough for those who pursued power to build their buildings as tall as they could. If the buildings weren't so tall that they would collapse, the gods on Elysium might even build their buildings into the sky because their pursuit of power had reached an insane level. Walking among the buildings that were as grand as mountains, Han Shuo once again felt a sense of insignificance. The energy towers, magical towers, and boundary towers all around him were glowing with gentle radiance. Each and every one of those energy towers seemed to have the ability to gather elemental energy. After entering the City of Shadows, Han Shuo clearly sensed that the elemental energy of darkness and death in the city was denser. Although the City of Shadows was very large, as the buildings were equally tall and large, it still appeared rather narrow. Han Shuo observed every building in the City of Shadows along the way. He saw a dazzling array of shops and gymnasiums. The City of Shadows was built to serve the gods. The shops sold divine armors, divine weapons, divine scrolls, and crystals of different functions. For some unknown reason, perhaps due to the influence of the various energy towers, boundary towers, and magical towers in the City of Shadows, the coverage area of Han Shuo's consciousness had shrunk by a lot. Although the various types of energy posed no hindrance to gods who were used to the existence of elemental energy, Han Shuo's consciousness was greatly affected. He was unable to use his consciousness to take in more than half of the City of Shadows. Han Shuo was puzzled. He tried using Cauldron Spirit's energy, but discovered that he could only see the situation within a radius of 1 kilometer. Compared to the vastness of the City of Shadows, 1 kilometer was simply too small. While observing the situation in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo had unknowingly walked for more than half a day. When a new street block appeared before Han Shuo, he immediately realized his goal. Just as the Divine Guard had said, the House of Lavers was well known in this area. After asking around in a random shop, Han Shuo was able to locate the House of Lavers. 20 minutes later, Han Shuo stood in front of the Lavers' residence. There were many tall buildings as far as the eye could see. Similarly, there were many energy towers, boundary towers, and magical towers in between the buildings. They provided the House of Lavers with all kinds of energy. As the sky and the space around him were sealed by powerful boundaries, Han Shuo did not have the opportunity to stroll around. He walked straight to the entrance and cleared his throat. Han Shuo attracted the attention of the 2 divine guards in front of him. The divine guards of the House of Lavers were different from the divine guards of the City of Shadows. They wore dark green divine armor with the emblem of a dark sun at the center of the chest. Chapter 691. Han Shuo followed behind Dana and entered the Lavers' residence. After passing through many energy towers and boundary towers for a while, they arrived at a tall building Dana resided in. The interior was brightly lit under the illumination of magical lamps. After arriving at a spacious hall, Dana gestured for Han Shuo to take a seat before she smilingly asked Han Shuo how he managed to get there. Han Shuo briefly described to Dana some of the things he encountered from the valley. Dana listened attentively to Han Shuo's narration before she lamented with lingering fear. "It seems that I have been inconsiderate. I did not foresee that you would run into god hunters, not to mention several times in a row. Fortunately, if Lord Erebus hadn't found Bravst, perhaps you would have been in deep trouble. I heard that Erebus is one of the 7 divine guard chiefs of the City of Shadows. When he arrived at the valley, I sensed the terrifying aura from him. What kind of strength does he possess?" Han Shuo bunched his brows. He was very curious about this Erebus whom he had never seen before. He had carefully observed the battle between Erebus and Bravst and wanted to confirm his speculations about the strength of the two through Dana. "That's right. Lord Erebus is one of the 7 divine guard chiefs of the City of Shadows. He ranks 3rd in strength and possesses mid-stage high god strength. He is a well-known expert in the City of Shadows." Dana explained, "The 7 divine guard chiefs are all from the 5 major family clans of the City of Shadows. My uncle Avery is also one of the 7 divine guard chiefs. However, my uncle only ranks 5th in strength and possesses early-stage high god strength." After listening to Dana's introduction of the distribution of forces in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo's interest was suddenly piqued. He hastily asked, "Other than your House of Lavers, what are the other 4 major family clans in the City of Shadows? Which one is the strongest?" After arriving in an unfamiliar environment, One should first familiarize oneself with one's surroundings and learn who was the most dangerous, and who one should not offend for the time being. Han Shuo had experienced this before. Donna put on a faint smile after hearing Han Shuo's words. She immediately explained to Han Shuo about the distribution of powers in the City of Shadows. Han Shuo quickly understood the situation from Donna. In the City of Shadows, other than the House of Lavers where Donna was from, there were also the House of Saint, the House of Kinson, the House of Kisa, and the House of Buller. Among them, the House of Saint was the strongest. The patriarch of the House of Saint, Wallace, was the city lord of the City of Shadows. The top 3 of the 7 chiefs of divine guards in the City of Shadows were from the House of Saint. Erebus was also a member of the House of Saint. It could be said that the House of Saint was the most powerful and influential power in the entire City of Shadows. The 4 major family clans, including the House of Lavers, were obviously not as powerful as the House of Saint. The strengths of the 4 family clans were about the same. The members of these 4 family clans also possessed lofty statuses in the City of Shadows. They had their own divine guards and controlled many shops and gymnasiums in the city. The House of Saint was the most powerful family clan in the City of Shadows. No other forces or family clans could threaten the House of Saint's position in the City of Shadows. The 4 major family clans followed the House of Saint's lead, and had always followed the House of Saint's footsteps. The members of the 4 major family clans were very respectful towards the House of Saint. However, the 4 major family clans competed with each other, openly and covertly, for experts to join their family clans, for energy ores and rare metals in various regions. In short, in order to make their family clans stronger, all the family clans spared no effort to improve themselves. This included obtaining talents and all kinds of scarce resources. They dared not compete with the House of Saint for anything, but they were not afraid of other family clans. After briefly describing the situation in the City of Shadows to Han Shuo, Donna saw that Han Shuo was in deep thought and did not say anything. She patiently waited for Han Shuo to digest her words. After a while, Han Shuo nodded smilingly and said to Donna, "I didn't expect that the House of Lavers isn't the most powerful family clan in the City of Shadows. Haha, I thought that your family clan is the most powerful. We have been working hard. Unfortunately, the House of Lavers has only been developing for a short time. We are far behind the House of Saint, which has tens of thousands of years of history. On Elysium, those ancient family clans that have existed for a long time usually have late-stage high god experts, or even more. Only such family clans can be considered first-rate family clans. Our House of Lavers, for example, can only be considered a second-rate family clan at best," Donna said in a self-mocking smile. Then, she looked at Han Shuo smilingly and asked, "Are you disappointed to hear this?" "Disappointed about what?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. "Disappointed that our family clan isn't the most powerful force. Won't that restrict your future development?" Donna replied smilingly, "That has nothing to do with me." Han Shuo shrugged and smilingly said, "I have no intention of relying on your family clan. I have no intention of becoming a divine guard of any family clan on Elysium for the time being. Therefore, I don't need to be disappointed. Brian, I'm going to explain the situation on Elysium to you." Donna put on a faint smile and continued, "On Elysium, unless you are a high god with formidable strength, you will have to attach yourself to a powerful family clan in order to have a foothold in Elysium. Take our dominions of darkness, death, and destruction as an example. We have formed an alliance to form the Calamity Church. Other than the 3 over-gods, the patriarchs of the Calamity Church are patriarchs of ancient family clans. The core members of the Calamity Church are also made up of elites from various large family clans. It is nearly impossible for those who are innocent to truly join the Calamity Church. For someone like you who has just arrived on Elysium, if you don't have a family clan's identity, you will be a hindrance in many matters." After listening to Donna's explanation, Han Shuo forced a smile and nodded. He replied, "I understand what you mean. But for the time being, I don't have any plans to do anything on Elysium. All I want is to learn more about the situation on Elysium, so that I can travel around and strengthen myself." After hearing Han Shuo's explanation, Donna did not force Han Shuo to join the Laver's family. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Since you have just arrived in the City of Shadows, let me show you around. If you change your mind, our Laver's family will always welcome you. Sure, I would like to see the City of Shadows for myself. Han Shuo stood up smilingly. Come, let me show you around our family clan. You can stay here for the time being. When you find a better path, you can leave our family clan. Donna stood up and led Han Shuo all the way to the top of the building. She pointed at the towering buildings that reached the clouds and started explaining to Han Shuo. The gymnasiums, smelting rooms, and residences of certain special characters were all described by Donna. Han Shuo's consciousness was infinitely powerful. He could memorize everything after Donna introduced them to him. Little sister, who are you with? Suddenly, a deep and resounding voice sounded from the top of a tall building on the opposite side. A majestic figure entered Han Shuo's sight. He bore a strong resemblance to Donna. He looked like a man in his 30s on Profound Continent. However, after learning about the lifespan of gods on Elysium, Han Shuo knew that this person was far older than that. That person cultivated in the energy of destruction and possessed late-stage mid-god strength. Elder brother, this is a friend of mine. I have mentioned him to you before. His name is Brian and he comes from a material plane called Profound Continent. Donna introduced Han Shuo to that person from 100 meters away. Oh, you should make some preparations. We will be heading to the Space Dominion very soon, Han Shuo said. Donna's elder brother Dewey nodded indifferently. He did not look at Han Shuo seriously and returned to his room on the top floor. That's my elder brother Dewey. That's just how he is. He doesn't like to talk to people. Please don't mind him. Donna explained to Han Shuo. Han Shuo nodded smilingly and did not say much. People from Elysium had an innate sense of superiority towards people from other material planes. Han Shuo understood this from the way Bolton, Li Wei, and the others behaved when they first arrived on Profound Continent. It was normal for Dewey to have such an indifferent reaction. If he had been so enthusiastic after learning that Han Shuo came from a low-level material plane, Han Shuo would have found it strange. Let's go, I'll show you around. I didn't see you bring out any powerful divine weapons the last time we met. Since you have come to our Laver's residence as soon as you arrived on Elysium, I must show you some respect. Donna said in a high-spirited manner. She pulled Han Shuo and led him outside. The Laver's residence was so large that it naturally had more than one entrance. This time Donna and Han Shuo left through another entrance and headed towards the most flourishing street in the district. They were surrounded by shops selling items that gods needed. Han Shuo was dazzled by the variety. Actually, I don't need any divine weapons. On the contrary, I have a lot of divine weapons in my possession, Han Shuo said to Donna smilingly as they walked on the street filled with all kinds of shops. What? Donna stared blankly for a moment before she giggled and said, Before I left Profound Continent, I only left you a dozen or so purple crystal coins. Those purple crystal coins were enough for you to find me, but they were far from enough to purchase suitable divine weapons. Even if you bought any divine weapons, you must have been deceived by someone. They are definitely not good stuff. Then take a look at these divine weapons. Are they good stuff? Han Shuo handed a space ring to Donna. He stored the incomparably precious divine essences and some divine weapons that were useful to him into another space ring. The space ring he handed to Donna contained all kinds of divine weapons and items that he had collected in the Abyss realm. Some of them were from the Abyss, some were from Kaiser and Erickson in the third layer of the underground world, and some were taken from the Valley of the God Hunter Alliance when he was collecting divine souls. After the seal on the space ring was removed by Han Shuo, Donna immediately knew what was inside. Donna wore an incomparably odd expression as she stared at Han Shuo. She looked through all the items in the space ring and forced a smile. I think we are indeed here to sell divine weapons. Brian, I really don't understand where you got all these things from. I couldn't tell that you are a rich man. Chapter 692. Donna led Han Shuo to the largest divine weapon shop on the block. The shop was divided into 5 floors. The bottom floor only sold divine weapons used by demigods and base gods, The second floor sold divine weapons used by low gods. The third floor sold divine weapons used by mid-gods. The fourth floor was used to negotiate for custom-made divine weapons, and the fifth floor was for the shop owners to rest. Only a few of the largest shops on Elysium would sell high god weapons. There were no divine weapon shops of that scale in this block. Han Shuo followed Donna into the shop and walked from the first floor to the third floor. Looking at the dazzling array of armors, staffs, divine weapons, and divine stones, Han Shuo had to admit that the people of Elysium were far ahead of all the masters on Profound Continent in the field of artifact smelting. Not only did all the artifacts here have unique functions, they were also exquisitely crafted. The armors were often engraved with intricate and mysterious patterns or boundary seals. Some of the magical formations and divine weapons were also inlaid with beautiful gems that had special functions. Compared to the artifacts displayed here, the weapons made by the elves on Profound Continent, regardless of their actual functions, were much less exquisite. All the guards in the shop recognized Donna. When Donna walked in, they all bowed and greeted Miss Donna as Miss Donna. "Stop looking. We are going straight to the fourth floor. It won't be too late for you to look around later," Han Shuo said. When Donna saw that Han Shuo seemed to be interested in every artifact, as though he wanted to memorize everything here, she couldn't help but urge him. "I have to say these artifacts are really exquisite. They are even more beautiful than those of the harsh elves on our continent." Han Shuo moved his gaze away from an exquisite sapphire crown and raised his head to look at Donna. "The elves you mentioned also exist on Elysium. However, their art of smelting is far inferior to that of the godly refiners. They generally work as assistants for the godly refiners. The art of smelting of the elves on your continent is probably inherited from the ancient elves on Elysium. Naturally, they can't compare to the godly refiners." Donna explained smilingly. There were many races on Elysium. Among them, the refined god race was a race that pursued art to the extreme. Just like those gods who constantly pursued power, their pursuit of aesthetics had reached a crazy and perverse level. Every piece of equipment on Elysium would need to be perfected by the refined god race after it was smelted. Every piece of equipment on Elysium was so exquisite that it would be liked by anyone who laid eyes on it. As the two conversed, they arrived at the fourth floor. There was an old man resting with his eyes closed. He wore a long robe with checkered patterns all over it. He looked very strange. As soon as he saw Donna, his half-closed eyes suddenly lit up. He chuckled and said, "So it's Miss Donna of the House of Lavers. Are you planning to custom-make some special divine weapons?" Donna shook her head and turned to the side to let Han Shuo enter. She smiled sweetly and said, "Grandpa Domo, you are mistaken this time. I am not here to spend but to sell you some extra divine weapons." The old man named Domo only had base god strength of death. He had spent most of his time and energy on smelting divine weapons. Therefore, he had a unique insight in this field. "Haha, little Donna, you must be joking. Your House of Lavers is rich and overbearing. Why would you think of selling divine weapons to us? Little Donna, you don't lack that little bit of money." Domo was very happy to hear Donna address him as Grandpa. He did not continue to address Donna as Mississippi. "Of course it's not me. It's a new friend of mine. He has some divine weapons in his possession that he will never be able to use. He might as well exchange them for some crystal coins." Donna put on a sweet smile and sat down on the empty oak chair in front of Domo. She even beckoned to Han Shuo. "Does this friend here have something to sell?" Domo sized up Han Shuo in astonishment. He then nodded and smilingly said, "Don't worry. For the sake of little Donna, I will not cheat you. Take out everything you have. I will give you an estimate of the price. If it is suitable, we will make a deal." "No problem." Han Shuo straightforwardly took out the space ring and took out all the items of various sizes. He placed them in front of Domo one by one. Among them were swords, armors, and some other miscellaneous gadgets. Domo calmly looked at the over 20 items on the table. Only when Han Shuo took out all the items did he start fiddling with them one by one. He seemed to be memorizing something in his mind. When Domo saw the 3 divine weapons of Ericsson and Kaiser, his eyes lit up. Those 3 items belonged to Kaiser and Ericsson, right? It was only when Domo was carefully flipping through the 3 items that Donna also noticed the anomaly. She looked at Han Shuo in astonishment and asked, "How did they end up in your hands?" "Those two died in that strange place. I happened to stumble upon them while I was lost. So, I randomly took those 3 items." Han Shuo appeared to be very nonchalant as he made up an excuse. "You are so lucky." Donna stared at Han Shuo smilingly. When Han Shuo looked back at her, she secretly rolled her eyes and said, "Why do you always run into good things?" Donna recalled the situation back then. The more she thought about it, the more puzzled she became. Back then, Han Shuo clearly said that he was also trapped and only managed to escape with great difficulty. So, how did he manage to collect Kaiser and Ericsson's divine weapons? Who knows? Haha. Han Shuo shrugged nonchalantly. These few mid-grade divine weapons can be considered valuable. The others are rather cheap. After a while, Domo put down the divine weapons in his hand. He raised his head to look at Han Shuo and Donna and said, "Let's make it 300 black crystal coins in total. Do you think that's a good deal?" Domo's words were directed at Han Shuo. However, Domo merely shot a glance at Han Shuo before turning his attention back to Donna. It was obvious that Donna of the Lavers family was the person that Domo truly valued. As for Han Shuo, he was merely an insignificant character. "Brian, what do you think?" Donna looked at Han Shuo with a faint smile. No problem. With Donna around, Han Shuo believed that Domo wouldn't rip him off. Besides, based on Han Shuo's understanding of the market, 300 black crystal coins was a very fair price. Therefore, Han Shuo readily agreed to the deal. Domo was even more straightforward than Han Shuo. Without even putting away the divine weapons on the table, he immediately ordered someone to withdraw 300 black crystal coins and handed them to Han Shuo. And just like that, the deal was sealed. On Elysium, 1 purple crystal coin was equivalent to 100 blue crystal coins, and 1 black crystal coin was equivalent to 100 purple crystal coins. Back when Han Shuo first arrived on Elysium, he only needed 50 blue crystal coins to get a divine tablet. Renting a gymnasium would only cost him a few purple crystal coins, and entering the City of Shadows would only cost him a single purple crystal coin. 300 black crystal coins could be considered a small windfall. As long as Han Shuo didn't spend too much on high-grade divine weapons and scrolls, 300 black crystal coins would be enough for him to use for a very long time. Not bad. You can be considered a rich man. Our House of Lavers fortress outside the City of Shadows only collects 500 black crystal coins in taxes every month. For an outsider who has just arrived on Elysium, the only ones who can amass 300 black crystal coins in such a short period of time are those peak stage mid-gods and high gods. You are but a low god. You should be proud of yourself for having such an accomplishment. Donna sighed from the bottom of her heart. She had been thinking of using crystal coins to rope Han Shuo into the Lavers family. Little did she expect that Han Shuo would be so resourceful. He had made a small fortune as soon as he arrived on Elysium. It wouldn't be that easy to move Han Shuo with crystal coins. Compared to a rich man like you, this little bit of wealth is nothing. Han Shuo replied modestly. Grandpa Domo, I shall not disturb you any longer. Let's take a stroll downstairs. If we find something suitable, perhaps I will return those crystal coins to you, said Donna as she stood up. Haha, I still have to sort these things out. I won't keep you company. I will give you a 20% discount on anything you like. Go on, go on. Together with Han Shuo walked to the 3 floors below. He picked out a few dozen origin crystals that he had his eyes on. They were exactly the same as the ones Han Shuo had obtained from the 6-horn tribal king of the soul race in Tarag Canyon. These were all good items needed to form a soul of element from demigod to base god. The origin crystals, which were considered rare treasures on Profound Continent, were sold for only 5 purple crystal coins in this shop. It was so cheap that Han Shuo was about to go crazy. These origin crystals can be found in the center of many energy mines on Elysium. They aren't particularly precious. Besides, they are only useful for demigods to form a soul of element from base god to demigod. You have long surpassed that realm. Why do you need so many? Donna asked Han Shuo in astonishment. Of course I don't need them, but I have a lot of friends on Profound Continent. To them, these origin crystals are treasures that can allow them to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. Sigh, due to the abundance of elements on Elysium, there are many miraculous items on Profound Continent. We don't have these on Profound Continent. No wonder you say that Profound Continent is just a low-level material plane. Han Shuo sighed. Do you have a little lover on that continent? You can't seem to forget her. Hee. Donna laughed. After hearing Donna's words, Han Shuo suddenly thought of Emily, Fanny, and the others. He wondered how they were doing. He really did miss them and therefore didn't answer Donna's question. Upon seeing Han Shuo's expression, Donna immediately knew that she had guessed correctly. For some reason, when she saw Han Shuo's sad and longing expression, Donna actually felt somewhat uncomfortable. This startled Donna and she immediately chided herself in her mind. What's wrong with me? I shouldn't be having such emotions. Shouldn't I have long forgotten what I experienced in that illusion? Why would I suddenly recall it? Donna had an odd expression on her face as her imagination ran wild. Chapter 693. Inside the shop, Han Shuo spent some crystal coins to purchase many items suitable for beginners. Those so-called divine weapons, which were absolutely rare on the Profound Continent, were clearly marked in the shop, and they weren't expensive at all. Han Shuo spent only 5 black crystal coins to purchase sufficient equipment from this shop. He did not purchase any divine weapons for himself and left the shop with Donna. Not long after the two left the shop, a petite, purple-haired middle-aged man walked into Domo's room. Mr. Domo, I wonder if there's anything wrong with the origin of those divine weapons sold by that youngster. Do you want to investigate? The purple-haired middle-aged man asked. Domo's entire body was squeezed into the chair. He lazily shot a glance at the man and said in a displeased manner, that youngster was brought here by Miss Donna of the Lavers family. Even if there are any problems, we will bear the responsibility. Master has instructed us not to offend anyone from the 5 major family clans. Jackson, are you going to go against Master's words? Of course not. Jackson lowered his head and replied. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. He thought to himself, we are both blacksmiths in this shop. Why do you have to be so superior to me? However, if there really is a problem with the origins of those divine weapons, if we don't handle them properly and they leak out, who will bear the responsibility? What problem can there be with just some low-grade divine weapons? Domo's face was filled with disdain. He impatiently said to Jackson, the only valuable items are 3 mid-god divine weapons from the element of light and water. No matter how I look at it, there shouldn't be any problem. Alright, put my name on this transaction. If there really is a problem, I will take full responsibility. Are you satisfied? Since you have put it that way, of course I won't have any objections. Alright, I won't disturb you any further. Go back to your rest, I'll take a look around. Jackson chuckled mischievously and immediately retreated from Domo's room. He came to a corner on the 3rd floor, found a few guards and instructed in a low voice, investigate the origins of those divine weapons. Be careful. Report to me immediately if you find anything wrong. Understood, Mr. Jackson, we know what to do. The guards were all on Jackson's side and immediately nodded to show that they understood. Han Shuo and Donna had no idea that Han Shuo was dragged into the matter because of a personal grudge. At this moment, Han Shuo was still strolling around with Donna. With Donna's introductions, Han Shuo gained a deeper understanding of the City of Shadows. When the two returned to the Lavers' residence, the 2 guards at the door looked at Han Shuo in amazement. It was as though they felt that it was a great thing for Donna to accompany Han Shuo. Young Master Dewey just instructed us to make a trip to Second Master's place after you return. A guard respectfully transmitted a message to Donna. Got it, Han Shuo replied amiably. After leading Han Shuo into the Lavers' residence, Donna pointed at the tall building she lived in and said to Han Shuo, Uncle must want to talk to me about my upcoming mission to the Space Dominion. I'll be heading over first. You can take a rest inside. Don't stand on ceremony. Oh, there's a gymnasium at the back. Some members of the family, divine guards, and cabinet members would sometimes spar there. If you feel bored, you can go and take a look. Alright. Han Shuo was rather interested in the gymnasium of the Lavers' residence. After Donna left, Han Shua headed straight for the largest gymnasium. Those who could enter the laver's residence were generally not outsiders. The gymnasium was a place for people to spar and learn from one another. It was open to all members of the laver's family. Han Shua did not encounter any obstructions and easily arrived at the gymnasium. The first thing Han Shua saw upon entering the gymnasium were 4 boundary towers. They surrounded the 2,000 square meter gymnasium in a quadrangle shape. The 4 boundary towers created 4 layers of boundaries around the gymnasium to prevent the gymnasium from collapsing due to the intense divine energy. The gravity on Elysium was much higher than on Profound Continent. With the additional gravity added to the gymnasium, Han Shua immediately felt that every step he took had become much more difficult. There were many people standing around the 2,000 square meter gymnasium. Several figures were engaged in intense sparring in several areas of the gymnasium. Divine lights flickered and the domains of divinity were in disarray. Most of the people in the gymnasium were wearing clothes with the emblem of a dark sun. Those people should be members of the laver's family. There were also a few people like Han Shua who were dressed in bizarre attire with all kinds of emblems and symbols. They were pointing at the sparring people and discussing something in low voices. Han Shua's arrival did not attract much attention. Those people were either chatting in groups of 3 or 4 or sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed in contemplation. It seemed that they had comprehended something during the sparring. No one bothered to disturb them. After observing for a moment, Han Shua discovered that there were 5 mid-gods. The remaining dozen or so were high gods just like him. Not all of them cultivated in the 3 major energies of death, darkness, and destruction. There were also a few who cultivated in the energy of lightning, wind, and earth. One of the mid-gods who cultivated in the energy of lightning was the most valiant of them all. Despite his young age, he possessed mid-stage mid-god strength. His body was surrounded by little snake-like electric arcs. He was as steady as a boulder as he defended against the attacks of 2 mid-gods of the same level. He wasn't at a disadvantage in the slightest. Every punch he threw was accompanied by flashes of lightning and rolls of thunder. Young Master Tung Fei is truly valiant, as expected of a genius of the Thunder King family. His raging thunder divine energy is too powerful. Yeah, even young Master Cage and Zico couldn't break through his lightning wall. They even had to be on guard against him. How terrifying! Some of the low gods at the side softly exclaimed. Their faces were filled with reverence. The battle between the 3 mid-gods at the center of the gymnasium grew fiercer and fiercer. The few low gods who were fighting in the surrounding areas had no choice but to compress their combat zone under the intense electric field. In the end, all of them stopped fighting and silently observed the intense battle between the 3. Tung Fei was like a flood dragon covered in electric arcs. It was as though he wasn't affected by the gravitational field in the slightest. He streaked across the gymnasium. The electric arcs covering his body grew brighter and brighter. The rumbling of thunder in the gymnasium grew more and more intense. Cage, the second son of Donna's uncle Avery, and that divine guard named Zico kept retreating under Tung Fei's counterattacks. Bang! Bang! 3 claps of thunder exploded amidst the blazing lightning, and both Cage and Zico were blasted back several steps. Amazing! Tung Fei, your violent thunder divine energy is truly ferocious. We are all mid-stage mid-gods, but the 2 of us couldn't withstand it. Cage immediately exclaimed after he steadied himself. Tung Fei, who was standing as straight as a javelin, gently smiled and said to Cage, "The violent thunder divine power is extremely explosive in a head-on fight, but if it's a real fight to the death, you guys definitely won't go head-on with you. It's really hard to say who will win and who will lose. Young Master Tung Fei is too polite. If it was a one-on-one fight, I would definitely retreat." Zico, a divine guard of the laver's family, took a deep breath and agreed with Cage. He was a tactful divine guard. "Tung Fei, while you are a guest in our family, you must guide my little sister a lot. She admires you very much." Cage laughed heartily and pointed at Eve, who was only an early-stage mid-god. Eve was Avery's daughter. She bore some resemblance to Donna, but she lacked the graceful temperament of Donna. She was more elegant and pretty. At this moment, her cheeks were slightly red and she was looking at Teng Fei rather bashfully. It was obvious that she was very interested in Teng Fei. Haha, of course, replied Teng Fei warmly. However, he only casually swept a glance at Eve. It seemed as though he wasn't very interested in Eve. Alright, let's take a break and watch the others fight. Cage laughed and pulled Teng Fei towards the resting area where Eve was staying. Friend, you look unfamiliar. Are you also a member of our family? Zico walked towards Hanshu. He was very familiar with this place and couldn't help but ask in astonishment when he saw the unfamiliar Hanshu. When the crowd in the gymnasium also saw the unfamiliar Hanshu, they all revealed attentive expressions. No, I'm a friend of Donna. I heard the commotion and came over to take a look. Hanshu put on a faint smile and replied politely. Oh, so you are a friend of Miss Donna. Friend, you cultivate in the energy of death. If you are interested, you can go down and find a suitable opponent to spar with. You will only gain enlightenment in a real battle. That will be very beneficial to you. Zico said to Hanshu with a smile. No, I'm just here to take a look. My strength is low and I won't embarrass myself. Hanshu tactfully declined. Hey friend, you are also a low god. And a late-stage low god at that. You can play with me. Don't be a wet blanket. A bald youngster stood in the gymnasium and waved at Hanshu. He looked somewhat similar to Dolores, except that he was slightly shorter. He also didn't have the grave and stern aura of Dolores. Miss Donna's friend must be extraordinary. Friend, don't refuse. Come down and play with Doloxes. There won't be any problems. Teng Fei, who was drinking tea with Cage at the resting area, suddenly had his eyes light up when he heard that Hanshu was Donna's friend. Since young Master Teng Fei has spoken, don't refuse, friend. Give us some face and go down and play. Cage creased his brows and also tried to persuade Teng Fei. It seemed that he was very friendly towards Teng Fei. Alright, let's just have some fun. Don't take it too seriously. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Hanshu nodded with a smile and walked towards Doloxes in large strides. He thought that with Donna's identity, those people wouldn't be too serious. Chapter 694. Dolox is cultivated in the energy of darkness and possessed late-stage low-god strength. When he saw that Hanshu had agreed to the challenge, his smiley face suddenly changed. A gloomy and desolate aura was immediately released from his body. Hanshu walked step by step towards the center of the gymnasium. His main body merely mobilized the energy of his avatar of death. Soon enough, an aura of death that held no regard for life emanated from Hanshu's body. Both the energy of death and the energy of darkness were known for their evilness. They weren't particularly adept in close combat. Hanshu and Doloxes had no intention of engaging in close combat. Doloxes took the initiative to attack. His body gently swayed and 5 dark shadows separated from each other. The 5 shadows were pitch black and blurry. They were all covered in dense divine energy of darkness. As soon as the 5 shadows appeared, they immediately charged at Hanshu. They created even more blurry shadows in the gymnasium. It was a very bizarre sight. Those who cultivated in the energy of darkness were experts in concealing their bodies and aura. They would often use the shadows to obscure their opponent's vision in battle. They would hide their true body in the darkness or transform into a shadow. They would then take advantage of their opponent's confusion and kill them in a single strike. It seemed that Doloxes knew how to utilize this technique very well. The blurry shadows constantly circled around Hanshu and approached Hanshu little by little. Hanshu stood perfectly straight on the same spot. His eyes calmly looked at the blurry shadows that were constantly flashing in front of him. He wasn't the slightest bit affected by the phantoms. It was only when the many shadows got closer and closer that Hanshu deployed his 3 trump card boundaries of death around himself. It was obvious that he was going to take a defensive stance. Doloxes conjured more and more shadowy figures that fluttered gracefully in the gymnasium. When the speed of the shadowy figures grew faster and faster, nearly 100 shadowy figures suddenly rushed at Hanshu, attacking him from all directions. Hanshu remained in his original position, coldly watching the shadows. When the first shadow was about to attack his body, He was like a venomous snake that had been lying dormant for a long time, waiting for an opportunity. He abruptly scuttled out, his two hands drawing out layers of green waves that engulfed the dozen or so shadows. With a loud bang, he punched a shadow that was still flying around. Bang! Han Shua's fist landed squarely on Dolox's chest. All of the shadows vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. As it was just a sparring session, Han Shua didn't put too much force into this punch. It was just enough to stop Dolox's body and render him powerless to continue conjuring shadows. However, it didn't injure Dolox's at all. How is this possible? How could he locate the true body of Dolox's so accurately when they are in the same realm? Unbelievable. So many shadows can't confuse his vision. It's amazing. The spectators around the training field were all discussing in low voices. They were all marveling at Han Shua's astonishing attack. Generally speaking, in a battle between two experts of the same realm, the shadows conjured by those who cultivated in the energy of darkness would be difficult for their opponents to grasp. Those shadows could be infused with the divine energy of darkness and could cause harm to the enemy. When faced with the simultaneous attack of 100 shadows, those who couldn't locate the true body would generally adopt the most reliable defensive measures. Just like Dolox's, Han Shua was only a late-stage low god. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been possible for him to discover Han Shua's true body. However, the scene before the eyes of the spectators had subverted their understanding. That was why they were so astonished. Dolox's was astounded. He lowered his head to look at Han Shua's iron fist that was stuck on his chest, seemingly unable to accept this fact. As Han Shua didn't imbue too much divine energy of death into this punch, Dolox's wasn't injured in the slightest. He stared blankly for a moment before his eyes glowed with the color of unwillingness. Unexpectedly, the divine energy of darkness suddenly erupted from Dolox's chest and gushed into Han Shua's fist, causing Han Shua to let out a muffled groan. Han Shua was enraged. Based on common sense, Han Shua's punch that landed on Dolox's chest was already a victory for Han Shua. At this moment, Dolox's should have gracefully admitted his defeat instead of seizing the opportunity to launch an attack. Fortunately, Han Shua's demonic body was incomparably tough. Otherwise, when faced with Dolox's divine energy of darkness, Han Shua would surely have sustained light injuries. Han Shua coldly groaned and the energy of death suddenly erupted from his body, forcibly suppressing the divine energy of darkness that Dolox's charged at his demonic body. With one thought, a small amount of demonic yuan overflowed. The demonic blades protruded from Han Shua's fingernails, gleaming with threatening cold light. Whoosh! Han Shua's left hand drew a complicated pattern. Dolox's vision blurred. Before he could clearly see Han Shua's movements, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Looking down, Dolox's discovered that 5 ice-cold blades were pressed against the main artery of his neck. If he moved even an inch, there was a possibility that he would be cut. Dolox's, who was still preparing to defeat Han Shua in a spurt of energy, immediately discovered that Han Shua was staring at him indifferently. His eyes were as cold and callous as the blade that was pressed against his neck. Dolox's felt a chill in his heart. He had the misconception that Han Shua could rip him to shreds at any moment. He immediately raised both his hands high and shouted, "I've lost. Friend, you are indeed formidable. That friend over there, Dolox's, has just been punched by you. Why are you still being so unforgiving? Aren't you going a little too far?" Cage's voice deepened as he slowly walked over. He looked extremely displeased. "I'm going too far?" The corners of Han Shua's mouth curled into a sneer. He maintained the posture of his hand and turned around to shoot a cold glance at Cage. He said, "You possess mid-god strength. If you had observed carefully just now, you would definitely have noticed Dolox's little tricks. He was the one who disobeyed the rules first. Not only did you not mention it, but you also said that I'm going too far? Is this how your House of Lavers treats its guests? Put your hands down first. We can talk things over if there is any misunderstanding." Cage hastily tried to mediate when he saw the grim expression on Han Shua's face. He really thought that Han Shua would kill Han Shua in a fit of rage. Hey friend, there's no need to be like this. It's just a spar. There's no need to be so serious. Zico, seeing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, immediately walked over and mediated. What are you guys so nervous about? I didn't mean anything by it. I was just explaining the situation to you. Han Shuo sneered. He turned around and stared at Doloxes, who had his hands raised high. While secretly guarding against Doloxes, Han Shuo slowly put away the unsheathed demonic blades. When the demonic blades were completely removed from Doloxes' neck, Doloxes suddenly retreated several steps. His expression changed as he said hatefully, "How dare you point a sharp weapon at me? What is your relationship with our eldest sister? What are you doing in our Laver's family?" Cage's face immediately turned gloomy when he realized that Dolox's safety was no longer threatened by Han Shuo. He stared at Han Shuo and interrogated him. "He is just a low god. I reckon that he came to our Laver's family through our eldest sister. He must be tired of living to be so rough with Doloxes." The beautiful Eve stood up and looked at Han Shuo with a face filled with disgust. "What?" Han Shuo squinted his eyes and took in the expressions of the others. He looked at Eve disdainfully and mocked. "Are you going to teach me a lesson if I say that Donna and I aren't friends? Hey, you guys are all from the same family clan, but compared to Donna, you guys are nothing." "You? What did you say?" Eve was enraged. She pointed at Han Shuo and said sternly, "Say it again if you have the guts." "Ha, if you want to humiliate yourself, I really don't mind." There was no way Han Shuo was afraid of her. He sneered and repeated what he said. When Eve was about to attack him, Han Shuo suddenly pointed at Teng Fei, who was standing beside Eve, and said with a mischievous smile, "Miss Eve, you are not behaving like a young lady of a large family clan. Can't you see the disdain and ridicule on young Master Teng Fei's face?" Eve was shocked to hear those words from Han Shuo. Only then did she remember that Teng Fei was standing beside her. She panicked and hastily turned to look at Teng Fei, who was trying to hide his embarrassment after being exposed by Han Shuo. "No, I don't have that intention," Teng Fei immediately explained when he saw Eve looking at him. He forced a smile at Han Shuo and said, "Friend, don't speak nonsense. I have never offended you. Zico, I'll have to trouble you to take down this suspicious fella. I will personally ask my elder sister what this fella is doing in our family clan." When Cage saw that Han Shuo had so casually neutralized Eve's attack, and had cleverly created a small conflict between Eve and Teng Fei, he immediately felt that he couldn't allow Han Shuo to continue causing trouble. Zico was in a difficult position. He didn't dare to offend Donna's friend, but he didn't know how to refuse Cage's words. He was in a dilemma. "I will help young Master Cage take him down," shouted another early-stage mid-god who cultivated in the energy of destruction. He seemed to want to curry favor with Teng Fei and charged straight at Han Shuo. It seemed that he was prepared to capture Han Shuo at lightning speed. It was absolutely impossible for Han Shuo to contend against an early-stage mid-god expert with just the strength of his two avatars. Han Shuo's heart turned cold when he saw that he was forced into a corner. He started hesitating whether or not he should utilize demonic arts. It was at this moment that Han Shuo suddenly sensed Donna's aura, and immediately realized that Donna had arrived. But strangely, Han Shuo discovered that Donna did not immediately lend him a hand. It seemed that she had some other intentions. With one thought, Han Shuo immediately realized that Donna must be doubting his strength, and wanted to take this opportunity to see how strong she really was. Han Shuo, who was about to utilize demonic arts, suddenly changed his mind. He stayed where he was and waited for the guard to approach him. He used the energy of his avatar of death to defend himself. Although that guard didn't know how close the relationship between Han Shuo and Donna was, he didn't dare to do anything to Han Shuo because of his relationship with Donna. He only followed Cage's instructions to capture Han Shuo. With Han Shuo deliberately concealing his strength, it only took a few short seconds for Han Shuo to be immobilized against that mid-god who was an entire realm lower than him. Just when that guard was about to capture Han Shuo, Donna, who had been hiding in the dark, finally made her move. A dark shadow suddenly descended on the gymnasium. Bang! That guard was sent flying far away. Donna stood in front of Han Shuo with a furious expression. She glared at that guard who was sitting on the ground and panting. She coldly groaned and said, "You've got guts. How dare you touch my friend? Who gave you the courage to do so?" That guard was stunned when he saw Donna. He subconsciously turned to look at Cage. When Cage saw that Donna had angrily come to Han Shua's rescue, he immediately realized that he had misjudged the relationship between Han Shua and Donna. Cage very irresponsibly avoided the gaze of that guard who stood up for him. He chuckled and said, "Big sister, why are you here? They are just playing with your friend. Why are you so angry?" It was obvious that Donna held an extremely high status in the Lavers family. Many of the guards who were planning to make a move on Han Shua immediately gave up on the idea. They were afraid that Donna would see through their intentions. "Brian is a friend that I went through a lot of trouble to invite over. I believe that he should have told you about this. I didn't expect that you would dare to capture him. Are you looking down on me?" Donna said furiously. She glared at everyone in the gymnasium with her almond-shaped eyes. "It's none of my business. Can you not glare at me like that?" Tung Fei put on a bitter smile and raised his hand to explain. His gaze towards Donna was filled with unconcealable love. He hastily tried to prove his innocence. "You are not a good person either. You only know how to laugh at others." Donna scolded Tung Fei. Then she turned to Han Shua and said apologetically, "Brian, I'm sorry. I didn't expect something like this to happen. I have long seen the arrogance of a descendant of a major family. It's nothing to be surprised about." Han Shua shrugged and said to Donna with a faint smile, "Forget it, I'll just move out. I really can't get used to staying in your Lavers family." "Ah," Donna panicked. She had witnessed how miraculous and mysterious Han Shua was. She wholeheartedly wanted to rope Han Shua into the Lavers family. Now that she heard Han Shua's words, she hastily pleaded, "Don't do this, Brian. I promise you this will never happen again. You just arrived and I haven't even had the chance to greet you. How can you leave so soon?" "I'm sorry, I really can't stand the face of some people. Staying here will only affect my cultivation mood. Alright, I have enough black crystal coins in my hands. I can live a free and easy life even if I don't leave the City of Shadows. Perhaps we will have many opportunities to meet in the future. Please don't try to stop me," Han Shua said to Donna in a stern face. He had made up his mind to draw a line between himself and the Lavers family. He's just a low god. There are plenty of them in the City of Shadows. What's so great about him? Eve couldn't help but groan coldly when she saw that Han Shua was unmoved by Donna's strenuous efforts to persuade Han Shua to stay. "Shut up." Donna was feeling vexed. She shouted at Eve, "You know nothing but to cause trouble for the family. I don't care about you, but you can't do anything about it, can you? Elder sister, you are so fierce to me because of this brat. You." Eve put on a wronged face after being yelled at by Donna. Tears were already rolling down her cheeks. "I know the way. Elder sister Donna, you don't have to send me off." While Donna was yelling at Eve, Han Shua had already walked out of the gymnasium. He turned around and yelled at Donna before rapidly disappearing from the crowd's sight. When he shows off his abilities in the City of Shadows, you will all know how big of a mistake you have made today. "Sigh, you guys." Donna looked at Cage and the others with resentment. She let out a long sigh and hastily chased after Han Shua. However, when she walked out of the gymnasium, she discovered that Han Shua had vanished without a trace. Donna knew that after today's incident, Han Shua would never join the Lavers family. She was filled with regret as she knew that the Lavers family had missed out on yet another talent. But what she did not know was that today's incident had nearly brought the Lavers family to extinction. Chapter 695. Han Shua hastily left the Lavers' residence and went to another street block. He spent 5 purple crystal coins to rent a gymnasium. The gymnasium was only 500 square meters in size and was defended by 2 boundary towers. After closing the gymnasium, Han Shua's 2 avatars flew out from the cauldron of myriad demon. The avatar that cultivated in the energy of death continued to absorb the divine essences of death he obtained, while the avatar that cultivated in the energy of destruction condensed the orbs of destruction and slowly explored how to use the orbs of destruction and his domain of divinity inside the boundary. Back in Fort Verka, Han Shuo had paid close attention to the orbs of destruction released by Brov's dark golden sphere. Using his consciousness, Han Shuo tried his best to memorize the trajectories of the orbs of destruction as they revolved around the boundary of the gymnasium. Now that Han Shuo was experimenting with the usage of the orbs of destruction again and again, he was no longer fumbling around. By relying on the powerful memory of his consciousness, Han Shuo guided the orbs of destruction around his domain of divinity, according to the trajectories of the orbs of destruction. Han Shuo, who had calmed his mind, sat in the gymnasium, oblivious to the passage of time. He experimented with the flight trajectories of the orbs of destruction over and over again. Gradually, Han Shuo discovered that the orbs of destruction became more and more agile as he tried to operate them according to the memory of his consciousness. The trajectories of the orbs of destruction also seemed to coincide with the essence of the Edict of Destruction. Han Shuo's avatar of death and avatar of death were not idling around either. Unknowingly, all the divine essences of death that Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie found had been sucked clean by Han Shuo's avatar of death. As Han Shuo's avatar of death had previously absorbed the divine soul of a pure mid-god without any self-awareness, his comprehension of the energy of death would increase as his energy improved. After absorbing all the divine essences, Han Shuo faintly sensed that the divine energy in his body was on the verge of a breakthrough. This meant that as long as he had sufficient divine energy, Han Shuo's avatar of death could very possibly break through to mid-god realm within a short period of time. There was an enormous barrier between low gods and mid-gods. Once Han Shuo stepped into the realm of low gods, it would mean that his status on Elysium would rise to a higher level. For example, in the City of Shadows, there were countless low gods like Han Shuo. However, the number of mid-gods was drastically reduced. Almost every mid-god would receive invitations from various family clans and would gain some status in the city. Han Shuo's main body was not idling around either. While his two avatars were constantly cultivating and improving themselves, Han Shuo's main body had been discussing demonic arts techniques with Cauldron Spirit. He had started cultivating the invincible Omen body that could only be mastered by those in the Omen realm. The invincible Omen body was a secret technique that could strengthen one's physical defenses to the greatest extent. According to the demonic consciousness left behind by Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord, the invincible Omen body could instantly fill every cell and bone in one's body with demonic yuan. It would strengthen one's physical defenses by 100-fold and form a defensive barrier inside one's body. Once one was attacked, one's demonic body would automatically form the invincible Omen body, rendering the enemy's attacks useless. As the demonic yuan of a demonic art cultivator grew, the defensive power of the invincible Omen body would also grow stronger. In the end, not only would the cultivator be impervious to swords and spears, water and fire, but it would also possess a terrifying counterattack power. Once the cultivator was attacked, that invincible Omen body would automatically gather the energy within the cultivator's body and instantly unleash a terrifying force, inflicting heavy damage on the opponent. It could be said that once one mastered the invincible Omen body, one would not have to worry about being ambushed. Any ambushes would be like getting caught in a web of their own making. It was said that when Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord, was refining a demonic weapon, he was discovered by 3 of his enemies. When the 3 saw that Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord, was refining a demonic weapon, they immediately joined forces and attacked him. However, under the terrifying defensive power of Gu Tianxia's invincible Omen body, Gu Tianxia merely vomited a small mouthful of blood. Of the 3 attackers, 2 were killed on the spot by the counterattack of the invincible Omen body. The 3rd was so badly injured that he was scared out of his wits and immediately stumbled out of the place. He died before he could even walk out of Gu Tianxia's demonic domain. Han Shuo had a very solid foundation to begin with. He had placed great emphasis on the tempering and forging of his physical body over the years. As soon as he obtained the cultivation method for the invincible Omen body, Han Shuo immediately began to cultivate without eating or sleeping. Whenever he came across something he did not understand, he would immediately ask Cauldron Spirit. Cauldron Spirit was indeed worthy of being the most precious demonic treasure. Under the influence of Gutianxia, its understanding of demonic energy was much deeper than Han Shua's. It was able to provide detailed explanations to many of the questions that Han Shua did not understand. With the help of Cauldron Spirit, Han Shua tirelessly cultivated the invincible Omen body. The invincible Omen body was a process of destruction and reconstruction. During the cultivation process, Han Shua's blood vessels would rupture, and his internal organs would shatter. Having gotten used to the cultivation method of demonic arts that was akin to self-mutilation, Han Shua persisted in forging his physical body over and over again. The concept of time in the gymnasium was very indifferent. The first to wake up was Han Shua's avatar of death. After absorbing all the divine essences containing the energy of death, it was no longer as easy for his avatar of death to make any further progress. When Han Shua raised his head and looked at the energy clock hanging on the ceiling of the gymnasium, he realized that half a year had passed without him realizing it. During this period of time, Han Shua had only absorbed all the divine essences, while his other two avatars were still immersed in their cultivation. Another 3 months passed. Han Shua's avatar of destruction had also stopped studying the Edict of Destruction. Han Shua had experimented with all the methods he had memorized with his consciousness, and had grasped part of the usage of the orbs of destruction. At present, with a single thought from Han Shua, the 5 orbs of destruction would constantly revolve around Han Shua according to the Edict of Destruction. So long as Han Shua willed it, those orbs of destruction would attack any corner in a special trajectory. Han Shua knew that the usage of the orbs of destruction could only be gradually improved as his understanding of the Edict of Destruction increased. This avatar of his was also on the verge of a breakthrough. Han Shua believed that with another epiphany, he would be able to take another step forward and reach the late-stage low-god realm. Another 2 months passed. Han Shua's main body that was cultivating the invincible Omen body had also stopped its refinement. Han Shua had almost crazily cultivated and tortured himself to the point of achieving a small success in the invincible Omen body. Once Han Shua willed it, the invincible Omen body would materialize and the demonic yuan would instantly fill every corner of his body. However, Han Shua was still a long way from achieving the realm of invincible Omen body. As for the realm of invincible Omen body, where it would automatically explode with the power of invincible Omen body, Han Shua was still far from achieving that realm. He could only take it one step at a time. All 3 of his avatars had temporarily cultivated to their limits. If he wanted to take another step forward, he couldn't just rely on cultivation to make a breakthrough. At this time, Han Shua knew that there was no longer any need to stay in the gymnasium. His 2 avatars once again returned to Han Shua's body. After taking a good bath in the gymnasium and changing into a set of clean clothes, Han Shua walked out of the gymnasium. As he had stayed in the gymnasium for nearly a year, the 5 purple crystal coins that Han Shua had paid previously were not enough. He had no choice but to pay another 6 purple crystal coins. When Han Shua handed over the remaining purple crystal coins to the old man, he took the opportunity to ask, "Where is the largest scroll shop in the vicinity?" "Head north from here. You will see a scroll shop called God's Gift very soon. You should be able to find what you need inside." After putting away the 6 purple crystal coins, the old man enthusiastically pointed the way for Han Shua. After thanking the old man, Han Shua left the gymnasium and headed towards the scroll shop called God's Gift. Approximately 20 minutes later, Han Shua entered the scroll shop. Han Shua needed some truly useful comprehension of the Edict of Destruction. Therefore he came here. This was the scroll shop owned by God Hunter Rahman in Fort Verka. This God's Gift shop was much bigger than Han Shua had imagined. Although the shop only had 1 floor, it was divided into many sections. Other than the energy of life and the energy of light, the other 10 fundamental energies were divided into their own sections. There was also a section filled with experience scrolls for all sorts of non-mainstream energies. There were scrolls for the cultivation of fighting aura, scrolls for the cultivation of the energy of fear, and even scrolls for the cultivation of the energy of lust. This greatly surprised Han Shua. When Han Shua arrived at the section for the scrolls of destruction, He discovered that the entire section was divided into 3 sections. One was for scrolls on the comprehension of the Edict of Destruction, one was for scrolls on the attack methods of the Edict of Destruction, and the last was for scrolls on the usage of divine weapons of destruction. Each of the 3 sections was guarded by specialized personnel. They were in charge of explaining and selling nearly 100 types of scrolls. All of them were professionally trained. Each and every one of them was smiling from ear to ear, and gave off a comfortable feeling as though one was bathing in a spring breeze. Upon arriving at this section, Han Shuo had to admit that this was a truly large shop. Compared to this place, Ramon's shop was simply insignificant. Han Shuo walked straight to the section for scrolls on the comprehension of the Edict of Destruction. When he lowered his head to take a look, he was startled yet again. He saw that those scrolls were priced in black crystal coins. They were so expensive that Han Shuo was a little dazed. The cheapest scroll was priced at 3 black crystal coins. The most expensive scroll for mid-gods was priced at 9,000 black crystal coins. That was far more than Han Shuo's current net worth. Every scroll in our shop has been specially inspected. You should feel that they are worth the price. After all, the improvement of one's cultivation realm is the foundation of one's strength. It is normal for them to be a little expensive. After explaining to Han Shuo in a very amiable manner, the young and handsome shop assistant asked, "May I know where you have encountered a problem? I can help you select a suitable scroll." Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment after hearing those words. He quickly replied, "I am currently in the mid-stage low-god realm. At present, I have a vague feeling that I am about to make a breakthrough to the late-stage low-god realm. Unfortunately, I have not been able to grasp the crux of the breakthrough. I do not know which aspect I am lacking in. Therefore, I would like to see if there are any scrolls here that can help me." This is a scroll. It contains the insights of a person who had made a breakthrough to the late-stage low-god realm. It is priced at 47 black crystal coins. I believe it will be of some help to you. The shop assistant lowered his head and flipped through a booklet. After a while, he raised his head and took a scroll from the bottom of the counter. He confidently said to Han Shuo, "So professional." Han Shuo was greatly amazed. His trust in this shop grew. Without any hesitation, Han Shuo took out 47 black crystal coins and handed it to the shop assistant. He said, "All right, give it to me. Before I sell it, according to the rules, I have to remind you that the scrolls here are merely the insights of the predecessors who had made a breakthrough. Not everyone's cultivation path is the same. Perhaps the successful experiences of the predecessors might not be suitable for you. These scrolls may give you more insights, but they cannot guarantee that you will be able to make a breakthrough to your current realm." The shop assistant explained to Han Shuo with a faint smile, "All right, I understand. Give it to me." Han Shuo naturally knew that the scrolls wouldn't be 100% effective. He didn't need the shop assistant's reminder. "Please give me your divine tablet. We have a rule here that all scrolls for sale must be recorded in detail." The shop assistant said apologetically. After handing over the divine tablet and the 47 black crystal coins, Han Shuo also received the scroll after going through the normal procedures. He impatiently skimmed through the contents of the scroll. Han Shuo's face was filled with a bitter smile. The owner of the scroll wasn't good at expressing himself at all. Some of the contents of the scroll were vague and confusing. Han Shuo couldn't understand what the owner was trying to say. It seemed that those were his own thoughts from the beginning. The only useful point was that the owner talked about hatred. He said that hatred gave him the urge to destroy everything. Under the support of intense hatred, the owner of the scroll could only think of utterly destroying his enemies. The moment he killed the enemy that was engraved in his bones, he suddenly made a breakthrough. "We have agreed beforehand that even if you fail to obtain what you need, we will not refund you." When the shop assistant saw the bitter smile on Han Shuo's face, he immediately realized that Han Shuo hadn't understood the meaning of the scroll. He hastily reminded Han Shuo, "Forget it. I should have known that everyone's understanding of cultivation is different. If divine scrolls were useful, there wouldn't be so many people stuck in the same realm." Han Shuo helplessly sighed, no longer pinning his hopes on the divine scrolls. He turned around and left the scroll shop. Hatred gives rise to the urge to destroy everything. Hatred. After exiting the scroll shop, Han Shuo thought to himself. He felt that the scroll had given him some inspiration on this point. However, the enemy that was engraved in his bones had long been killed by Han Shuo. At present, Han Shuo didn't have any enemy with such deep hatred. Even if he wanted to try, he didn't know where to start. Suddenly, Han Shuo raised his brows. He stopped moving and turned around to look behind him. Shortly after, a group of travel-worn divine guards from the City of Shadows rushed over and surrounded Han Shuo. "You are Brian, right?" The leader of the group was the green-haired young man whom Han Shuo had met in the God Hunter Valley. He immediately shouted coldly when he saw Han Shuo. "That's right. What's the matter?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment and looked at the young man in confusion. "You know what you have done. Come with us." After Han Shuo admitted to it, the green-haired young man shouted furiously, "Shameless fella! How dare you rob us of our spoils of war? I will make you spit them all out." Chapter 696. Upon hearing those words, Han Shuo immediately understood what was going on. Seeing that the green-haired young man was in a towering rage, Han Shuo put on a wry smile and refused to admit. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "Brat, you have robbed the deceased of all their belongings. If you have the guts to do it, why don't you have the guts to admit it?" "I didn't do it. Why would I admit it? The items you sold at that divine weapon shop were obviously from the deceased in the valley. The people in the shop have reported it to me. Why are you still being so stubborn?" Han Shuo suddenly turned silent after hearing those words. He did not expect that Donna would cause so much trouble for those divine weapons. Seeing that there was no way he could deny it, Han Shuo bunched his brows and asked, "What do you want?" This wasn't a big deal. Han Shuo did not think that they could do anything to him. Nothing much. Those items were sold for a total of 300 black crystal coins. Just come with us and make things clear. According to the rules, we will deduct a portion of your crystal coins and we will consider this matter settled. The green-haired young man said mischievously after seeing that Han Shuo had admitted to the crime. There were a dozen or so divine guards around Han Shuo. These divine guards were the direct subordinates of Erebus, one of the 7 divine guard chiefs of the City of Shadows. All of them possessed mid-god strength. Erebus was a member of the largest family clan in the City of Shadows, the House of Saint. Han Shuo knew that he had just arrived in the city and did not have much capital. Therefore, Han Shuo followed the green-haired young man to the third core that was under Erebus control. Naturally, Erebus would not be bothered with such a trivial matter. After arriving at the third core, the green-haired young man brought Han Shuo to a hall filled with books and scrolls. A white-haired middle-aged man with a solemn face began to interrogate Han Shuo. After Han Shuo described what happened, the middle-aged man said, "According to the rules, you will have to pay them 2/3 of your crystal coins, which is 200 black crystal coins. Of those divine weapons I sold, 3 of them belong to mid-gods and they are mine. I didn't buy them from anyone else. Those 3 mid-god divine weapons are worth 250 black crystal coins. That's the real deal. I hope you understand this point clearly." Han Shuo immediately protested after hearing those words. "Mr. Caden, don't listen to his nonsense. This youngster is just a low god who has just arrived on Elysium. It is impossible for him to possess 3 mid-god divine weapons. Those divine weapons that he sold were all secretly looted from the valley. That is for sure." The green-haired young man sneered. 300 black crystal coins was a small fortune to them. There was no way they would be willing to let the powerless Han Shuo have it. It was obvious that Caden was biased towards the green-haired young man. He nodded and said, "Anito's words make sense. It is impossible for you to possess 3 mid-god divine weapons through normal means. Therefore, you must have obtained them from that valley. Alright, you can leave after you hand over 200 black crystal coins. Stop quibbling. You are trying to scam me." Han Shuo coldly groaned and said, "I need you to handle this impartially. When I sold those divine weapons, I was with Miss Donna of the Lavers family. You can ask her about it and see if I am telling the truth." Miss Donna of the Lavers family? The person named Caden stared blankly for a moment before he turned to the green-haired young man, Anaito, and asked, "Was Miss Donna there as well?" "No, I'm not too sure." Anaito was rather hesitant. He had only received a message from a guard in that shop, and did not investigate in detail. Now that he learned that Donna of the Lavers family was involved, he immediately realized that Hanshua wouldn't be that easy to deal with. In the City of Shadows, the House of Saint was, of course, the dominant family. Although Anaito and Caden could barely be considered members of the House of Saint, their status was far below that of the real members of the House of Saint. They were just divine guards under Erebus. Since even Erebus had to give the House of Lavers some face, it was only natural that they would have some misgivings. "All right, I will get to the bottom of this matter first," Hanshua said. After hearing that Hanshua mentioned Donna and seeing that Anaito was hesitating, Caden thought for a moment and decided not to do anything to Hanshua. He started preparing to get to the bottom of the matter. It was at this moment that Hanshua truly understood what Donna meant. Unless one was a high god with formidable strength, if one did not have power or influence on Elysium and did not have the backing of a large family clan, one would run into a lot of trouble. From this incident, one could see the deterrent power of a large family clan. If it wasn't for Donna, Hanshua would have suffered a great loss all by himself. "You stay here for now. We will get to the bottom of Bai's situation very soon," Anaito said angrily. Anaito was about to leave angrily, feeling extremely gloomy in his heart. He had originally thought that Hanshua was just a small character not worth mentioning. He didn't expect that he seemed to be very familiar with Donna. This had obviously messed up his plans. Bam! Before Anaito could walk out of the hall, his body was suddenly sent flying back and crashed right next to Hanshua. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in our third core? Are you courting death?" Caden was enraged. He slammed the table and stood up. Immediately, 20 or so divine guards rushed out from the corners of the hall. All of them were mid-gods. "I'm courting death. Come and kill me, you fools." A shrill young female voice sounded. As soon as the voice faded, an ugly young woman with disheveled lavender hair walked into the hall. Her face was like an irregular square. She had a small nose, thick lips, triangular eyes, and dark green skin. No matter from which angle one looked at her, she was ugly and even a little frightening. But if one were to focus their attention on her body instead of her face, one would discover that her figure was graceful and curvaceous. She definitely had a good figure that only a peerless beauty should have. It was a pity that her devilish figure, coupled with her monstrous appearance, made her look somewhat shameful. Although this woman was extremely ugly, she possessed astonishing strength. As soon as she walked into the hall, even though she did not deliberately release any energy, she gave Hanshua a very obvious oppressive aura. It was an aura that only high gods could possess. Hanshua secretly released a strand of his consciousness in an attempt to probe the woman's strength. Before Hanshua's consciousness could approach her, her triangular eyes suddenly turned towards Hanshua. Hanshua was startled and immediately withdrew his consciousness. "Ah, it's Miss Carmelita. What brings you to the third core?" Caden, who was shouting furiously a moment ago, immediately shriveled up when he saw the ugly young lady. He put on a wry smile and bowed. Anaito, who was sent flying, sat up, panting heavily. He hastily half-knelt on the ground and said, "I'm sorry, Mississippi. I didn't know it was you." "Carmelita." As soon as Hanshua heard how Caden addressed her, he carefully sized up the ugly young lady. Immediately, he noticed a very small pattern on the left shoulder of her tight-fitting purple armor. It was a pattern of 3 black holes arranged in a triangular formation. The black holes seemed to be able to absorb all energy. It was a pattern unique to the largest family clan in the City of Shadows, the House of Saint. Just like the dark sun of the House of Lavers, it was a unique symbol of a large family clan. After seeing the pattern of 3 black holes, Hanshua immediately realized that the young lady was indeed the genius of the House of Saint, Carmelita. It was said that Carmelita had contracted a strange disease when she was young. As she grew up, she grew uglier and uglier. No treatment could cure her. However, although Carmelita grew uglier and uglier, she displayed astonishing talent in the cultivation of the energy of destruction. In just a short 300 years, she became an astonishing legend in the City of Shadows. Perhaps due to her ugly appearance, Carmelita had an extremely eccentric temperament and was very difficult to get along with. However, as she possessed valiant strength, her father was the patriarch of the House of Saint, and she was highly regarded by the House of Saint. No one dared to provoke her even though there were many experts in the City of Shadows. She was an extremely unique character in the City of Shadows. Where's Erebus? I need to talk to him about something. Carmelita glared at those people with her triangular eyes and asked impatiently. His lordship is still hunting down one of the god hunter leaders, Bravst. He isn't at the third corps for the time being, Caden replied cautiously. Damn it, he's not around every time I look for him. He must be hiding from me. Carmelita cursed. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly turned to look at Han Shuo and said laughingly, Were you using your soul to observe me just now? You only possess low god strength, but the energy of your soul is rather strange. To think that you could actually escape from my soul tracking. What is your name and what are you doing here? Han Shuo was startled. He did not expect that Carmelita would be so powerful to be able to detect the probing of his consciousness in an instant. He thought to himself, it seems that the divine soul of a high god is indeed powerful. I must be more careful next time and not act rashly. His name is Brian. He has come to assist us with some matters. This is what happened. Before Han Shuo could speak, Caden had already recounted the entire incident to Carmelita in a fawning manner. Brian, this name sounds a little familiar. Did someone mention it to me recently? Oh, Donna, you know Donna. I remember now, Donna once told me about it. Carmelita exclaimed softly. She started sizing up Han Shuo with her triangular eyes, giving Han Shuo goosebumps. After a while, Carmelita seemed to have recalled something. Her eyes lit up and she suddenly said, Come with me. I want to ask you to do something for me. Ah, what for? Han Shuo asked blankly. Don't worry about it. You will know when the time comes. Carmelita did as she said. She grabbed Han Shuo's arm and dragged him outside, as though she had long forgotten that Han Shuo was also a young woman. Miss, this person is a little troublesome, Caden hastily said with a bitter smile when he saw that Carmelita was about to leave. That's no longer troublesome. What's the point of bickering over some spoils of war? Erase that matter for me. Is that all right? Carmelita did not even look at Caden as she dragged Han Shuo outside. No problem. Caden replied hastily. After Carmelita left, Caden glanced at Anaito and said, Just let it go. Don't pursue the matter. Anaito smiled bitterly and nodded. I can only let it go. I'm really unlucky. Chapter 697. Carmelita pulled Han Shuo and walked out of the third corps. As soon as they stepped outside, Han Shuo saw an enormous airship hovering in the sky. On it stood a group of a few dozen people. All of them were wearing the Divine Guard uniforms of the House of Saint, and all of them possessed mid-god strength. Without giving Han Shuo a chance to speak, Carmelita pulled Han Shuo into the airship. As soon as the two boarded the airship, Carmelita ordered the Divine Guards of the House of Saint respectfully, fill up the energy crystals. Let's go. Airships were a commonly used means of transportation on Elysium. They were large-scale flying tools that were created using grand metallurgy, and were powered by energy crystals. The airship was 100 meters long and had soft cushions on it. The Divine Guards of the House of Saint were sitting on it. My lady, who is this youngster? Asked a plump, one-eyed woman without eyebrows as she sized up Han Shuo in a strange manner. Erebus isn't in the third corps. I heard that he went after Bravst. He must have taken his two subordinates who are adept at tracking, Carmelita said angrily as she glared at Han Shuo with her triangular eyes. She glared at Han Shuo with her triangular eyes and said, This fella is called Brian. He comes from a low-level material plane. I heard from Donna that he is very observant and has extremely keen judgment and insight. Donna isn't the kind of person to speak without thinking. Her words are highly credible. Since we can't borrow people from Erebus, we can only use this youngster to make up the numbers. I hope that Donna's evaluation of him is true. This is. The one-eyed plump woman stared blankly for a moment. She anxiously tried to persuade Carmelita to give up on Han Shuo. What do you mean this? It doesn't make a difference whether he's here or not. Do you really think that we can't find those people who sneaked into the City of Shadows? Carmelita said impatiently as she glared at the plump woman. She had accumulated too much prestige in the House of Saint. Although the plump woman was very displeased, she did not dare to say anything. She merely sighed and looked at Han Shuo suspiciously. Take a break. I need you to help me find someone. I will inform you when we arrive. Don't worry, I still have some friendship with Donna. I won't do anything to you. Carmelita waved her hand and walked to the front of the flying bats by herself. She arrived at her designated spot and silently sat down. Han Shuo was stunned. He looked at the dozen or so divine guards of the House of Saint around him who wore cold and stern expressions, and then at the fat woman who wore an unwilling face. Without saying a word, he sat down on the airship. Elysium was boundless. Even a small mountain range was the size of the Lancelot Empire. Here, even a high god's divine soul couldn't cover too far, especially when someone was carefully concealing their presence. It would be even more difficult to detect them. Han Shuo reckoned that Carmelita and her party were searching for someone. She needed a special talent who could use the terrain and some minute clues to determine the situation. That was why she went to the Third Corps to ask Erebus for help. Unfortunately, Erebus wasn't around. Therefore, she decided to try her best and drag Han Shuo along. Han Shuo pondered for a moment and figured out the ins and outs of the matter. Everyone on the airship was cultivating in silence. Han Shuo, who was used to solitude and solitude, didn't find it boring. He secretly observed the cultivation state of those powerful mid-gods, searching for something that he could learn from. Time flew by. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Han Shuo suddenly noticed that the airship speed had abruptly dropped. Han Shuo lowered his head and discovered that the airship had arrived at a mountain range that was shrouded in multicolored miasma. The miasma carried a sour and rancid odor. It should contain toxins. Gradually, the airship stopped above the mountain range. Carmelita, who had been cultivating in silence, finally stood up. She lowered her head and looked at the mountain range that was shrouded in miasma. She softly cried out, "All right, we have finally arrived at the miasma cloud mountain range. Everyone, get ready and disembark from the airship. According to our intelligence, those guys are in the miasma cloud mountain range. Be careful. The peculiar miasma in the miasma cloud mountain range is very annoying. Not only does it carry all kinds of toxins, it can also reduce the perception of your divine soul." "Don't worry, miss, they are well prepared." The plump woman put on a faint smile. She took out an exquisite medicine bottle and poured out some of the liquid to apply on her body. The liquid formed a faint membrane that completely covered her plump body. The divine guards on the airship followed suit. Every one of them had a faint membrane formed on their body under the effect of the medicine. Carmelita was the only one who didn't do the same. Her body naturally formed a destructive force field that was hard to see with the naked eye. It created layers of energy waves that prevented any gaseous substance from approaching her body. "Give Brian a bottle. Don't let him fall to the miasma before he can even take a few steps." Carmelita took the lead and flew towards the miasma cloud mountain range. Carmelita was the first to descend towards the miasma cloud mountain range. She only remembered Han Shuo when she was in midair. After Carmelita's purple figure dived into the miasma, the plump woman unwillingly tossed a medicine bottle to Han Shuo and said, "Just apply the medicine on your body. This bottle of medicine is worth 10 black crystal coins. You are really lucky." "Many thanks." Han Shuo smiled faintly and opened his hand. The medicine bottle flying towards him was sucked into his palm. He poured some of the medicine and smeared it on for a while. A very faint layer of thin film also appeared on his body, forming a special boundary that enveloped his body. Even without using the invincible omen body, Han Shuo had no fear of the miasma's invasion. Having cultivated his demonic body to such a level, he could seal off all the pores on his body with a single thought. The miasma couldn't enter his body at all. Even if Han Shuo were to take a deep breath, he could expel the miasma through his pores. The reason why he still used that bottle of medicine was because he didn't want to attract the plump woman's attention. I don't know why the mist would bring a low god like you here. In any case, we don't care whether a burden like you lives or dies. If you encounter any danger, you better run as far as you can. Don't expect us to pay attention to you. The plump woman grumbled and was the second to descend towards the miasma cloud mountain range. She cultivated in the energy of darkness and possessed late-stage mid-god strength. It was only natural for her to look down on a puny low-god like Han Shuo. The divine guards of the House of Saint followed after Carmelita and the plump woman as they descended towards the miasma cloud mountain range. Soon, under the control of one of the divine guards, the airship gradually shrank. Han Shuo let out a soft laugh. He was rather interested in the situation in the miasma cloud mountain range. Before the divine guard could recall the airship, Han Shuo also descended towards the miasma cloud mountain range. Han Shuo discovered that the divine guards were closely following behind Carmelita. Each and every one of them wore vigilant expressions as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. As the miasma was everywhere, visibility was limited. No matter how good one's eyesight was, they could only see within 100 meters of themselves. Any further than that would be very difficult to see. Han Shuo had cultivated in demonic arts for many years, but he could only see within 300 meters of himself. Any further than that would be just as blurry and indistinct. Youngster, now is the time for you to come in handy. Can you find any traces of those people? The plump woman shot a cold glance at Han Shuo. She did not seem to trust Han Shuo at all. Han Shuo shook his head indifferently and replied, "There are no traces of humans in the vicinity. By the way, who are those people you are looking for? What energy do they cultivate? What are their characteristics? I need to know the details." Han Shuo too looked at the plump woman and asked the leader of the party, Carmelita. "They are people from the Life Dominion. They are our mortal enemies. According to the unwritten rules, anyone who cultivates in the Edict of Life or the energy of light must be killed without mercy once they are discovered in our darkness dominion. They must be harboring unspeakable secrets for daring to come to our City of Shadows territory. We need to figure out their motives and kill them all. Otherwise, if the other cities in the darkness dominion were to find out, they would definitely mock our City of Shadows for being incompetent." Carmelita explained to Han Shuo fiercely. The two parties were mortal enemies. Without any special reason, the other party would not dare to risk being killed by coming to the darkness dominion. It was no wonder that Carmelita and her party would muster such a large force to hunt down those cultivators of the Edict of Life. After learning their origins, Han Shuo felt a little more confident. Those who cultivated in the Edict of Life had a marvelous connection with nature. Once they entered a mountain range filled with ancient trees and a large number of plants, they would be the most difficult group to locate. It was no wonder that Carmelita wanted to borrow them from Erebus. Those who cultivated in the Edict of Life were not only adept at concealing their auras with the help of the natural environment, but they would also not destroy the natural environment. As such, they would leave very few traces as they moved about in the mountain range. On top of that, the mountain range was shrouded in miasma. Even if Han Shuo wanted to locate them, it would not be an easy task. Before descending, for fear that Carmelita would discover him, Han Shuo had released a dozen demon generals through Cauldron Spirit. At this moment, those demon generals were constantly spreading out in all directions, carefully observing every abnormal spot in the mountain range. Suddenly, one of the demon generals, Han Shuo, discovered traces of a battle between magical beasts about 30 miles to his right. There were a few broken trees that had been reconnected using some sort of energy. It was obvious that they had been tampered with by humans. Who else but cultivators of the Edict of Life would be willing to waste time on these plants? "Follow me," shouted Han Shuo and led the way in that direction. After walking for 30 meters, Han Shuo suddenly halted. He turned around to look at the dumbfounded divine guards. then at Carmelita, who was wearing a puzzled face. He smilingly asked, "What, you don't believe me? Did you really discover something? That's impossible. Even Erebus' two subordinates couldn't so easily discover traces of someone cultivating in the Edict of Life in the mountain range. How could you?" Carmelita's triangular eyes were glistening as she cried out in doubt, "My lady, this youngster must be deliberately mystifying us. He is just a puny low god. How could he possibly discover traces of them so quickly?" The plump woman clearly didn't believe Han Shuo at all and straightforwardly expressed her doubts. "If tracking is related to one's realm, Miss Carmelita wouldn't have brought me here. Don't try to act smart, all right?" Han Shuo put on a carefree smile and didn't pay any attention to the plump woman. "Brat, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you believe that I can make you disappear from this place forever with just a flick of my finger?" The plump woman shouted furiously. "Shut up, Karina." Carmelita reprimanded in displeasure. Then, she bunched her sparse brows and asked Han Shuo suspiciously, "Did you really find traces? It's only a distance of 15 kilometers. It won't take long to walk there. If you don't believe me, just follow me and take a look." Han Shuo shrugged and didn't say anything else. He took the lead and headed in that direction. When Han Shuo was about to disappear from their sight, Carmelita softly shouted, "Let's go and take a look. I don't think this fellow has the guts to deceive me. If he really dares to do so, even if he's Donna's friend, I'll make him pay." After she said that, the crowd quickly followed behind Han Shuo. The plump woman, Karina, stared hatefully at Han Shuo's back and was secretly sulking. Soon they arrived at the area behind Han Shuo. At this moment Han Shuo was squatting there, pretending to observe something. When Carmelita came to his side, he calmly stood up and pointed at the ancient trees that had been reconnected. He said, "Other than those who cultivate the energy of life, I can't think of anyone who would be so friendly to these trees. What do you guys think?" Carmelita only took a glance at the trees before she immediately cried out in surprise and said, "There are indeed traces of energy of life. That's right, those fellows must have been here." The truth was right in front of them. Karina, who originally intended to embarrass Han Shuo, also covered her mouth and exclaimed softly. When she looked at Han Shuo again, her gaze was already different. In front of Carmelita, Karina hesitated for a moment before she reluctantly said, "I'm sorry, I was indeed narrow-minded. It seems like you really aren't a burden." This woman was straightforward with her words. Although she never gave face to others, she had the courage to admit her mistakes. This was a rare trait. Han Shuo observed for a moment and discovered that Karina seemed to be sincerely apologizing. He knew that this plump woman wasn't a bad person. He nodded in his mind and said, "Forget it, I won't take it to heart." Those divine guards from the House of Saint who came with Carmelita also clicked their tongues in amazement. Their gazes when they looked at Han Shuo were clearly filled with respect. "Youngster, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. Haha, I knew that Donna wouldn't speak nonsense. Very good, if we can find and kill those fellows, I will reward you. Everyone in the City of Shadows knows that I'm the most generous." Carmelita was very happy and did not conceal her praise for Han Shuo. "All right, before we find those fellows, we will listen to you. And what should we do next?" Carmelita continued to ask. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he forced a smile in his heart. That was all he had found through his demon generals. He had absolutely no idea where those people were. Faced with Carmelita's unwavering trust, Han Shuo didn't know what to do. Chapter 698. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo decided to tell the truth. Those who cultivate in the Edict of Life have great advantages and conveniences in nature. So far, I have only discovered this one anomaly. What we can do next is to explore and see if we can find any other traces. Is that so? All right then. Let's move forward from here and explore deeper into the Miasma Cloud Mountain Range. Carmelita understood that those who cultivate in the Edict of Life were indeed very difficult to deal with. In addition to the fact that Han Shuo had already proven his abilities, She did not feel that Han Shuo was incapable. Therefore, she immediately agreed with Han Shuo. The party continued venturing deeper into the Miasma Cloud Mountain range. The demon generals that Han Shuo released continued to extend outwards with this region as the center, carefully observing every rock that might contain any clues. As they traveled 100 miles into the Miasma Cloud Mountain range, they encountered many powerful magical beasts along the way. But under the protection of the divine guards of the House of Saint, those powerful magical beasts kept their distance. They did not dare to provoke this group of terrifyingly powerful gods. After the demon generals spread out, they continued to fly all over the Miasma Cloud Mountain range. However, they could not find any traces of those people. Carmelita started to get annoyed when she saw that they had arrived at the center of the mountain range. The miasma was getting thicker and thicker. "Have you found anything yet?" Karina asked Han Shuo again. She was gradually losing her patience. Seeing that there was no trace of those people, she was clearly getting anxious. The Miasma Cloud Mountain range is too vast. It's impossible to find any clues so quickly. Han Shuo bunched his brows. He felt very helpless that his demon generals could not find any traces of those people. However, there was really nothing he could do. "My lady, how about we split up? That way, we can cover a larger area." Karina hesitated for a moment before she asked for Carmelita's opinion. "No. If we split up, our chances of finding them will increase. But if we run into them, it will be too dangerous. Perhaps they will be killed by those people before they can send out any information." Carmelita flatly rejected. She sighed helplessly and said, "Let's continue searching. Who knows, we might find some clues very soon." Karina did not insist. She too let out a sigh and the party followed behind Han Shuo. They started to wander aimlessly around the mountain range. Before he knew it, another 5 days had passed. Although Han Shuo had yet to explore the entire Miasma Cloud Mountain range, with the help of those demon generals, he had explored every region of the mountain range. However, he did not discover anyone cultivating in the energy of life. All the demon generals found were some magical beasts wandering all over the place and some rare treasures of heaven and earth. Gradually, not only was Karina getting fed up, even Han Shuo himself felt that this wasn't the way to go on. He even started to doubt the reliability of Karina's information, and even suspected that those people had long since left the mountain range. Carmelita, on the other hand, had run out of patience. Along the way, whenever she felt agitated, she would randomly blast the surrounding mountains and ancient trees, making it even more difficult for the demon general to observe her. "Perhaps those people are really gone. Come, let's leave this place." After another day, Carmelita lost her patience and officially gave the order to leave. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when she said that. They had long been unwilling to continue doing useless work in the Miasma Cloud Mountain range. Carmelita made up her mind. No one had any objections and they prepared to leave the Miasma Cloud Mountain range. "Wait!" Han Shuo, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke just as everyone was about to fly into the sky and use the airship to return. "What's wrong?" Carmelita rolled her triangular eyes and looked at Han Shuo doubtfully. She asked, "We haven't found anything in the past 10 days. Could it be that we have found something before we leave? There is a large cave on a lush mountain in front of us. Magical beasts are constantly coming out of it. I didn't pay attention to it before, but now that I think about it, could there be something strange in that cave?" With the help of a demon general, Han Shuo discovered that even more magical beasts were gradually coming out of the cave. He immediately became suspicious. Judging from the behavior of those magical beasts, it seemed that they had been chased out by force. "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember now. Some of the small mountains in the Miasma Cloud Mountain range have sparse vegetation, but that mountain is a little strange. The vegetation on it is very lush. Are you talking about that mountain?" The one-eyed fat woman, Karina, took the opportunity to ask. She also seemed a little surprised. "Yes, that's the mountain," Han Shuo said doubtfully. "The vegetation on that mountain is so lush. Seems a little special. Also, the magical beasts in that cave seem to have been chased out. It seems a little strange inside. We have explored so many places in the Miasma Cloud Mountain range, but we haven't found any traces. Could it be that those people are hiding in a cave on one of the mountain peaks? Upon hearing Han Shua's words, Carmelita, who had given the order to leave, had her hopes reignited. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Come, let's go and take a look. Perhaps there really is something strange in that cave." Under Carmelita's instructions, the party returned to the mountain peak they had passed. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave, they could clearly see some oddly shaped magical beasts walking out of the cave one after another. Some of the magical beasts appeared to be panic-stricken and immediately dispersed when they saw Carmelita and the others. The magical beasts on Elysium were much more powerful than those on Profound Continent. However, their intelligence seemed to be the same. For some reason, although they had long surpassed rank 5 or even rank 6 or 7, Han Shua hadn't seen many of them that could take human form. In the blink of an eye, the magical beasts scattered in all directions. One of Han Shua's demon generals took the opportunity to burrow into the cave. The demon generals that entered the cave soon discovered that there were more magical beasts leaving the cave. There were many paths in the cave and no one knew where they led to. "Let's go in and take a look. This place is really strange." Carmelita led the way into the cave. The party, including Han Shua, followed closely behind her. The cave was extremely spacious. Not long after they entered, they came to a fork in the road. Carmelita didn't know how big the cave was, but she felt that there shouldn't be any danger inside. She finally agreed to split up and investigate after Karina suggested that they should immediately shout for help if they discovered any abnormalities. With 2 forks in the road, Karina volunteered to lead a team of divine guards. Han Shua naturally followed Carmelita. Gradually, new forks appeared in front of the party. At Carmelita's signal, a few more people split up from the party. As more forks appeared, the number of divine guards around Han Shua gradually decreased. In the end, only Han Shua, Carmelita, and 2 divine guards continued to advance. At this point, they didn't run into any more forks. The other demon generals that were roaming around the Miasma Cloud Mountain range entered the cave one after another. They wandered around the complicated cave. Some followed Karina, some followed the other divine guards, and 2 scouted ahead for Han Shua. The magical beasts they encountered along the way would attack any living being that approached them with all their might. However, against the divine guards, the magical beasts didn't stand a chance. One after another, they were slaughtered in the spacious cave. Suddenly, with the help of one of the demon generals scouted ahead, Han Shua discovered that there was an enormous lava cave at the end of the cave. The rocks were like red-hot soldering iron. They carried an astonishingly high temperature and were dripping with magma-like red liquid. Faint smoke would rise from the rocks when they touched the ground. The temperature was astonishingly high. Demon generals were cold-blooded by nature. Even they couldn't withstand the high temperature and didn't dare to venture too deep. However, through the observation of his demon general, Han Shua discovered that there seemed to be some sort of peculiar aura ahead of the lava cave. It was as though someone had formed a chilling aura to expel the heat from the lava cave. Among the party that followed Carmelita to the Miasma Cloud Mountain range, none cultivated in the energy of water. Therefore, the person creating the chilling aura deep in the lava cave was definitely not one of them. Han Shua immediately determined that there was a problem. He ordered his demon general to retreat a little. Han Shua hastily said to Carmelita, "There should be a lava cave up ahead. The temperature inside is extremely high. However, there seems to be a cooling aura deep in the cave. It seems to come from a god cultivating in the energy of water. I'm certain that there's a problem up ahead. Should we summon the divine guards to investigate the situation?" "Ah, it's true," Carmelita cried out in surprise. Her ugly face revealed genuine joy. She hastily said, "Come, let's hurry up and check out the situation. There's no need to inform those guys. None of them are stronger than me. Even if they come, they won't be able to help us." After hearing her words, Han Shua thought about it and didn't try to persuade her any further. He immediately followed Carmelita and the 2 divine guards towards the lava cave. With a precise destination in mind, they soon arrived at the demon general's location. As soon as Carmelita stood there, she let out a cold groan and said, "As expected, Brian, you were right. There are indeed people cultivating in the energy of water in there. Recently, the ice goddess and the goddess of nature, god of light, have been very close. It's normal for them to have people cultivating in the energy of water in their party. Right, Brian, you can retreat for now. I will go in and finish them all off. In Carmelita's eyes, Han Shua's strength was meager. A low god couldn't even be considered cannon fodder in such a situation. Carmelita, this ugly girl, still cared about Han Shua's life and death at such a time. This touched Han Shua's heart. He nodded and said, "I understand." Upon finishing those words, Han Shua did not advance but retreated instead. He assumed a posture of, "I'm going to retreat immediately." After pursuing for so long, Carmelita finally discovered traces of her enemies. In her anxiety, she immediately charged into the depths of the lava cave. As she possessed high god strength, she naturally formed a field of destruction around her, isolating all the high-temperature red liquid that dripped down from the lava cave. The two divine guards that came with Carmelita also entered the lava cave very conscientiously. They formed their domains of divinity and utilized the divine energy around them to resist the dangers of the lava cave. They quickly disappeared from Han Shua's sight. When all three of them had rushed into the lava cave, Han Shua unhurriedly brought out the metal elite zombie and opened up an additional passageway that led straight into the lava cave. From another secluded corner, the metal elite zombie reached the depths of the lava cave. Han Shua's demonic body was impervious to fire and water. Therefore, he wasn't affected by the high temperature of the lava cave. Through the small hole that metal elite zombie made, Han Shua could observe the situation in the depths of the lava cave. When Han Shua took a closer look, he discovered that an intense battle was going on inside the lava cave. The two divine guards that had charged into the lava cave had been killed. Their corpses were not far from the small hole that Han Shua had made. At this moment, the incomparably ugly Carmelita was being besieged by two experts. Although she was attacking in a frenzy, Han Shua could see that she was gradually losing ground. One of the two experts besieging Carmelita was a spirited old man holding a withered wooden staff in his hand. He cultivated in the energy of life. That withered wooden staff constantly released greenish gaseous threads that resembled flexible and tough tree branches that wrapped around Carmelita. The other expert was a cold and elegant beauty. She had a tall and slender figure and an ice-cold face. Her entire being was like an icicle that would never melt in 10,000 years. Cold divine radiance constantly shot out from her fair and tender hands. Even the high temperature of the lava cave was completely covered by her. Both of them possessed high god strength while Carmelita was merely an early-stage low god. Even if the two experts possessed strength equal to hers, it was only a matter of time before she was defeated. Moreover, there were 6 mid-gods of extraordinary strength surrounding the two experts. They stood in a 6-pointed star formation and appeared to be preparing to assist the two high gods with some sort of magical formation. Carmelita looked as though she had gone insane. Her face was hideous and terrifying. While dealing with the thunderous attacks of the two experts, she charged at an enormous boulder as though she wanted to destroy it. Following Carmelita's gaze, Han Shua discovered that it was an azure boulder covered in dazzling speckles that resembled dazzling stars. The speckles seemed to be moving rhythmically on the surface of the azure boulder, while emitting mesmerizing radiance. It was so beautiful that it was dazzling. "Heaven's gift!" cried Han Shua in a low voice. His face was filled with unconcealable shock. As he gazed at the dazzling azure boulder, he finally understood why that old man who cultivated in the Edict of Life would travel thousands of miles and risk his life to come to the Darkness Dominion. Han Shua also understood why Carmelita would disregard everything to destroy that beautiful boulder. It was because the speckles on the surface of the dazzling boulder were moving like stars in a natural trajectory of the Edict of Life. Anyone who cultivated in the Edict of Life could deeply understand the essence of the Edict of Life by comprehending those trajectories. Chapter 699. Having been on Elysium for some time, it was only natural that Han Shuo had heard of the Heaven's Gift. There were some places that would magically form this kind of incomparably wondrous rock. Often, the rock would contain the profound mysteries of every major energy. Every god who diligently pursued the profound mysteries of energy could make a breakthrough by comprehending the energy contained in the Heaven's Gift. Heaven's Gift was even rarer than divine essences of other energies. Naturally, its preciousness couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Divine essences could increase one's divine energy, while Heaven's Gift could increase one's understanding of the profound mysteries of energy. It could also be used by multiple people of the same energy. That azure Heaven's Gift was glowing with a misty blue light. The dazzling specks of light on its surface made it seem as though the Heaven's Gift was reflecting the vast and mysterious starry sky. The dazzling stars within the Heaven's Gift were slowly moving according to some kind of marvelous trajectory. It gave one the feeling of being in a dreamland. A god cultivating in the Edict of Life, as long as he earnestly cultivated by looking at the Heaven's Gift and comprehending the moving specks of light on the Heaven's Gift, his understanding of the Edict of Life would be greatly enhanced. Those who cultivated in the Edict of Life had risked their lives to travel thousands of miles to this place. Of course, it was for this enormous Heaven's Gift. There were two types of Heaven's Gifts. The first type could be moved and the second type would grow according to the terrain. Generally speaking, the Heaven's Gift in the lava cave would lose its miraculous effect as soon as it left the place where it was born. It was obvious that the Heaven's Gift in this lava cave belonged to the second type. Otherwise, those who cultivated in the Edict of Life would have dragged the enormous Heaven's Gift away long ago. When Carmelita saw the Heaven's Gift, she naturally wanted to destroy it at all costs. Otherwise, if she allowed those who cultivated in the Edict of Life to comprehend the profound mysteries of energy, that fella's strength would only grow stronger and stronger. The battle in the lava cave had reached a critical juncture. Under the all-out attacks of two high gods, Carmelita, the ugly genius of the City of Shadows, was in dire straits. Not only was she unable to approach the Heaven's Gift, she had no choice but to repeatedly retreat. Moreover, she had already sustained injuries. Foolish woman, this is the right time to leave. Walk out of this miasma cloud mountain range alive, return to the City of Shadows with a few high gods, and destroy this place. Han Shuo cursed loudly in his heart when he saw Carmelita attempting to destroy the Heaven's Gift while being obstructed by two high gods of the same rank. Soon enough, 6 mid-gods of the energy of life formed a hexagram formation and formed a boundary. They blocked the only exit behind Carmelita, preventing her from leaving the lava cave. Mr. Diska, why are you still hesitating? If we don't kill her, you won't be able to comprehend the force of life and peace once this crazy woman leaves. Moreover, it will be very difficult for us to walk out of the darkness dominion. The icy beauty said coldly with her long silver hair fluttering in the wind. The old man who had been holding back finally snapped out of his hesitation. Perhaps the allure of the Heaven's Gift was too great, but even he, a cultivator of the energy of life, who had never put his life on the line, had no choice but to unleash his full strength at this moment. In this way, Carmelita, who was already exhausted, was in an even more dangerous situation. Under the entanglement of the old man's green twig-like strands of energy, the cold, white-haired beauty repeatedly sent ice divine energy into Carmelita's body, breaking through the defense of Carmelita's destructive force field. Carmelita's footsteps began to stagger. The 6 mid-gods who had constructed the boundary were firmly guarding the only entrance. Not only was the lava cave incomparably sturdy, it was practically impossible for her to break through the thick layer of rock to escape. Soon Carmelita fell into a real crisis. At this point, not only was it difficult for her to destroy the Heaven's Gift, it was also difficult for her to leave this place alive. It was only at this moment that Han Shuo noticed the remorse and anxiety flashing in Carmelita's eyes. Unfortunately, it was a little too late for this crazy woman to wake up. When Han Shuo saw that Carmelita was about to perish in the hands of the 2 high gods, after hesitating for a moment, he decided to rescue her. After making up his mind, Han Shuo immediately used Metal Elite Zombie's energy to secretly create a few tunnels in the dense lava cave. Those tunnels only had a thin layer of rock and could be easily broken through to escape. Metal Elite Zombie had an innate ability in this aspect. Even the two high gods couldn't detect his little movements. Very quickly, he helped Han Shua set up everything. Han Shua flew around through the tunnels that Metal Elite Zombie created in the lava cave. He was trying to find a suitable position from which to bring Carmelita in. The white-haired beauty stabbed Carmelita's abdomen with a slender and long ice sword. Carmelita let out a shrill and miserable shriek. Her body involuntarily shot towards one of the rock walls that Metal Elite Zombie had tampered with. Han Shua was overjoyed and hastily dashed towards that area. Boom! That layer of rock wall was blasted apart by her body. It was at this moment that Han Shua arrived. He immediately grabbed Carmelita by the back of her clothes and fled into the depths of the lava cave with all his might. At the same time, the Metal Elite Zombie, who had a tacit understanding with Han Shua, used his innate talent to rapidly heal the caverns behind Han Shua. The caverns that the Metal Elite Zombie had tampered with earlier miraculously started to slowly move again. The two high gods in the lava cave stared blankly for a moment. They didn't know why the lava cave would suddenly collapse at the first blow. By the time they came to their senses, they discovered that the rocks at the entrance of the lava cave had automatically healed themselves. The white-haired beauty screamed, "After her! Rumble! Rumble!" She rapidly attacked the tunnels that Metal Elite Zombie had healed. However, the rocks in the lava cave were indeed shockingly hard. Although loud rumbles could be heard from the lava cave under her bombardment of divine energy, the rocks did not shatter. It seemed that the rocks had undergone some miraculous changes after being repeatedly baked by the high temperature. Let's chase after them from the exit. That woman definitely didn't come here alone. We have to kill all of them in order to prevent anyone from discovering the heaven's gift. The callous beauty who cultivated in the energy of water was indeed a calm and ruthless high god. When she realized that she couldn't blast the rocks away, she decisively changed her mind. With things having come to this point, Diska had no choice but to follow her plan. He nodded and said, "I'll stay here alone to guard the heaven's gift. I'll leave the matters outside to you." The white-haired beauty nodded indifferently and instructed the 6 mid-gods of the Edict of Life, "Follow me. All you need to do is to stop the escapees. Leave the killing to me." She knew that it would be rather difficult for these mid-gods of the Edict of Life to kill people. As soon as this ruthless, beautiful white-haired beauty led the 6 mid-gods out of the lava cave, she started a massacre. Those divine guards of the House of Saint who had spread out to pursue the outsiders were all mid-gods. Moreover, they were not in a group. None of them were a match for this ruthless high god. Miserable screams could be heard from the cave. The ugly genius, Carmelita, who was grabbed by Han Shua's hand, had already suffered minor injuries. Then the white-haired beauty stabbed a sword into her abdomen, worsening her injuries. At such a crucial moment, she had sunk into a muddle-headed state and was unable to provide any help to Han Shua. Han Shua could do nothing to stop the divine guards being killed one after another. Using Metal Elite Zombie's strength, he continued to widen the tunnels that did not have exits and headed towards the outskirts of the mountain. When he was about to reach the outskirts of the mountain, Han Shua suddenly discovered the one-eyed fat woman, Karina, who was fleeing in a panic. She obviously understood what was happening inside the mountain and desperately wanted to escape from it. Unfortunately, the passageways inside were twisting and turning. In her haste, she simply couldn't figure out the way back and could only circle around in a small area. According to Han Shua's demon generals, Han Shua believed that once that woman who cultivated in the energy of water killed those divine guards of the House of Saint, Karina would not be able to escape death. Damn it, it doesn't matter if I'm carrying one burden or two. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shua decided to help that plump woman Karina. He ordered Metal Elite Zombie to split open a tunnel not far away. Han Shua suddenly emerged from the tunnel and shouted, "Follow me." Karina was startled by Han Shua, who suddenly popped his head out from behind a rock wall. She subconsciously prepared to attack Han Shua, but just as she was about to attack, she discovered that he wasn't an enemy. At this moment, Karina was flustered. As soon as she saw someone leading the way, she didn't even think twice before burrowing into the rock wall. As soon as Karina entered the cave, Han Shua hastily continued to rush forward. Karina didn't even think or utter a single word as she closely followed behind Han Shuo. Metal Elite Zombie, who was hiding in the middle of the rock wall, also took the opportunity to walk out from the rock stratum behind Karina and closed up the cave that was opened up. The demon general had already figured out the situation inside the mountain. On top of that, with Metal Elite Zombie, the king of the mountain, Han Shuo quickly made his way out of the mountain using the fastest path he could. Carrying the muddle-headed Carmelita in his hand, Han Shuo continued his escape plan, flying forward at top speed. Karina followed closely behind Han Shuo. As soon as they walked out of the dimly lit mountainside, she immediately discovered Carmelita in Han Shuo's hand. She cried out involuntarily in alarm. "What happened to Miss? What happened to Miss?" Her voice was filled with sincere concern. She seemed very anxious. As a mid-god, Karina's speed wasn't much slower than Han Shuo's. Han Shuo briefly described what happened to Karina before he softly shouted, "Now is not the time for nonsense. Here, take Carmelita with you. We need to leave the Miasma Cloud Mountain range as soon as possible. There are 2 high gods of extraordinary strength here as well as the heaven's gift. We have to leave this place and invite experts to come with us. Only then will we have absolute certainty of victory." After receiving Carmelita from Han Shuo, the one-eyed plump woman knew that the situation was urgent. She flew high into the sky above the Miasma Cloud Mountain range. She wanted to bring Carmelita away from this dangerous mountain range as quickly as possible. "Get down here!" Han Shuo shouted angrily. He hastily explained to Karina's puzzled gaze. The Miasma Cloud Mountain range is a natural barrier. Miasma is everywhere in this place. Moreover, the peculiar miasma has the miraculous effect of obstructing divine senses. It is safest for us to escape from the Miasma Cloud Mountain range. Once you fly high into the sky and escape from the cover of the miasma, you will lose this natural barrier and the chances of being discovered and pursued will be greater. Karina had been acting irrationally because she was worried about Carmelita's condition. But after hearing Han Shuo's explanation, she immediately understood that Han Shuo's method was the correct one for the time being. She hastily stopped her ascending body and quickly descended. She cast a grateful glance at Han Shuo before flying towards the outskirts of the Miasma Cloud Mountain range. At this moment, with the help of his demon generals, Han Shuo discovered that the white-haired beauty was leading 6 mid-gods of the Edict of Life. Her hands were covered in blood as she rushed out from the belly of the mountain. After sensing with her divine soul for a moment, she suspiciously looked all around and immediately chased after Han Shuo and Karina. Her speed was obviously faster than Karina's. "She's coming." Han Shuo's expression changed. He hastily said to Karina, who was running in a panic, "Follow me. Do not destroy any vegetation. Otherwise, she will be able to track us down." That white-haired beauty was able to determine the correct direction, because she had discovered the footprints Karina left behind when she was in a hurry. Han Shuo was afraid that Karina would make another mistake and hastily reminded her, "I'll give you the young lady. Take her and leave safely. I'll think of a way to distract the pursuers." Karina seemed to have realized that she couldn't bring Carmelita out of the Miasma Cloud Mountain range alive. When she saw that Han Shuo was terrifyingly rational under such circumstances, she felt that Carmelita's chances of survival would be the highest if she distracted the pursuers. Therefore, she didn't even ask for Han Shuo's opinion. She stuffed Carmelita into Han Shuo's hands while she deliberately left behind some tracks and headed in another direction. Han Shuo didn't even have the time to stop her from doing something foolish. Her plump figure had already disappeared. Han Shuo immediately felt some respect for her, as he watched her resolute departing figure. He knew that although this woman treated people coldly and mercilessly, she could be trusted at critical moments. Han Shuo knew that the odds were against her. However, this was her decision and Han Shuo didn't stop her. He didn't continue to lament at such a critical moment. He sent a demon general to follow her, while he flew in the opposite direction. With Karina risking her life to lead the way, Han Shuo discovered that the ice-cold woman was indeed chasing after her. Miasma was everywhere in the Miasma Cloud Mountain range. Visibility was extremely low, and the sensitivity of one's consciousness was greatly reduced. After leaving Han Shua's side, Karina, who had made up her mind to sacrifice herself, calmed down. She didn't make another low-level mistake. She took advantage of the unique environment of the Miasma Cloud Mountain Range to maintain a suitable distance from the pursuers. 3 days later, the distance between the two grew larger and larger. Han Shua had also arrived at the exit of the Miasma Cloud Mountain Range. Demon generals couldn't be too far away from Cauldron Spirit in the Miasma Cloud Mountain Range. Han Shua had no choice but to recall the demon general that had been following Karina. This way he wouldn't know if Karina was still alive or not. Not long after leaving the Miasma Cloud Mountain Range, a vast river appeared before Han Shua. Without much hesitation, Han Shua brought the still muddle-headed ugly girl, Carmelita, and sprinted at full speed. Without anyone spying on them, Han Shua used his demonic yuan to activate the art of the demonic ninth heavens, and increased his speed to the maximum. It took them half a day to cross the river and arrive at a swamp. It was only then that Carmelita, who had been muddle-headed for the past few days, gradually regained consciousness. Her lifeless eyes gradually regained their luster. Carmelita's divine soul had adjusted from that state. At this moment, Han Shua took the opportunity to place Carmelita on a mud mound at the center of the swamp. He maintained a distance of a few steps from Carmelita and waited for her to fully awaken. The reason why Carmelita was muddle-headed was because Diska's life energy had affected her divine soul and bound her life energy. In addition to the heavy injuries inflicted on her divine body by the icy beauty, she had only just regained consciousness. What is this place? Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? Finally, Carmelita slowly opened her triangular eyes. She saw Han Shua not far away and asked with a frown. Han Shua let out a faint sigh and said, "They should all be dead. Even Karina might not have survived." Sigh. After letting out a sigh, Han Shua recounted what happened in the Miasma Cloud Mountain Range to Carmelita. She listened attentively to Han Shua's narration. Although she wore a wooden face, Han Shua discovered sorrow in her triangular eyes. All dead. Even Karina is dead. It's my fault. I didn't expect that 2 high gods would come. If I hadn't acted rashly, they wouldn't have died. Carmelita's triangular eyes were filled with tears as she muttered to herself. Although this woman was a little ugly, when Han Shua saw her heartfelt sorrow for those who died, he felt that she was a pretty good leader. It was at this moment that Han Shua felt that he should do something. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "It's not your fault. You don't have to blame yourself. Besides, this isn't the time for you to blame yourself. We should return to the City of Shadows as soon as possible and mobilize the experts in the city to eliminate those people in the Miasma Cloud Mountain Range." We should destroy the Heaven's Gift in that mountain. That's right. I want them to pay with their blood. Those people can forget about leaving the Miasma Cloud Mountain Range alive. Carmelita roared furiously. She stood up all of a sudden and was about to return to the City of Shadows as fast as she could. However, when she stood up, she suddenly let out a muffled groan. She noticed that the wound on her abdomen had been bandaged. "You were the one who bandaged it for me? And you were the one who dragged me out from the mountain?" Carmelita subconsciously covered her abdomen. Her triangular eyes glanced at Han Shua and asked puzzledly, "Yes, you are gravely injured. Don't recklessly use your divine energy. I will bring you back to the City of Shadows as soon as possible." Han Shua nodded. After Han Shua admitted to it, Carmelita sized up Han Shua with a strange expression for a while. After a long while, she resolutely promised, "After this incident, I will look after you in the City of Shadows. No matter who you offend in the City of Shadows, I will help you. Even if you have a conflict with Donna, I will support you. Then I will thank you in advance." Han Shua smiled. He walked over and grabbed Carmelita's arm, flying with her in the direction of the City of Shadows at full speed. Chapter 700. Carmelita was gravely injured. Naturally, Han Shuo took care of her along the way. With the medicinal pellets he personally refined, Carmelita's wounds healed very quickly. Even the frigid air in her body was slowly diluted by the medicinal pellets. When Carmelita saw that Han Shuo wasn't a healer but could refine something even more miraculous than a healer's medicines, she thought to herself that she had indeed picked up a treasure. As a gravely injured person, she could best appreciate the miraculousness of Han Shuo's medicinal pellets. She kept staring at Han Shuo all the way and asked him questions about them. Medicinal pellets did not belong to the category of demonic arts. Therefore, Han Shuo wasn't afraid that powerful enemies of Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord, would be able to track him down through this. Therefore, he made up a story to Carmelita, claiming that an old pharmacist on Profound Continent had imparted it to him. Carmelita even believed him. So it turned out that even low-level material planes had wondrous people. As the Miasma Cloud mountain range was too far from the City of Shadows, Han Shuo had to fly with Carmelita for half a month. During this time, Carmelita and Han Shuo got along very well. Han Shuo would tell her about the interesting things that happened on Profound Continent. Now and then, he would add in some of his experiences on Earth. Carmelita clicked her tongue in wonder as she listened. Her terrible mood from the deaths of her subordinates gradually improved. During their conversation, Han Shuo learned that Carmelita had few friends due to her ugly appearance and bad temper. She would occasionally have one or two friends who were female. Donna was one of them. She had almost no male friends. They would either stay far away from her when they saw her or treat her like a master. This made her feel very bored. She knew that she was ugly and therefore spent all her time and energy on cultivation. Due to her appearance, she was easily angered and easily went berserk. Her personality became more and more eccentric. In addition to her strength and status, not many people dared to provoke her. Slowly, she became an anomaly in the City of Shadows, an evil woman that no one dared to provoke. But during this period of time, Han Shuo had interacted with her after she'd been injured, and discovered that she actually had a good nature. It was only because everyone treated her differently that she became so strange. Before they returned to the City of Shadows, the two had become best friends in the short dozen or so days they spent together. Han Shuo treated her injuries, and from time to time, he would take the opportunity to ask her questions about the energy of destruction. Carmelita did not know that Han Shuo cultivated in the energy of destruction. Although she found it strange that Han Shuo would ask her about it, she explained her cultivation experience to Han Shuo in detail. It was true that Carmelita was extremely ugly, but everyone in the City of Shadows knew that she was a genius in the energy of destruction. This was something that Han Shuo soon had a deep understanding of. In just a dozen or so days, Han Shuo had gained a deeper understanding of the energy of destruction from this high god of destruction. Many things that were previously fuzzy suddenly became much clearer. One day, while discussing with Carmelita, Han Shuo's avatar that had been stuck in the realm of mid-stage low god was suddenly enlightened. He entered a silent state of breakthrough inside the cauldron of myriad demon. The two felt that time pass very quickly. On the 17th day, Han Shuo and Carmelita arrived at the City of Shadows. With Carmelita, the wicked woman of the City of Shadows, by his side, Han Shuo did not encounter any obstructions along the way. They arrived at the saint residence at the center of the city. The saint residence was located at the center of the City of Shadows, and was also the city lord's mansion. As the oldest family clan in the city, the House of Saint was even more powerful than the House of Lavers. When the divine guards of the House of Saint saw Han Shuo supporting Carmelita, they immediately caused a huge commotion in the saint residence. In an instant, the entire saint residence seemed to be bustling with activity. The family divine guards and elders of the saint residence hastily surrounded Carmelita and started asking her about her condition. Although Carmelita was a little ugly in the House of Saint, she had a very high status in the family due to her superb strength. Moreover, she was the daughter of the city lord. Therefore, she was highly regarded by the family. Now that she was seriously injured, the entire House of Saint became busy. They quarreled for her sake. It was only when the patriarch of the House of Saint, the current city lord of the City of Shadows, Wallace Saint, hurried over that everything calmed down. Wallace Saint was Carmelita's father. As a late-stage high god cultivating in the energy of darkness, Wallace gave off a majestic aura. He had a head of long jet-black hair and a pair of dark gray eyes that glistened with divine light. He was more than 2 meters tall and had a sturdy body. When he stood there, he looked like an overbearing mountain. "What's going on?" Wallace asked in a deep voice as he supported Carmelita with his large hands. "There is a piece of heaven's gift in the Miasma Cloud Mountain Range. This is something our intelligence agency did not know. When I brought my men there, I discovered 2 high gods." Carmelita anxiously recounted the entire incident to Wallace when she saw her father coming over. After Carmelita finished, Wallace put on a grave face and said, "Stay at home and recuperate. You don't have to worry about the rest. I will send my men to take care of it." "No, I want to go. I want to see those people die in front of us," Carmelita said in a stern voice. It was obvious that she blamed herself for the deaths of those peoples. "I told you to stay at home and recuperate. If your injuries aren't healed, you can't go anywhere." Wallace straightforwardly refused. He turned to a gentle-looking middle-aged man and instructed, "Second brother, keep a close eye on her." "Understood, elder brother." Wallace's younger brother Andre nodded. He smilingly said, "Don't worry, I will make sure she recovers at the fastest speed possible. Elder brother, just go and do what you need to do." "All right." Wallace was immediately relieved after hearing his younger brother's words. Just as he was about to leave to take care of this matter, he suddenly saw Han Shuo standing to the side and looking around in boredom. Wallace stared blankly for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he put on a pleasant face and said, "You are Brian, right?" "Yes, I'm Brian." Han Shuo was rather flattered that Wallace, the most powerful person in the City of Shadows, had suddenly spoken to her. However, she did not show any signs of panic. She nodded very calmly, neither servile nor overbearing. Han Shuo's calmness naturally surprised Wallace. He nodded in his mind and smilingly said, "Thank you for saving Han Shuo. Keep this badge well. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can bring this badge to our House of Saint for help." "Oh, thank you." Han Shuo did not stand on ceremony. He casually thanked Wallace and accepted the badge. The badge was pitch black and had the emblem of the House of Saint engraved on it. It was extremely heavy. Han Shuo did not know what material it was made of, but it looked very exquisite. "All right, I have some matters to attend to. My daughter doesn't have many friends. If you have time in the future, feel free to visit the Saint residence. I believe she will welcome you very much." Wallace put on a friendly smile and quickly left with a group of gloomy divine guards. He immediately disappeared from Han Shuo's sight. As the most powerful man in the City of Shadows, Wallace was known for his ruthlessness and ruthlessness. He would not stop until his enemies were completely annihilated. The number of family clans he had annihilated numbered in the hundreds, if not hundreds. To be able to stand out in the House of Saint, it could be said that he had stepped on corpses along the way. He was by no means a benevolent person. However, Wallace was never stingy with his generosity towards his friends. As long as they were allies that had no conflict of interest with him, he would be very friendly. This was also the reason why the City of Shadows had always been safe and sound despite being in charge of it for so many years. After Wallace disappeared from Han Shuo's sight, Andre kept persuading Carmelita smilingly. Carmelita knew that although her father usually doted on her, once he had made a decision, no one could change his mind. After her father Wallace left, she had no choice but to accept her fate. It was at this moment that Andre started arranging for some healers to help her. "There's no need to hire any healers. Brian has already stabilized my injuries. I just need to use divine essences to recuperate for a period of time. I will be as good as new within a year." Carmelita complained impatiently, hinting to Andre not to waste any more time. Han Shuo couldn't help but smile wryly when he heard Carmelita talking about using divine essences to recuperate for a period of time. He thought to himself, as expected of a large family clan, even something as precious as divine essences can be used to recuperate. What Han Shuo did not know was that Carmelita was a special character in the House of Saint. As a genius who could cultivate to high god realm in such a short period of time, no matter how much she resembled a demon, she would receive the grandest treatment. If it were any other descendant of the family clan, they wouldn't be treated as well as Carmelita. Let alone recuperating with divine essences, they probably wouldn't even have the opportunity to increase their divine energy. This was the difference in reality. Andre obviously didn't trust Han Shuo too much. After hearing Carmelita's words, he kindly advised, "It's better to get a healer to take a look. After all, that friend of yours isn't a professional healer. There are some things he can't do at the same time." "Second uncle, you are so annoying. I came back with Brian. I know him better than you do." Carmelita impatiently showed the wound on her abdomen to Andre and said, "Look, with Brian's medicine, my wound has completely healed in a dozen or so days. Do you think an ordinary healer can do this?" The more powerful a god was, the longer it would take for their wounds to heal, and the longer it would take for them to recuperate. Carmelita was a high god. Even with the help of a healer, she would need at least a month to recover from a wound that penetrated her divine body. However, Han Shua's medicine had cut the time by half. Andre wasn't an ignorant person. He immediately cried out in surprise when he saw the wound on Carmelita's abdomen. He looked at Han Shua with some disbelief and asked, Brian, you are Brian, right? You were the one who bandaged Carmelita's wound?" "Cut the crap, second uncle. Hurry up and get me some divine essences. I need to recuperate from my internal injuries as soon as possible," Carmelita impatiently urged when she saw Andre's doubtful expression. Andre gave Han Shua a few strange glances but didn't interrogate Han Shua in detail. He nodded and left. Han Shua noticed that when Carmelita asked Andre to get divine essences for her, the surrounding descendants of the House of Saint revealed looks of envy. It seemed that as they weren't geniuses, they wouldn't be able to enjoy the same treatment as Carmelita. "Brian, why don't you stay in our house for a while? I will properly thank you after I have recovered from my injuries," Carmelita invited. "Forget it. I'm not used to living in your family home. But I will stay in the City of Shadows for a while. When you have recovered from your injuries, I will come and visit you," Han Shua said. There would always be all kinds of troubles in these ancient and large family clans. What Han Shua feared the most at present was trouble, and therefore, he didn't want to provoke them. "Brat, don't wait until I have fully recovered. Come and visit me every month or two. Even if it's just to chat with me, that's fine. I don't have any friends in the City of Shadows that I can get along with. Even if I have a few friends, they seem to have ulterior motives when interacting with me. You are the only one I like the most. Remember, if you don't visit me often, as long as you are in the City of Shadows, I will be able to find you." Carmelita did not stop Han Shua when she saw that he had made up his mind. She merely glared at Han Shua threateningly with her triangular eyes. Han Shua forced a smile and nodded in agreement. He waited until Carmelita started giggling in satisfaction before walking out of the Saint residence. Although Carmelita was ugly, after interacting with her, Han Shua discovered that she did not have any ulterior motives. She treated him like a friend without any ulterior motives. This made Han Shua feel very comfortable. Donna and Han Shua could be considered friends, and their relationship could be said to be very harmonious. However, Han Shua knew that Donna was trying to rope him into the Lavers family. She was so cordial and friendly in trying to rope him in, mostly because of her own worth, unlike Carmelita, who had no ulterior motives. Han Shua sighed in his heart when he thought of this. No wonder Carmelita said that even though she had a few friends, she didn't interact with her without any ulterior motives. Who is she? She's a genius of the House of Saint, the most favored daughter of City Lord Wallace of the City of Shadows. It's impossible that her friends wouldn't have any ulterior motives. For example, Donna. As Han Shua's imagination ran wild, no one from the House of Saint stopped Han Shua from leaving. When he returned to the wide streets of the City of Shadows and was thinking about what he should do next, he suddenly received a message from Little Skull. Han Shua, who had not received a message from Little Skull for a long time, felt very warm in his heart. He rented a common gymnasium and summoned the Little Skull. He wanted to ask why Little Skull sent him a message. Father, we have completely conquered the netherworld. The aura of death on this continent is even denser. After some discussion, we feel that it's time to develop on this continent. Little Skull stood in front of Han Shuo and spoke in a childish voice, giving Han Shuo yet another fright. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.